Guess is back. Back again. It's week 3, day 2, baby, of the NLC. My name is Alexandre Archaromaya. I will be your host. And if you think I'm alone, no. I'm together with Nymera and Trouble Link. And look at that. What is that?
I can't say.
We've got great jackets. We've got great tie knots. What the heck? We've got everything.
That's a good one, man.
It is really rough, by the way. It's really hard to do this one. But hey, I'm really happy. How are you guys feeling about today?
Ooh, really good. I feel like we got some bangers yesterday, very unexpected games. So I'm hoping that today we get the same kind of juice.
Also, you're going to be casting.
Oh, yeah. Nobody told me that.
Oh, you don't know that? Okay, in talking about casting, we already have the caster ready on the desk. It's going to be initialized. Look at him. You can take it away.
What do you get over there?
It's amazing. I've been converted to 2D format. I'm really gone on the diet, slimmed my way down literally to pixels thick.
You look good, by the way. You look good.
Thank you. So do you.
Actually, 2D works. 2D works.
Thank you so much. Good luck on the cast. We'll toss it to you after the Champion Select, and I'll see you soon. Talking about that, we still have a lot of information before we jump into the recap of day 1, week 3. If you want to be a player, if you want to show what you got, signups for Division 3 to 5 are open until February 4th. So it's your time to shine. It's your time to show yourself and everybody else that you got what it takes to be a professional player. And who knows, Division 2 might pick you up, Division 1 might pick you up, and what's the worst that's gonna happen? Like, you're gonna lose a few games? You do that all the time on solo queues. So might as well have some fun. Well, I lose a lot of times in solo queues. So.
Yeah,
that's why you're not a pro player?
I was one, but then I realized my fingers are really weird. Talking about weird, Chemtech Dragon is going to be allowed for one more day, and after that, see you later, alligator. It's done with that one, and we'll see what happens after that. Now we can start the show. This was a big introduction, by the way. Recap. Week 3, day 1, what happened?
Hit it. Oh my God. I think it was a cluster fiesta. Yesterday, absolutely.
Skip the beat.
I feel like we saw some really cool games, starting, of course, with Nuriki versus Singularity. That was an absolute banger because I felt like these two were very even. They had not yet picked up their first victory. And finally, we see Nuriki come out on top. We've been talking about Petoshka being the strong side.
Sort of vindicating,
He
right?
showed up on the jugs. We've been talking about Azita, such good lane stats, but never able to translate them. Well, not only did he translate them in this game, but he also got to quadra kills.
And then we went from, you know, kind of like the struggling teams to best teams in the league. And, you know, we were wondering how high could Eminem reach. Turns out they got high enough into those lofty heights to almost push X7 to the edge. And it took some heroic plays from them to come out with a victory of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think Eminem have nothing to be ashamed of from this performance.
Absolutely not.
I feel like one slight mistake that we saw there was what X7 would really take away from and just punish you and take away the game from you. As it comes to Vanir versus JDXL, I felt like the Vanir composition right here was so hard to play versus JDXL. I feel like all eyes on Kikis. Look at where he plays his bombs as well. The Ezreal could not play the game. He didn't have anywhere to stand. And I feel like his performance onto that Zillion could very easily be compared to how also Healy plays the Zillion, where he's so good at. And I think, yeah, JDXL picked up a very easy victory in my book.
In another way, just punishing those mistakes yet again.
Yet again, and to finish it off, no, not to finish it off, because we still had Astralis versus Bifrost, and this was a game that I was expecting really dearly. Astralis almost took it, but Bifrost stood strong.
It was so tense.
Almost.
Yeah, it was so tense. It was one of those games where, like, you feel like the hammer blow is going to fall, and it just clips. It just clips every single time. None of these fights really ended up ending the game up until, you know, there was a Baron take, and it flip-flopped back and forth, and sadly for Astralis, once again, they just couldn't make it work in the mid and late game.
I don't know, man. Disappointment from the sort of Astralis, and from the other side, Bifrost. I think they're solidifying themselves in the top 3 that we've been talking about. They've got such good talent. They're able to showcase it, and Astralis once again fumble at the finish line. And to finish this off, Riddle against
Dusty.
Dusty, thank you very much. Riddle against Dusty here. I think this was also a team fight fiesta where it was like, Riddle, if we split up, we'll lose. On the other side, Dusty, we're picking them apart because they have the Rek'Sais, they have the Akalis. You split up a team fight, those assassins are going to have so much fun picking you apart.
And Viking finally was happy on an interview. I'm happy
dying.
with that one. And talking about that, let's look into the standings, how it turns out. X7 undefeated Bifrost and JDXL. They're not the gatekeepers anymore. They are sitting on the throne as well. X7 obviously on the top. Vanir still struggling to get into the top of the standings. Astralis, Dusty, Eminem, and Riddle all tied up in 5th place. And at the bottom of the table, we have Nuriki and Team Singularity still looking for that first victory.
Wasn't it nice when everything was so simple and the lines were clear? There isn't a line, it's just a blur. It's a blur across the entire table, and each of these teams is showing that they can start punching up and slip up enough to get some of these teams which we've seen start climbing again, just get under that skin a bit.
And now we should look into the games we have today, because they are going to be amazing. If we can look into the schedule, there we go. We start off with Nuriki versus Eminem Gaming. Let's see if Eminem still got it. Nuriki got a really good game in the last day, let's call it last day, and they can pop it off.
Last Monday?
Yeah, Monday. Good job. JDXL versus Team Singularity. Singularity need that first victory, but JDXL are looking strong. Bifrost versus Riddle is going to be a good one. X7 versus Dusty. I think this could be like X7-wise, but Dusty have a lot to show as well, so you can never count him off. And to finish it off, Astralis versus Vanir. What about you guys? What are you guys expecting of today's schedule?
So there is a bit of an obvious one, but I'd like to draw your eyes to actually the 4th game of the day, X7 Dusty. In the interview that we saw with Viking, he said, actually, you know, on a good day, and we're not seeing which day it is just yet, a good day, Dusty can be a top team, top 3 team maybe.
Yes.
How high, again, if we're going to compare it to Eminem and how they really pushed X7, how high can they get? Can they do the same? Can they pull out one of these show-stopping performances?
Yeah, he said on a good day we're top 3. He didn't say we're above X7. And we also don't know if the coin has landed on the good day or not. But I want to draw your eyes on this particular matchup at 10 CET. Astralis versus Vanir. I feel like this is going to solidify whether Astralis are actually deserving of the top 4 or if Vanir have overtaken them. Because so far, I do not see that Vanir beating Astralis would be too much of an upset.
Yeah, me neither.
This is the game of the week. To me, it is.
For me, it's the game of the
week,
day
yeah.
for sure, for sure.
Because of that reason, now we can finally see if Astralis is or not Astralis, as we last saw. And these are the champions that have been using.
I mean, okay, so here are the two. What I wanted to do with this is draw your eyes on the two rosters for both of the teams. And a lot of people watching NLC will remember a bunch of the names. Grisberg, priorly, has won the back then what was called the Nordics back in 2019 summer. Pretty convincingly, Taxa has played for some of the top of the teams. He's been to EU Masters. We have Kress, who has been in the top leagues as well, now back in the ERLs. And we have Wendell, one of the most promising supports that we've had in the Nordics for the longest time, now paired up with the rookie Carlsen. And the funny thing about all this is that I feel like Carlsen is performing so much better than the entire roster, which to me, it blows my mind. Because when you have players of this caliber in the Nordics that are known for so long, you're like, this roster on paper should absolutely work. But if we also look in the LEC, it doesn't necessarily mean that if it's good on paper, it will translate.
What I love about kind of showing the most played champions alongside this too is that, you know, we're a couple of games in now. We're starting to learn more about these teams, their identities. Even if you weren't familiar with the players and the teams themselves before, very different kind of styles here, where we do see actually Astralis trying to go to the front to back. And if you compare that to their games, actually the front to back, they've had some issues. Whereas on the other side, the solo lanes at least are starting to spice things up for Vanir in terms of the individual playmaking.
Yeah, and I would like to hit a little bit here on the solo lanes as well, because Sahira and Nile are a pretty good duo. Sahira plays more of the mages, the more laid-back champions who control the lane, like the Rise. We've seen him on the Orianna as well. We've seen him on the Victor. And the Nile is a more aggressive playstyle top laner. And I think that goes on really well because Nulu is also a very aggressive jungler. And having Kevo with Quickseth in the bot lane who can hold on their own, seeing the matchup, I'm like, okay, all eyes are falling towards Nile versus Carlsen. Carlsen, a beast on the Renekton, plays the aggressive champions, but so does Nile. My only problem here is that last time this guy is drafted, and I really love that our production has put Akali on Nile, is that when this got locked in, we're like, Sahira's not playing Akali. This is a top lane pick. And then it instantly got counterpicked by a GP. So I'm like, my only problem so far for Vanir is like the mid lane pool is a little bit shallow, which makes the top lane and all of the other flex picks be a little bit difficult.
But to understand these teams and the score they're getting so far, we should look into the schedule and how they got here as well, because this is solid. This is really important to talk about these two teams.
And of course, the real big difference here is there's this team down here. It's grayed out, it's blurred out, because that's a loss. That JDXL roster is so hard to beat. Only X7 managed to take them down, but there's a lot of commonality between the teams that these both have faced. Astralis went on that first 2-win streak, and now they've got an even longer streak in losses ever since then. Vanir, I mean, you could argue that they've had the hardest strength of schedule here, right? I
mean, honestly, yeah. We're talking about Astralis and we're like, well, they've had a pretty easy schedule so far. I mean, Bifrost was probably like the biggest challenge they would face, because right now Bifrost are sitting right above them with 2 more victories. But then Vanir have also played JDXL. So if you look at this, you will see that Astralis have struggled against the same teams that Vanir has struggled, but Vanir has managed to pick up more victories than Astralis. So here comes the question, what is Astralis doing wrong? And what is Vanir doing right?
Because when you have a roster like Astralis, the expectations of the team were so high, and they have the talent. So this is a good day to prove themselves and to get back on that horse of winning. This is really important. I don't know if you want to talk about this anymore, about this game, if you guys have any more content, because we do have these images which are really important.
So I think what's really important to highlight here is what is going on with Vanir and what is going on with Astralis, right? I'm going to start out with Vanir because we also have them on the bureau right here, eye candy for you guys. I feel like Vanir are just so clean and crisp in the early game. They go into the game with a very clear plan. They know exactly how to execute it.
Organized.
When the mid game comes, they have so much. I feel like they're so eager to expand their lead that sometimes the inexperience comes in, and this is where it goes a little bit south for them. But then again, when they do finish those 2-3 items, when they're ready to team fight, their composition comes back to life. And I feel like they have got a pretty good grasp on how they want to fight around objectives.
And I think the question for me now is actually, so Astralis, they've kind of struggled again. What we've been returning back to is like their mid game has lacked teeth. They've been a bit toothless with that. So if Vanir are coming into their own mid game where they're maybe not landing all the right punches, they're kind of
but they're trying.
But they're trying. Is that going to run into Astralis, who are still, again, very organized, very kind of competent in the mid game at like least responding to plays? Will that actually play into Astralis because they don't have to make the plays, Vanir will give it to them?
See, this is where I'm thinking, I'm like, I think Astralis are not very calculated in the mid game. This is where it starts going crazy for me because I'm like, Astralis also has a pretty crisp early game because they take it slow. They take it methodical. They will draft for scaling. They have Crispik in the team as well. So you want to draft for scaling, you want him to carry for you later on in the stages of the game. But that mid game is just so stale where it's like, there's no setup for Dragons, there's no setup for Barons, there's no setup for River, but yet you want to take these fights.
So this mid game, like this game on the mid game, should be a
It's
key
gonna be
point.
Vanir like overreaching and Astralis not wanting to take the gamble from so far from what we've seen.
I'm just wondering if it is going to come down to actually Astralis are struggling to make their own plays, but Vanir might make their own plays for them.
So it's about who's going to take the lead on the mid game. And talking about lead, talking about momentum, I would like to play a game with you guys.
In the mirror, you want to play a game?
We already played this one before, but he was not here. It was Goldberg who's missing in action right now. It is true or false. It is quite easy, but in order to do that, I'm going to provide with you the buzzers. There we go.
We get to play with toys.
Okay, one for you, Trouble. One for you, Nightmare.
Thank you very much.
It's quite simple. So I'm going to bring up a statement, and both of you will have to press it.
Okay.
And the first one will give me the answer, true or false. Quite easy. If you're correct, you get a point.
I really hope you're not smashing it like Gubo because she was going hard on it.
If you are wrong,
I need
the person gets the point. Remember about that. That's the way Treble won.
I
Playing
really
for the
need
long
to
game.
redeem myself for the first game. We'll see how it
Patient,
goes.
man, for the first time in my life, I'm like, I'll let you get it wrong. It's fine.
And this time, there's no cheating, by the way. We got that covered. Okay, first statement. Nidalee has been banned more times than Corki. Trouble.
Yes. MC, they've played 5 games. It's been banned 5 times against MC, and Corki has
Okay.
been open because he's not worth banning at the moment. He's just whatever.
What about you? Did you agree with this?
So I was just, the reason I hesitate was like, how many games have there been played overall? How many MC games have been played? I'm actually going to say false. I would have said false, so hopefully.
You would say that, okay.
Yeah.
The answer to the first statement, it is true. 5 bans for Nidalee, 4 for Corki.
I'm just
It's a
continuing
clutch.
my inting streak on games, apparently.
It's the first question, okay? You got it. You can still come back, okay? You can still come back.
It's 5 and 4. Okay, it was really close. It was much
Yeah.
closer than I thought.
It is.
Yeah.
Second statement. Zemulek now has the highest KDA in the league. Nightmare, you got to press it, by the way.
I know I've got to. I'm trying to think.
Trouble.
That's false.
Look at me.
That is false.
Are you sure?
Okay, where's the camera? That is false.
Want to lock in?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
What would you say?
I'm going to say true in the hopes of points.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm wrong, you anyway get the point, so.
So, before we show the answer, on the previous days, Amulek was really low in terms of KDA.
Yeah.
But he jumped into a game and got 2 quadra kills.
Yep.
And he had more kills than the quadra as well.
Wait, Azitor had 2 quarter kills too.
The statement, it is true.
Oh,
He's sitting at
I'm sorry,
13.
Zamulek. I'm sorry.
13 KDA. That is a massive jump, and it's a tie on the studio. Okay, you still got it. You can come back. Trouble? Think about things.
sorry,
Okay.
Zamulek.
Third statement. There is no player on the league with more than 80% kill participation.
It's me. And it's false. I'm sure there's going to be someone with it.
It's true. I'm pretty sure Kasink has more than that.
There is no player. You think?
Oh,
there's a
sorry.
player?
I've
You said
locked it
false
in.
already.
I've
No,
locked it in.
you said
I
false
locked it
already.
in. Okay, but actually, I reckon Kasing with that last game. Maybe not, actually.
It says there is no player.
no player. So I'm going to say.
And you said true. You've already said true. You
Okay,
can't.
or I'll stick by
think
my
there's no
original
player,
answer then.
okay.
Stick by the
I
original
think
answer.
Kasink has more than that.
It is false. It is Chris.
Chris!
It's 81%.
Oh, no way. No way.
Yeah.
A mid laner more than a guy who pops shields and heals? Okay, fair enough.
You tried it. You tried it. Okay,
Yeah.
so
What is it, 2 and 1?
2 in 1.
Okay.
Okay. Whew, fourth one. Okay.
Ready.
Noodle has 100% first bloods participation rate. Okay. Amanda.
True.
You think it's true?
I think it's true because their early game has been really, really revolving around Noodle, and that's been really, really sharp. I think that's going to be one of those odd stats which I haven't checked, but it's going to be true.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's 100% true because Vanir has a 100% first blood ratio. And I mean, if it doesn't come from the jungler, I don't know where else it's coming from.
It is time to reveal the statement. It
Yeah.
is true, 100% first blood is massive. Okay, so 2-2. It is time.
I knew
for
that
the
one, I
last
was slow.
question. So guys, are you ready for the last one?
Yes.
The winner takes all. By the way, there's a prize. I forgot to say that.
What? News to
You
me.
tell us now?
No team has an average game duration under 30 minutes. It is trouble with the click. It is trouble with the opportunity to take this
Oh my
one.
God, he's zooming in now, feel the pressure. No team has had an average game duration under 30. That means
Under.
all of their games. I don't think any team has an average below 30 minutes.
Think about it before you give me the answer.
Okay, they do. I think X7 has an average below 30 minutes.
You think
Is this the
X7?
meta? Slam the button, then wait for your answer for a minute.
I was first. I don't know what
Tell me,
you're
okay,
talking about.
you have to lock it in.
Okay.
Treble. True or false?
It's false. It's false.
It is false. There's no team.
It's false.
Yeah, you think there's no team.
No, the statement
You
is false.
think there's a team
Yes, the
under.
statement is false.
Semantics, baby.
Yeah. The statement is false.
The statement,
I think X7 have a lower average.
it is.
I would like to thank you on my crown, and now the new meta is letting someone else win the game for you.
Dusty is sitting.
Damn it, I did a Guborg.
Dusty is sitting with the lowest game duration average of 30.1.
Ooh.
By 1 second.
Take this, I don't want it anymore.
I'm going to take these. Thank you for participating.
It was the zoom in.
So you guys, in terms of games, are tied up, by the way. 1-1.
That's
You
very
won
good.
on the previous day, you won this one. We should have a tiebreaker on the next day.
I like to think that my game was so bad in the first one that
Don't
it
talk
kind of
to me.
counts for an extra loss.
By the way, the prize for winning this
It better not be food.
is nothing.
Ah, cool. Congratulations.
There we go. It was coming out of my budget, and I have none. So,
No budget, sorry.
we talk about players, we talk about teams all the time, but it is time to talk about the players. It is time to take a bow.
Okay.
Oh, I thought they were doing the bow.
I will.
I thought
Okay,
they were
okay.
doing the
If I can start, if you will allow me, I would like to take a bow to Eminem. I know we have mentioned him before on the show, but I think he has been an excellent addition to NLC, to the entire league overall. First of all, this guy has 5 unique champions so far that he has showed, and even though a lot of them are control mages, such as the Syndra, the Victor, you know, the Zoe, the Vlad, you also have Zed, and I'm pretty sure that this guy doesn't just have a huge champion pool, he has his champion ocean. Because even though you see control mages right under me, this guy does not play them as control mages.
Battle mages.
He plays them as assassins.
Yeah.
All of them. Even the Victor, he will literally play in your face. DJ, let's roll the clip as well, because I think it's really cool to highlight the way that MNS plays the game, because it is so impactful. He will play in your face. We asked for like a stat, which we couldn't find, which is like, okay, what is the percentage of MNS playing under opponent tower? Because he's just so oppressive in lane, no matter what he plays. The second he plays the Syndra, he's in your face. The second he plays the Zed, he will completely open them up. His Zoe was absolutely stellar, and I think it's worth mentioning that every time we talk about Eminem, we're like, okay, somebody needs to stop him from snowballing. No, you don't just need to stop him from snowballing. You need to
Shut him out.
completely choke him and shut him down, because we saw on Monday, his Victor went 0-2. They giga punished him in the early game, and then he came back clapping.
Well, you ended up with a 25 stack, totally normal notebook, the
yeah.
Magi Soul Stealer. No, this guy is so competent at just getting involved in the game, and that's something which is really important at this level, because he does get a lot of farm, he does get a lot of resources, and he just uses it so damn well.
Yeah, I mean, I think his stats also speak for himself. 11 solo kills in
Crazy.
2.5
Next
weeks.
highest is 5, by the way.
That is absolutely insane, and I'm expecting more today. His KDA obviously is stellar. Like, even when this guy died 2 times yesterday, his KDA is still shining. Now, what I think it's really important here is that he's always ahead in gold. So even though he plays things like the Vladimir and like the Zed, who want to play melee on you, this guy just is not getting punished. He will always find a way to come out ahead. And the damage percentage, I mean, it speaks for itself. Like, he plays Syndra, what blows my mind is like, you're playing Zed. You're not supposed to be first in damage, but apparently he is there too.
And he's also 100 damage per minute ahead of the next person in the league as well. He is just outclassing, eclipsing every damaging player in this league right now.
To me, the first game they had, like the X7 versus XL, the big one.
Yeah.
I mean, I
was
guess
one of the
that was
reasons.
great, yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't like Zoe, but watching that Zoe, I was like, ooh, you're converting
You
me.
were like, I hope Zoe wins.
Maybe I have to XD. What about you?
Okay,
No,
so
no.
the obvious one was, of course, Eminem. That's the player which everyone wants to talk about, but there's someone who I think is really deserving of an extra mention because of the fact that they could have been overshadowed and they somehow haven't been. I'm going to talk about the bot laner from X7. Nata has been pulling off an absolute stormer of the first couple of weeks. You look at the champion pool, those ones which are highlighted there are 2 champions which haven't belonged to any other player in the league. The Twitch, the Draven, he's shown a breadth of champion pool, but on the Astralis, he has been an absurd playmaker as well. If DJ, we can roll the clip. What
That's
might
my
not
quote.
be shown in the stats is just his ability to see the aggressive angle to take in the play. We saw it yesterday in the huge turnaround where X7 were on the ropes for the first time. They're in a position where they needed to play
Wait
themselves
for it.
out of a ditch. And it's the flanking of Felios. Gets the Infernum, gets the Gravitum, gets about as much value out of those weapons as you can do at that point. And that is the play which decides this game.
I think the most important thing that Namera said, and we need to highlight it again, is like you're playing with Haru, you're playing with Tempt, you're playing with Kasing down in the bot lane, and it feels like they're still putting resources into Nata, and he puts them to good use. He has not been overshadowed by anyone in his team, and I really love the fact that Kasing is taking a step back from the play-making support. I feel like the Koreans in the team have brought also Korean fresh air in it, where we see a lot of enchanters for Kasing and Nata taking the first step.
This allows them to run wild.
I like the idea of bringing Nata. Nobody expected that. MNS, we were expecting MNS. And if you guys at home think that another player should be on this segment, why not drop by on Twitter and tell us who do you think it is and why should it be? And I was thinking, should we talk about the first game already? Or should we
What do you
look...
think? What would you like?
We have a
Take us
we have
away,
something for
Captain.
you, yeah, Nata. Because
Oh, we've already seen all the pretty plays. Turns out Nata's got the stats to back it up too. It's just strong performance across the board. Laning stats, obviously, a bit of a nice one there too. Just showing that even when it's before you get into the big team fight kind of phase, he's getting a lot of resources by his own good play.
And playing like this on the team that you guys are talking about, X7, it's really hard. Like shining on this team and getting Wendell to actually get opportunity to shine in is really, really hard. So Nata stands and above as an AD carry. Obviously, getting the Twitch and Yumi as well also allow
Okay,
that.
I think this was also X7 having just a little
fun.
bit,
You
gotta spice
bit of
it up.
fun. But I think the most important thing here is that it's not just about them having fun. I feel like even when they are on these sort of champions where they're like, oh, let's play Tom and Jerry, let's play Draven towards the bottom of the map, they are performing. They're putting on a show for us. And I think that all eyes on X7, they have been undefeated so far for a reason. And I think that teams are going to have to try even harder than Eminem did. I mean, Eminem took all of their strong champions. They got ahead and they still couldn't take them
Couldn't
down.
close it out.
So the question is, what does it take?
I don't know, but let's see if today it's what it takes to actually take down X7. But that's not the game we're going to talk about. And before we talk about the first game, we need some music. We need some lights. We need to go to the analyst desk.
Hit it!
Welcome back to the desk, and we have an apple.
We do. I didn't put that there. Did you put that there?
I don't see anyone around though.
I didn't.
Do you see anyone around?
I'm kind of scared now. Right, at least we could talk about some League of Legends. That tends to get my mind off of
Nuriki
things.
versus Eminem. This is going to be a big one in my opinion.
I think we need to also set like expectations and realities for both of these teams. Nuriki coming into the NLC, it's their first time coming into the NLC. Yes, they're known on second division, still a Masters, yada, 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 but it's the first time stepping in to face all those big teams that we also have, academies and not. And the reality is they have not necessarily been performing. They have showed us glimpses of what they can do, but the performance is not there yet. And yes, you can argue strength of schedule or not, but again, we need to see more of them because they've got that early game going, but we need to also see the adaptation and how do they get to those later stages of the game. And I think from the sort of Eminem, it's like, you've been relegated, you came back. You've been relegated, you came back. Clearly, we cannot get rid of you. And suddenly, they're starting to perform. And this is what matters for them.
They're very tenacious. We'll give them that.
Okay, that is a good word to put it in. But the game they won, Nuriki, if we can, it was a solid win. It was not, it was a win. No. The way they finally played to their strengths, to the AD carry, that to me brings that the team finally is understanding where they can play around. Can we see that today?
It's very vindicating, I think, for the carries of Nuriki, because these are two players, like we said, they've been around on this team for a while, and Nuriki have sometimes taken a little while to get rolling. We look at the qualifier series into the NLC Div 1 as well. They lost a couple of their first games, and actually then they beat Dusty, they beat Resolve. They ended up very worthy to be in this division. And then on the other side, we've got Eminem, who've always kind of been that kind of gatekeeper just on the fringe, but they're pushing beyond that for the first time at this one. I think both of these teams are looking to challenge that reality, challenge those expectations and go that one step further.
I think the cool thing about both of these teams is that Eminem have that mid-juggle synergy that works so well. Kana and Royal Canin are absolutely tearing the Rift together, and if that's something I wasn't expecting, that was from Royal Canin. I feel like he's come into this particular split because I've been seeing him since 2019, and now finally I see him pop off, and it's really cool to see him play more aggressive styles, especially with the Vex together with the Hecarim. Whilst if you go on the other side where you have Nuriki, you're like, your bot lane's popping off. Azitor has pretty clean laning stats. Only in the previous game was he able to translate them into quadra kills, KDA, mid and late game presence. And then Petoshka, finally, we've seen his Riven being banned so much. So we know he can play the more aggressive top side of the map. Pickjacks translated it as well. So we can see sort of like the two sides of the coin, where it's like mid jungle for Eminem versus two sides of the map for Nuriki.
I feel like it's going to be that kind of arms race, right? It's just like that ticking time bomb on both sides. We've got to see which one's got the shorter fuse.
There we go. We jump into the Champion Select. We already got a few bans. Going to be the Corki set.
Now I know that there's 5 Nidalee bans and 5 Corki bans. I'm keeping that for the next true or false.
What about Hecarim? Kana is getting away with it. We still have all the AD carries open, so this could be...
I mean, the Sidra can pick it for himself here, right? Caitlyn is open, Jinx is open, Zinzao is open.
This is the kind of thing. So obviously, you were casting some Div 2 yesterday. It's one of the thoughts I had during that kind of series of events too, is that if you have both Caitlyn and you have Jinx up at the same time, it feels like one of those old samurai movies where the first team to draw loses, right? You pick one of these bot lanes, you can counter it with some top lane picks, picking a GP and stuff like that. On the other side, we're just deciding to go straight away from these more traditional AD carries, put in just the heavy dive bomb combo.
Honestly, I love this. I think here they might choose to go towards Petoshka playing the strong side for Nuriki, even though they're on blue side. So they have decided to put Mishigu on his really strong Ziggs. We've seen Mishigu, his previous performance on the Ziggs, he absolutely popped off. He was playing melee Ziggs, no one was able to touch him, and he has been banned ever since. And that solidifies here that they probably do want to play towards the top side of the map.
But now, okay, so Eminem, the one way out of this I can see is actually if they can flex the Ziggs into the mid lane, because there's a real problem with the Ezreal Yuumi, where you know you're not going to have lane pressure to actually punish the Ezreal Yuumi, because you're probably going to lock in a Leona, right? Because Ziggs Leona is the big thing. Maybe you can put in a Nautilus. There are a couple of lane pairings there, but there's nothing which is going to upset this Ezreal Yuumi, and then you're going to have to deal with that in the late game, and also deal with the Jinzao with the Yuumi on top of them into the mid game. That's a big problem.
So I actually here do not mind Lulu next to a Ziggs, because you've got the speed ups next to the Hecarim. You also have a lot of shields to stop the pull coming in from the Yuumi Ezreal. And I'm also seeing Yuumi sort of, you know, take a stroll towards the top side of the map where the Zinzao is later on in the stages of the game, where Ezreal can actually sit underneath the tower. I feel like they both have pretty good push in power. It just depends what kind of supports are going to be staying open. The one thing we need to talk about is Kana on Hecarim, because he has been on an absolute roll on this champion. We've heard Gulbok talk about it over and over again of how good Hecarim, Kana is on Hecarim, and right here they're going to have to figure out a way to shut him down.
Is this our first action in the NLC?
I think we've seen him before.
I think we saw him
It's the
once,
first one I've been on the
by
desk,
way.
so I'm just like, wow, I get to talk about my first action because it is such a lane-dominant champion. It reminds me of the old Lucian solo lanes where you'd have this 5 to 10 minutes of dominance and then you really need to have made a huge lead at that point. With both bot lanes kind of saying, hands off, let's go somewhere else on the map, having the resources put into an action to set them up for success, it adds that volatility which Eminem might want to just get a leg over on that Ezreal Yuumi scaling into relevance is the one.
But with the early pick action, do you think they might be able to counter pick him? Do you know where he's going to be, like top or mid? Can he be a flex?
He can be a flex between the solo lanes, but the only hard counter to an action is Jax. Jax is the one thing which does really well, and Patoska literally showed that in the last game, so that's a potential.
I'm wondering if that's Bobista in the top lane actually playing Akshan, because Vex is still open and available.
Yes.
I think Vex is really easy to get into the backline to reach the Ezreal together with a Hecarim, and then Akshan can dive in, and Rakan can also dive in. I don't think anyone gets left behind. The second the fears land on top of each other, then you suddenly have a Ziggs sealing the deal with a huge ass bomb.
Anti-dive. This is the thing now. You've got so many anti-dive champions. The Yuumi's going to be stuck on one of these tanks. You've got the Xin Zhao ultimate, which is kind of like the phony front line. It's like for 5 seconds, you don't take any damage. And then you've got the Cho'Gath there too. This is a really hard comp to dive into. I'm really liking this direction from Nuriki.
I'm lacking damage. I'm lacking damage from Nuriki. I'm like, your Ezreal is just not going to be enough. I need something, especially if they're looking at Victor or something here. Okay,
that definitely helps.
You know what, guys? I'm out. I'm out.
Right here.
Nah, I've had enough.
By the way, we still have to deal with this one because Sylas, the last pick, you have a lot of good ultimates if you want to steal, especially the Hecarim ulti. But
Trouble Inc. will walk to the casting death, then die of a game 1 banger. I want to see what the R5 is here from Eminem because you can see the whole identity of this team competition coming in from Eminem, like where they're trying to go for that hard dive. Now, this definitely helps with the Cho'Gath, because if you have this, if you have the Cho'Gath on the top lane, the Cho'Gath actually becomes a source of damage for Eminem, where you've got this hard dive, and the Cho'Gath's HP bar is then just dumped onto your poor Ezreal in the back lane. It's dumped onto your poor Xin Zhao, which might die even within his ult at that point. But Bista has a real chance now to take over this game with these huge showstoppers.
With this set on the top side, dealing with the Cho'Gath, he deals so much percentage damage in the early game. He can just set up for a few kills, and if you don't allow Cho'Gath to farm in the early game, you kind of squishy even though you're trying to get something out of that. But this is the composition that we're going to get. And before we toss it to the caster's desk, tell me, where do you think the early game is going to be? Because, by the way, Eminem Gaming always have the first dragon.
So the thing about Eminem is that, yes, you can talk about first dragons and stuff like this, but Hecarim loses almost every 2v2 in the game before level 6. And then you're on the other side, you got the Sylas. You can brawl a little bit, but maybe not so great into the Akshan. A lot of this early game pressure from Eminem has to come from lane pressure from Akshan. That's what I'm looking for.
So this is going to be the early game, and we'll, whoa, there we go. We need to toss it to the casters. We have initialized with trouble as well. Good luck, guys.
Why did he say good luck?
Who knows?
What are we for?
Oh man, I've got to say, that apple was really good. I'm Ryuk. Sorry, I mean initialize. And got to prepare for trouble. I'm going to make it double.
No,
she's going to hit me for that one. I get one.
No.
I get one. That's it. I get
No.
one. I'm not apologizing. I'm just going to get like beaten up after this cast, and it's my fault. Right.
Violence does solve everything, though.
Katarina main, by the way. So we're coming onto the Rift with a very glorious view of the various wildlife available to your senses on the Rift, but interesting drafts to talk about there. Your initial thoughts now, you've had a little bit of time to think about it. We were talking Eminem's mid-jungle's pretty good, but side lanes from Nuriki potentially quite dangerous. Have you got a favorite coming into this first match today?
I don't know if I have a favorite. I definitely do see a lot of comfort from both teams here. You've got Kana on his Hecarim, you've got Mishigu onto his Ziggs, and then if you look on the other side, I think it's what we talked about a little on the desk, is that Patoska is not going to play on anything that's aggressive. He took a step back. He was also playing blue side, right? So there was no counter pick right there. And they have all eyes on that mid jungle from the side of Nuriki. I feel like this is going to be Desidera and Aero trying to shut down Kana and Royal Cannon, who make all the plays on the map in the early game. And if you also look at their summoners, Royal Cannon is going for that ignite.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm expecting to see a little bit of action with Kana towards the middle of the map to try and shut down the Sylas.
All right, all eyes on mid-jungle 2v2. And honestly, for Nuriki, that's easier said than done, because let's be real, Royal Cannon and Kana have been putting on incredible performances so far. what they were doing even yesterday versus X7 of all people. It was brilliant for the first 30 minutes, and then it kind of fell apart. They've got to try and stabilize a little bit here today. They've got their, Nuriki got their first win yesterday. See what they can do here against Eminem, who've been on the rise.
The very interesting thing here is also to take a look at where the junglers start, right?
Yeah.
You've got both junglers starting towards the bot side of the map, which means that they're going to end up towards the top side of the map. Now, top side of the map is a little bit of a noodle fight.
Yeah.
You've got a Set and you've got a Cho'Gath. They both kind of want to scale, but the thing is that Hecarim and Set have pretty good setup to sort of shut down that Cho'Gath before he starts getting the stacks, before he starts getting too tanky for his own good. Now, going back to what this Cho'Gath is going to do for Nuriki, it's sort of like what Namera said. You have this beefy line in front of your carries, but I'm like, that's an Ezreal and that's a Sylas, and don't see too much continuity in the damage, which means that that Xin Zhao and that Cho'Gath need to tank for a majority of the time and not die. Whilst if we look on the other side of the map, you've got the Akshan, you've got the Set, you've got the Hecarim, you've got the Ziggs, you have so many sources of damage. It's just leaning towards who's gonna get ahead first.
Yeah, and while obviously Abagnale is on the Yuumi, that might add a little bit of survivability. That's still got to get to the point where they've got the items so they can hold it together, and you've called it out already. That is just so much damage to deal with. Of course, I am really excited to see what Royal Cannon can do on the Akshan. He's got the Ignite, you've called it out. He's on this champion that needs to get things going early, and honestly, if there was a player at the minute on this Rift, I feel like he's one of the guys who could do it. Something caught you right?
That was a pretty good read right there. If you see, Aero instantly moved towards his jungler because they called for assistance. Kana is so much faster at farming his jungle camps than the Xin Zhao. So Hecarim is faster than the Xin Zhao, so they expected from the side of Nuriki for it to be an invade from the side of Hecarim. Now that they know they've stopped the Xin Zhao from taking the Gromp, Kana can actually move down, take the scuttle, and he can also move to the other side of the map, because if you can see Royal Cannon in the mid lane, he has so much priority, and so does the bot lane of Eminem. So Hecarim right here can do whatever he wants, and he's actually going to go towards that Xin Zhao on the Gromp.
I mean, every lane shoved in, and Kana's here to start throwing down some more pressure. Desidera is just probably going to have to back away from this. I mean, maybe he can stick around. He's going to be a 2v1 right now. Set's thinking about coming around the corner, but it's just too late, and Desidera gets a hold of it, but I like the pressure idea there.
I like the pressure too, and at this point you will see that Desidera started backing, and now he has to stay towards the top side of the map to cover for his Cho'Gath. They might actually have their eyes towards getting Bobista right there or blow his flash, which is what they did. But if you look on the other side of the map, Hecarim is taking everything. Kana has taken top control of the river, he's put a really deep ward into Desidera's jungle, and now he's taking control of the bot side of the map, which means that the whole bot side, Royal Cannon onto that Akshan, as well as the Eminem bot lane, can pressure the bot side of the map, which is exactly where Desidera is going to be returning to. So look at Dr. Chaos. He's already in there. He's going to put down the vision. They're going to be spotting the Xin Zhao everywhere that he is.
And that control wall going down. Wait, they've just walked past it. They've just left it alone. They're going to see whether anybody else is around, and I think maybe Desidera will come and clear out that ward, and he does, in fact, do that. Phew, breath of relief. I was a bit worried there, but I'm going to call it out. This is another early game in which Eminem look really competent, really coherent, and are making solid moves across the map.
I mean, first of all, oh my God, okay, our observers are smurfing because I was just about to talk about the vision, and look how much of these red dots you see in Nuriki's jungle. Wherever Desidera walks, they know exactly where he is. Now, the Xin Zhao, of course, is a little bit of an early game playmaker as well. So you want to be getting towards your Sylas, especially towards that level 6, right? Where you can get either the Hecarim or the Akshan ultimate on your Sylas, and you can start making plays. But if you spot down where that Xin Zhao is the entire time, Royal Cannon knows how to play safe, and the bot lane knows how to play safe.
I'm tilted, Trouble. I thought that control would have been spotted. Azator and Abagnale walked over it, and it's still there! Quite upset. That control ward has been walked over 3 times, and it's still there below the red buff. That vision you called out, it's part of it, the fact it's still there, the fact that it's been put down and not cleared away is such a frustration, and I wonder if that's going to come back and bite them.
So, right here, I think that we have both teams that actually don't want to throw arms yet.
Sure.
They just want to chill. They just want to scale towards the late game. And we mentioned how if Eminem have enough damage to burn through all the healing and shielding that the Yuumi is going to do and burst someone down, it's going to be an easier fight for them later on. If that Yuumi gets to stick on a target like the Zinzao or the Sylas and stay alive forever, this is going to be very problematic for an Eminem that is pretty squishy overall towards the bot side of the map. Now, what is really important here is to again throw to the people that watch us who's Nuriki and who is Eminem, especially since that start of the game is a little bit slower as well. Nuriki coming again from the second division. They've played Tilia Masters. They're known from the second divisions, but it's the first time playing in the NLC with that roster that has gelled together. Now, going back to Eminem, they've been relegated, they've come back, they've been relegated, they've come back. They see they're a good spot onto that ward right there. He just something to two people, buddy.
He does, however, get the level 6 off that and just
took
get
the
to
buff.
walk away. Yeah, he does get the steal away, and credit to Desideri there. I think he got away with that one. He's go back and thank you. That ward,
Honestly,
it's gone, finally.
I think that was a little bit of a whoopsie from the side of Eminem. You have committed time to walk your Akan towards there, walk your Akshan towards there, your Hecarim is there. Not securing that red buff is a little bit of a whoopsie because you could have set that Zinzao further behind. But as you can see, it's now Kana who is behind in tempo. He's still level 5. He's gonna get level 6 off of his own blue buff, whilst Desideri is already clearing up his Groms and he's looking for that level 6. We've talked about possibly towards the mid lane of the map where you've got the setup with the chains and with the Sylas. Possibly if you see the Hecarim as well, still that ultimate have that engage.
Okay, I mean, that's one of the strongest ultimates that Sylas can steal. And
straight into mid lane.
And look who's there with him. Jin Zhao's decided he's become a pet owner, got himself a cat in the book. You know, giving yourself more intelligence as you go along with that, as maybe a bit more as Mishigu and Dr. Chaos around as well.
I need to give props to Eminem right here because we mentioned how after Desideri is level 6, he's probably going to look to take a pick in the mid lane together with Aero. They instantly read that. They moved Mishigu into the mid lane. They have him clearing up this wave, which means that Aero cannot move away from the mid lane. The Ezreal is not that quick at clearing the bot side of the map. So I feel like so far Eminem and Kana have been taking the upper hand in this whole trade in the jungle. The bot side of the map, there is nothing. You can't dive Mishigu because he was already in the mid lane. He has also spotted them.
Though. And they got a flash on top of him. I don't think he can just get out. That's an ult up into the air, but it's just a 21 gun salute, and he's down for first blood.
I was just complimenting him.
Literally,
I was just
you cursed
complimenting
him. What are you doing? Trouble.
I mean, it wasn't my fault. I literally said this is such a clever play because putting your Ziggs in the mid lane means he's not diveable in the bot lane because there's no one there. And this is what Nuriki tried to do. They tried to push into the jungle to try and dive whoever was bot lane, and the Mishigu just walks into them.
Exactly. I was about to say, look, you know, the prize that they get from the early sort of jungle pressure was Kana getting the Rift Herald for free. Mishigu gets to back to lane, they can stop the dragon happening. Instead, Mishigu dies and they get a dragon. It's a much more even, honestly, positive trade.
The problem here is that also the Ziggs has burnt his flash.
Yeah.
So he can't necessarily move too freely around in the bot lane, especially with the Zinzao on the loose. On the other hand, though, again, the two junglers, if you look at the Siddur, if you look at Kana, Kana is ahead about... He'll be 20 CS ahead at this point. You see 3.2k versus 3.3k. Of course, Zinzao also has a kill to his name due to Mishigu going down. But Kana overall has been ahead, and there's a big wave building up on the top side of the map. Maybe they could also consider diving Betoshka, or even better, taking his flash.
They can certainly give it a go. Of course, Cho'Gath, if you can land things like the Rupture, if you can land things like the Feral Scream, you've got ways to turn around those dives, but looks like Hannah's going to instead turn back towards that Skull Grab, pick that up instead, and maybe look to use this Rift Herald somewhere, and maybe link up with Royal Cannon, who's now heading up into the river as well.
Honestly, I would like to see Kana drop the Rift Herald close to the Ziggs, because it's going to be so easy, especially with the satchel charge, to take a tower down really quickly. You just put a lot of, a few hits, like Petoshka's going to take a few hits here.
And there's a showstopper afterwards. No way, no how Petoshka goes down, and that is an evening up of the kill score. Not going to put the Herald down, though, just go for the reset.
Yeah, I think the reset here is really good, and you just run it down towards the bot side of the map, and you try to get your Rift Herald around your Ziggs, again, where you can take the tower really quickly. Now, going back over the replay, we have seen Kana going around the tops of the map, which we said at the, in the early stages of the game, that there is a bunch of setup together with the set and the Hecarim. You saw how much CC that Cho'Gath was under, and of course, when you don't have a bunch of defenses, when you don't have a bunch of these stacks already on you, it's going to be really rough to survive. Positives for Petoshka, he did have his teleport teleport available to get back into lane, so he hasn't missed on much, and he also did not burn his flash, which means a reoccurring gank happens, but Toska will have his flash available to try and get away.
Absolutely. Does it, you lose at least a minimum there. I think that's fair to say. And you've still got a few minutes until this dragon, so you can sort of think about setting up your lanes to maybe be around and turning things around as Nuriki start pairing up with some of their bot side of the map to try and control this bot side river, as there is a Herald in Cannon's inventory, as we mentioned before. Maybe thinking about dropping it mid, or just looking for a reset for Cannon. Not quite sure.
At this point, honestly, because the Ziggs has also lost the flash, I would like to see the team moving around together with Michigo to try and put into action that Rift Herald, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to run it down the bot lane, possibly try to clear out the wave, but there's just no wave with Michigo. This is why I would like the Ziggs to go towards the mid lane of the map, where he still has flash available, and we all know that Akshan does really well on the side lane as well.
Okay, well, thus far, that's not what's happening. Got to see where the troubles
Again,
requests come through. They're going to go again.
They're pinging bot side of the map because they know that the Sidere has Abagnale on him and he's not currently on the bot side of the map. That is great stuff right there. They will take one more wave. The Ziggs will push and they will also sit in that bush. Now, I don't think this is a great move if they want to dive, because Eivor still has his TP available. But again, that combo with the Ziggs and the Rift Herald charging the tower is just very deadly for the tower.
It disappears, in fact, is what it is. It's like, obviously, it's one of those things that Herald goes up in priority the more if you've got the Ziggs, just because of the extended execution range. And they get that first tower, it extends the gold lead. They've got their about 2,000 or so gold as it stands. Not a bad start. It's just been relatively quiet, I think it's fair to say.
I mean, yeah, you've got an Ezreal which scale into the late game. You've got the Cho'Gath as well and the Sylas. You know that these guys are menaces when it comes to the late game, both in tankiness and a bunch of damage. And on the other hand, you've got the Ziggs. You need a few items on the Ziggs for it to blow someone up. And talking about items, Ludenseko completed from Michigo. You also have the Sunderer completed for the Hecarim as well as top laner items, and also Gold Drinker for the Sidere onto that Zinza. So a bunch of mythics have already been completed. Now, I really like what Eminem are doing. They're ahead of the play right here because they have transitioned their bot lane towards the top side of the map. There's already one tower plating that has fallen, and having the Ziggs towards the top side of the map, you open bot, you open top, and then you can bleed your pressure through mid.
Azator wisely arcane shifts away there, as there was an attempted look at a gank there, and as you kind of called out, is an Everfrost for the Cho'Gath. That's not full tank, and of course it's Patoshka. This is the guy who's known for Riven, for Jax, that kind of thing. Exactly. I want to see whether this goes even more into the AP front, because I would enjoy that. I just don't know whether that would be sensible.
Oh, this is really dangerous. Patoshka is like really clever here because he knows he cannot see the Hecarim and he cannot see where the Rakan is. Now, I'm really liking the fact that they have suddenly started playing around Michigo. It's just so important to take the Ziggs around the map. I've mentioned so many times that Ziggs is an AP Caitlyn. He loves pushing the lane, he loves taking towers because he has the ability to take them down really easily. Now you can push a bunch more waves on the top side of the map and then reset and go towards that dragon area. Now I think what they're going to do here is obviously they're going to sacrifice the dragon because it's already up, you don't have time for a reset, and you also have the entire top side of the map already warded and ready and available for you. So that was a pretty good push. There's a bunch of minion waves that went towards Michigo, and then he will also be able to go back to the fountain, possibly buy his boots here, because you will need that extra movement speed versus the Sylas and versus the Cho'Gath, of course, and then transitioning towards the middle, where you've got another Rift Herald going to the hands of Eminem.
Absolutely, and all the while, you saw that dragon did go down, but then that rotation up to the Herald, it's a pretty well-timed shove on top side, all things said from Eminem. And it is Hex Gates time for the additional space of group teleporting, that is a probably very dead set, but Babista doing a pretty good job with the shield there. Still goes down. Zidre did have to burn the flash though, but clean stuff from Nuriki.
Honestly, that was a 4-man dive. I see a flash, a heal, an ignite, and 4 ultimates burned.
Yeah.
To just kill a set. And Babista does still get to keep his flash. I'd say this is a big W from the side of Eminem because they get that mid lane tower for free. And if I'm not wrong, they could very easily try to get a second charge because it's just Babista in the mid lane. There's no one else to defend that.
Now there's the Zidre and the Yuumi as well to try and turn this around. But because you said there's no ultimate, they just burned the bot and they're both just gone. that's them dead. They overdive, they overforce, they can't defend it, and
That
they lose
would be a
mid-lane.
tier 2 mid lane as well. That is so, honestly, start to finish, this is such good macro coming from the side of Eminem. Whoever the shot caller is, props to them, because Eminem have been playing around Michigus Ziggs so well. Taking bot side, done. Taking top side, done. Taking mid, done. You see that the entirety of Nuriki down the bot lane, we just mentioned, they burnt everything to kill Bobista. So the second Desidero walks in with a cat, no ultimates available to them, they instantly go down, and they also gift wrap that tier 2 mid lane tower over to Eminem. Now this is going to be very dangerous, because you're like, you have a Zinzao and you've got a Cho'Gath, so you could technically face check, but you can't, because they're not tanky enough yet. If you run into a Hecarim and a Rakan, you're gonna get locked down for ages.
And like, this is the Eminem that you've said has gone down and up and down and up this league
this is a new
so
beast
much.
of an
And it's a
Eminem.
completely new beast, and I am really, really enjoying what we're doing. Yes, the last few games have actually been quite action-packed for them, all about the mid-jungle and the dives and getting those snowballs rolling. This is a different look of cleanly snowballing a game with the Ziggs. We were a little bit nervous, or at least I was, about potentially being a little slow, about not moving
Bobista
Ziggs early. And then
Is he ice skating? He was ice skating for a little bit.
Brilliant. I mean, I wish I could ice skate like set like that. I wish I could play the League of Legends like Eminem could right now, because I have been really impressed. Their game versus X7 yesterday was inches away from a beautiful, beautiful upset, and I feel their 2-3 record is a little bit unfair to them after that first week.
If I could make a comparison here, a very light comparison.
Okay.
This reminds me of 2021 Rogue from the NLC.
I see where you're going with this.
They dominate bot side of the map, they bleed the pressure top, they take mid, and then slowly but surely they're choking you in your own game, and then you're suddenly 4,000 gold ahead, that Eminem is right now, and you're like, how has this happened? But if you look at the map, 2 towers are missing from mid lane for the side of Nuriki. 2 other towers are missing also from top and bottom from Nuriki. That means that Eminem now have a very easy pathing into the Sidera's jungle. You can put down a bunch of wards, which means that now you have priority in the river and you can start denying dragons for Nuriki.
Appropriate timing to bring that up, because it's about a minute and a half until that next dragon spawns, and as you said, there's the vision control going down nice and early, and I just don't think Nuriki are going to have much of an opportunity to even defend this dive in bot, as Toshka has got to flash away. The teleport will come through from Hero as well to help defend it, and
But that was what?
That's
that
it.
was 1 Rakan W and 1 Ziggs ult, and it took a flash and a teleport out of Nuriki. It feels like every time Eminem are pressing buttons, somebody either dies or pays dearly with a bunch of summoners. And this is what happened here for Nuriki as well. Now, let's take a little bit of a look before the dragon fight and see what the setup looks like for this dragon, because it's going to mean soul point for the set of Nuriki. So this is very important for them to make sure that they've got their vision down and they're ready to fight Eminem. Now, talking about fighting Eminem, this is the perfect time, if you are behind, which Nuriki is, to fight your opponent team on the what I call 1.5 item deficit, which means that Eminem have not yet completed the second item, so they're sitting on Mythic and a couple of components, which means that it could be easy-ish to turn the tides around. Very important. Moonstone completed for Abagnale onto that Yuumi. Can he keep his teammates alive, especially Aero? I think Aero is going to be the one to highlight during the fights. Can he zone away Michigo? Can he dive into the backline together with the cat and stay alive while doing damage?
if they can win this fight, they secure themselves soul point. That would be a big deal. If they lose it, though, this game is looking pretty close to lights out with the gold lead that's already gone down, and that's a nasty chunk. But of course, as you mentioned, Moonstone helps turn that one around a little bit with the help of some zoomies, and Stroll Cannon just going rogue on the side there, off vision.
The thing that Nuriki haven't done here is they haven't necessarily pushed that mid lane wave, which means Eminem are getting to walk into that river for free. And look at Royal Cannon's positioning. He's going around.
Oh no, Desidra's just gone before we can speak about it. The final chapter comes through. I just don't think it's going to be enough. 3 dead already. Dragon resets, and Patoshka will be felled as well. That is a clean ace. Nothing to write home for Nuriki there. They're gone.
that is a clean ace. That is a clean game from Eminem. It's honestly A to Z. They push in the mid wave so they can easily enter through the jungle. You see, Royal Cannon came from their red side, and there were another 2 members coming from the blue side, and then there were another 2 members coming in from the river. So they were all over the place. And who goes down first? The one who holds the smite for the side of Nuriki. So if we see this one more time, you see that Dr. Chaos is going to go towards the right side of the map where the Sidere is. Bobista has already walked forward, so he is zoning away the carries from Nuriki, and Royal Cannon is coming from their own jungle. So they don't necessarily know where to focus first. The jungle goes down. Abagnale, we said, is that Yuumi strong enough with just a Moonstone to keep people alive? The answer is no. Eminem are going to deny Soul and take Baron. And with so many towers down, I'm thinking that this Baron is going to be used very wisely to push down the 2 outer towers remaining for Nuriki.
And what a ridiculous series of plays, from all of that gold to getting control of the red side jungle to that dragon fight where they get 5 for none, they stop the dragon stacking, and then they get Baron on spawn. Ridiculous series of play for Eminem. They're up 7,000, 7,500 gold, deservedly at this point in the game.
Yeah, and I'm wondering again, where is Nuriki's damage? Because I don't think the Ezreal is going to be consistent damage enough to take members down. I don't think the Sylas is enough to dive the backline and survive when there's so much lockdown CC on the side of Eminem. And I'm just wondering, is this Nuriki composition, like we mentioned on the desk, enough? If it has it got enough of damage output?
They're gonna try, and that's Michigu who goes down. Massive shutdown that's picked up by Yuumi, but now Dr. Chaos needs to think about escaping. Aero taken pretty low, but remember, he's got the Yuumi on his back. Zoomies will help turn this around, but Desiree falls, and Cannon is coming around the back. He's heroic swinging, and yes, you're right, there's Babista, Canna on the killing spree, and the hooves keep thundering forwards. Azator will get out of danger with the arcane shift, and I appreciate the attempt, Nuriki, but it falls flat one more time. They just don't have the damage. You called it already.
Well, they need to kill Michigu, but then Babista arrives and everyone else arrives, and it's just not enough. They overcommit, they reach out underneath the tower, and then the rest of the Eminem squad come into the rescue. So yes, Michigu ends up, ruining a little bit his KDA right there, but again, the same issues underlie still. They're gonna use that Baron. You see Babista was on the bot side of the map. He was trying to figure out, he was trying to push out wave to try and get in another tower, but what successfully Nuriki has done is stop the push, which means that this Baron is completely nullified from taking any objectives from the map from the side of Eminem. Really good engage right there from the Sidere. They catching off Michigo off guard, and also Dr. Chaos almost goes down. Now, you see that Babista was actually building the waves in the bottom of the map to try and push in this tower, but the second that Royal Cannon also joins the fray, he's just so strong. He's such a tank killer, especially on action with Kraken, that the damage output was just too much. Nuriki had to back off. They knew that Babista also has flash, so it's very dangerous if you flash in and grip someone.
It feels a little bit like that scene in Jurassic Park where you've got the T-Rex chasing you after you in the Jeep. It's like, oh my days, there's this Hecarim running at Mach 5 behind me. It's like, this has gone very wrong very quickly. And I appreciate that Nuriki went for the attempt, that they tried to stop the Baron push before it begins. That they did actually find an okay engage. It's just, it's possibly a little bit too little and a little bit too late, and that's a bit crazy to say only 20 minutes into the game, but it is such a significant lead.
I know, it's like about 8,000 gold in Eminem's pocket, and again, Eminem is just gonna keep getting stronger. The Ziggs now has 2.5 items, same for Action. You see how tanky suddenly Babista and Canna are with the addition of Sterax as well. And I think Royal Cannon right here, they think they have him
I think he's in trouble. Yeah, he's gonna be getting a little bit of support. That's Canna coming through the mid-jungle. Of course they're here. And he's out, and he's throwing down a comeuppance as well. No, he's stolen from Silas. That's appropriate, isn't it? That's gonna be 2. Well, 1 for 1, actually. I apologize. Aero now on the backside of this, trying to see whether he can find some miracles, some magic to work with, but that is the quickness. He's going to get knocked up and knocked down. An aura of dread, I think that's been going through Nuriki's heart already. One final bouncing bomb secures it, and another play is turned around.
I can't fault Nuriki for trying to make a pick onto Royal Cannon right there, but the entirety of Eminem were building up their way towards the bottom of the map. Babista also had its TP up and available. I think this game is almost as good as gone unless Nuriki can somehow find a miraculous pick on both Michigu and Royal Cannon and leave Eminem with no damage dealers. I don't really see a way of this turning around because Babista looks big, it looks like he has a lot of HP, but he's so squishy because he's gone towards that AP round.
It's not like Set and Hecarim are known for having low base damages at this point. You know, it's all well and good getting rid of those guys, but if you lose all of your health bars doing it, then maybe it's trouble. But here we go again. One last attempt, and that's a stopwatch. That's a stolen quickness, but it's already 5% HP. He gets out for now, but it's a flash from Babista. Not going to quite get it with that Haymaker. But Roll Cannon gets from across the wall with the comeuppance. Now Dr. Chaos heading forwards with the Grand Entrance. A knock-up from the Rupture from Patoshka. And I think he might fall down as well. A heroic swing forces a flash away from the giant void monstrosity. And another play is just a little bit too far. It's feeling more and more like desperation.
I was about to say that was a little bit of a desperate play coming in by Aero, because I could see it if Yuumi could follow you with a teleport. I'm like, fair enough, you do have backup. But Abagnale was just running all the way to this fight, and you're TPing into 3. You see where you TP, you have vision where you TPing in, and he just instantly had to pop on his stopwatch, and from there on out, his team could not follow up. Again, Patoshka is just not tanky, and the Zinza was not able to sit in the front lines, and by the time Yuumi is there, the fight is as good as dead.
It's over. I mean, it's not 100-0, but it's 100-5%. Like, that's off basically the duration of one Grand Entrance from Rakan. Your health bar is just gone.
It also felt like that is your sole point on the Dragon. You should not be throwing your chances of a fight away like this. I don't know if Aero saw an opening right there and he felt really strong, especially now that he's completed his second item, to just go in and 100-0 someone really quickly. But it's just so difficult when you've got Dr. Chaos and you've got Babista with so much CC in their hands.
All right, Analyst hard mode trouble.
Oh no.
Nuriki are, as it stands, nearly 10,000 gold down. Not quite, about 9.5. Yeah, 9.5. They've only got 2 dragons. Exactly. It's only 26. Exactly. Okay, let's give them that. They have no control across the map. They're down 4 turrets to 1. What on earth do you do, aside from praying for a miracle, to come back into this game? Is there any angles?
You figure out what you're going to play next Monday?
No, there is no silver lining from trouble. I'm just saying that is about as dead as brutal as it gets.
It looks a little bit grim because the only time the play worked is when Mishigu overstepped in the mid lane, and then they caught him off guard with the Siddur playing the front line. Now, of course, the Yuumi has almost got her Putrefier up and available. She's got her Moonstone. It's been stacking. You can sit onto the Sylas. All eyes on Aero. He has the Hecarim ultimate as well. But also Eminem do see that the Sylas has the Hecarim ultimate. You don't necessarily want to fight into this. The problem is that the only member that were able to cut off from the Nuriki was Mishigu, and now he has Flash.
Yeah, okay, I'll call out. It's not a silver lining, but it's like a tin lining. Oh. Azator has 3 items now. Maybe he can pull some miracle work. It's a very small chance, but maybe that can be an answer, as Dr. Chaos might be saying, yeah, you're completely wrong, Sam, and...
here goes your jungler.
Yeah, your jungler's gone. That's an Astralis shadow across the wall, and Azator is fleeing, flashes away from the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Patoshka is left out to the wolves. Double kill for Mishigu on the Ziggs.
Yeah, straight into Baron we go again, and you see the second Desiderius walks a tiny bit forward, he instantly goes down. The lockdown from the Rakan is just way too much. There's 4 damage dealers on the side of Eminem, so he instantly burns from AD and AP damage. Really hard to itemize against. He doesn't even have a second item. That gold drink is not going to give you enough.
Aero? He's trying, it's going in, but I just don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough. Sylas and Yuumi dead once more. It's a double to Babista, and Azator is the one man left standing. And yes, you can throw up the occasional Mystic shot, but it means nothing at this point.
It's just so sad to see that Nuriki are going down without a fight. I felt like Eminem have been playing the map Stella from minute 1. And as you can see here, we mentioned that all eyes on Aero because he has that Hecarim ultimate. But 1v5 is going to be impossible when you're 10,000 gold behind as well.
It's only 2 items. It's not a death cap. It's not 4 items. It's not 40 minutes in.
He's so squishy.
Exactly. This is just not... You don't quite have the damage yet. You don't quite have the stats to tank through that yet. And I'm not sure you ever will in this game because, yeah, now it is over 10,000. Now it's more like 12,000. Now it's a second Baron. And I think Eminem are quickly closing in on a very convincing victory.
Yeah, this is going to be very rough for the side of Nuriki to try and defend. They don't necessarily have the best wave clear. I mean, you do have the Cho'Gath, but you see that Cho'Gath and Sylas are both melee champions. They're going to have to get on that minion wave to try and shut it down and push it back. And the second they do that, there you go, Royal Cannon is going to try to jump in, gets the Yumi ult.
Oh, they thought they might be able to catch him going a bit deeper. Said there'll be a fight in the mid lane as Azathoth takes most of his HP. Canna is going to walk out, none the worse for wear. That is an absolute war horse right now. The armor plating on that one's looking more like a cataphract. So much damage coming across from that true shot barrage, but again, it just doesn't mean enough, and Patoshka's left to deal with Babista. He doesn't want to do that. That's not bad from Aero at the back end of this. That's a shutdown turn, though, as Royal Cannon bring him straight back to life. It's just not enough. The teleporting down bot to Zidre falls as well, and the moment of feel-good there is immediately undone by the action. It's just over.
That's action, baby. You kill my Ziggs, I'll kill you. My Ziggs is back up and available. He'll TP in. I think that was stellar stuff coming in from Eminem. That was class play. I think after week 2, they're continuing their clean playstyle. And honestly, I would love to hear the interview after with Asharon, because
Huge.
I want to know who is shot calling, what is happening in this team that has made such a huge shift from week 1 to week 2, because Eminem, that is clean sheesh.
Absolutely true. We had a segment earlier that was take a bow. It was for individual players. I think, honestly, Eminem, take a bow. Solid, solid stuff. I am well impressed. Don't take that loss to X7 to heart, because I think next time it's getting even spicier. But from us for now, we're going to cut to a quick break, and the analyst desk will take it from there.
Welcome back to the NLC. This is the post-game where we talk with the players, but before that, it was a massive victory by Eminem. Yet again, this team is just popping off. They don't care about anything on the league. They're just skyrocketing into the top of the standings. And we should talk with one of them. It's going to be with Michigu, who played Ziggs. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. What about you?
I'm doing really well as well. This was an amazing game by you guys. So the synergy is just popping.
Yeah, I would say so. We're improving a lot in scrims, and it's pretty nice that it's showing in games as well.
Tell me about the Ziggs. It's not the first time you played the Ziggs, and I do believe you guys really enjoy turrets, don't you?
Yeah. It's. I mean, I enjoy the champ a lot in general. I like playing mages. I think it can punish a lot of bot lanes, and I think a lot of ADC players don't really utilize mages that well. So it's just something I really like to play. And with the Herald meta right now, it's pretty broken as well.
There is a specific topic that I want to talk with you, the Ziggs and the ability power champions. You know, like one of the lanes to watch was on a bot lane between you and Aziter. Obviously, he's popped up on the last game as well. So this Ziggs was like a preparation to just ignore the lane and play for the team fights? Or is there something? Oh, tell me about that.
I mean, they can't really punish it that well with the Ziggs Yumi. Or, I mean, they should have been able to punish it harder, but since they leashed it was kind of free for us to just perma push. And since I'm playing solo AP, I feel like it's pretty easy to, even if I'm behind in CS, it doesn't really matter because I did so much damage anyways.
Yeah, you did, obviously. And the plays with the add-ons and the way you guys were rotating across the map, you completely shut down Nuriki. Was like this a preparation beforehand, like with the coach, or just an inside of the game adaptation?
No. I think usually that's just how you play with the Ziggs. It was a bit awkward this game because halfway through the game, someone asked me, Michigu, did you accidentally mute your mic? So I realized that my microphone had been muted for the first 15 minutes of the game, so I couldn't really call that well. But yeah, we still managed to win, thankfully.
I like the communication you have with the team, and that's something that I want to talk about. Like Dr. Chaos engages with Rakan were top-notch, and Kana popping in with the Hecarim, everyone on the team is just exceeding themselves as a core. But tell me, what is the player that surprised you the most so far?
Royal Kanin, I think he has played very well these games, and especially his Vex is very fucking clean. So I really enjoy playing alongside him.
And those spicy picks as well, right? Like the Vex and now the Akshan. Actually, Akshan reviving you at the end of the game, allowing you to join with the TP. How do you feel about that?
I think it's very unbalanced, and I love it.
I like it. So, looking into this team, last question for you. Looking into this team, we have to be honest. You guys are taking everyone now. Is there any team that you guys fear or don't want to play yet because you don't feel comfortable, or anyone can come to you?
No, I think we're pretty comfortable. I look forward to playing versus JDXL because I want to beat Torok. And I think that's what I'm looking forward the most to.
So you don't want to beat the team, you want to beat the coach?
Yes.
Okay, I like it. So thanks so much for this interview, and I wish you guys good luck for the next week as well. You guys are just rock solid so far. I'd like to see what you guys came on the next week.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too, man. There you go. Eminem are unstoppable right now. Nobody can just deal with them. And I like the idea of having a bot lane AD AP carry versus a coach of the other side. I would like to see how the XL team versus Eminem is going to fare out, because XL are just tremendously powerful right now, and having the Eminem, this is not even a David versus Goliath now. This is like a Goliath versus Goliath. I feel this is going to be an awesome game, and nobody took Eminem like as a good team, and now they're no longer the gatekeepers. They're joining the top of the standings. This is an amazing team to follow. But now I would like to talk with Nuriki, because on the previous day, they demolished Singularity. What happened, Petoska?
I mean, I think we had some ideas in draft that didn't really work out, and yeah, that's about it. We also didn't play very well. So, yeah.
Okay, I was talking with Nightmare about the draft, and you told me like this draft is solid. You guys have a lot to work on. You guys have a really good composition. Ezreal got a big lead in the beginning of the game. What happened that you guys couldn't use that lead?
I mean, I think we just misplayed the fight, and in like the early mid game we had some difficulties playing for any lane really. I mean, we were just playing this revive, which we thought was fine, but we messed up later, I guess.
And it was a complicated game for you as well, like picking the Shogath, fighting off versus a set, which is not easy to start off with, and obviously getting camped as a top laner, which is supposed to be an island, but it's an island with a lot of visitors from the other side. How did you feel on that matchup?
I mean, I don't mind the matchup. I think the matchup is bad for like the first 3 waves, and then you're fine. If you don't get dope, like on 3rd wave, you're chilling, and then I think Cho'Gath counters that, or like in team fights anyway. But yeah.
Okay, I have a big question for you. I hope you don't mind with this one. It's not the first time that Nuriki has had some problems with games, and you guys always come on top. There's always a way to work around that. Is the mentality and the spirit still there with Nuriki, or is there something deeper with the team? Can you talk about that?
I mean, yeah, I think everyone still believes we can win. It's just a bit of a rough road at the start, but I mean, maybe we can turn it around. We'll see.
I like the idea because you guys were always capable of pushing further, even though you guys were under. You guys were always able to climb, and I wish to see that team because you guys have a lot of talent. You guys are now finally playing for the bot side for Astralis. It was just smurfing so far. So I think it's those little details that are stopping you guys. I don't know. I would like to see you guys on week 4, and I'm really excited to see what you bring, Petoska. Thanks so much for the interview.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you. And there we go. And at this time, we do have someone with us on the studio. Nymeta, welcome.
Surprise, it's me. Hello, how's it going? Do you want to talk about that game?
I would like to... The nicest transition I've ever seen. Hello, surprise.
I like to
Can we
be pleasant.
talk? I like it.
Make your job easy.
So, tell me about this game, because you are one of the only guys at the studio that believed on the composition of Nuriki versus Eminem.
So, I think the core of this composition, again, is that actually you're giving Azator, one of our star players so far, a real ability to try and pop off in this game. But as we kind of saw, Azator never really had a stable platform to keep fighting around. The front line was caught out, and they didn't really survive the early game to a level where their frontliner, who should have been playing the front line, could play very well in those team fights. Eminem just kind of like, they just threw the guillotine down. Game was over after a couple of heralds. Gold League got too much, and you can see in kind of plays like this, right, going through the B-roll, like Desiderae on the Jins out, got a little bit done in the early game, but couldn't really transition that through into mid and late game. Now, do I think that's entirely his fault? No, because the lanes weren't working out in a way that Jins out could be really dealing with a Hecarim in so many ways as well. But you could see the pieces of the composition disengage, buy space for the Ezreal, but I mean, when you give over that much of an early game lead, it gets very hard to do that.
Then we take a look at the composition where you see Royal Cannon is just a monster now to deal with. And now on the bot lane, you have Michigo playing with the Ziggs. You don't need a lot of farm to make this champion work. Like every single member of the Eminem team is just working wonders. And if you can delete the enemy jungler, Kana can just go into the back line and all of a sudden, oh no, Ezreal should have a long distance, but he doesn't.
And it's also Kana on the Hecarim again. This champion keeps cropping up for this player and think, wow, this guy's pretty good. And, you know, Sam was saying at the end of that cast, ooh, Eminem, take a bow. Well, our segment for that next week might be featuring one of these players almost certainly.
I would like to see that because everybody's giving the Hecarim to Kana and it makes it work every single time. How can you play versus this sort of composition by Eminem?
Well, that was actually the style of composition which I'd maybe put on the table and say, actually, let's try and punish the dive. Let's say you're diving into the Silas. You can also use that Hecarim ult, start healing up. The Yumi's doing a similar thing. My mind starts flying over to champions like Kennen, which have fallen off the radar as well. Diving into a Kennen can be very, very problematic. Galio's been on the table too a little bit. We saw Kickers play a game of that for JDXL. These are the kind of champions where if you do reach over those boundaries a little too far, like we saw they did against X7 in that one game, then you start asking questions about actually you can only dive in, what do you play at that point? But you can't give over the early game lead to that extent.
I'll put the question on the table as well. Today, in the morning, I saw Janna being played on the LCK.
Very true.
And it worked
Lens,
wonders. Yeah, because you have that perfect disengage, like the tornadoes are getting stronger every single time. The ultimate, the Monsoon, is also wonderful as well. Would it be better to get the Janna or the Yuumi here? Because I know the Yuumi allows you to rotate and hunt, but the Janna is the disengage.
So part of that will depend on the patch, because obviously when 12.2 comes in,
Yeah.
you've got a couple of extra changes coming through, and I believe the Janna changes come through on that patch, but someone can absolutely flame me for getting that wrong if that's not the case. But yeah, something like a Janna takes us way back to that season 4, 5, 6, when they were so ever-present at that point, as some of our Korean gods used to play that game in, game out. That kind of mindset is very important to definitely do that, though, because Janna is so unparalleled, again, kind of like buying space, because the Monsoon just point blank says, get out of this zone, 80 carries safe. Now, the Yuumi doesn't have the same level of doing that, but has another degree of playing aggressively to do so with the ultimate, being able to lock people in place and kind of carry around with your carries as well. When you have the fighting junglers, Yuumi pairs up a lot better with them than something like the Janna, but into something which is so written on the tin, I'm going to dive on you into about 100 units range. Then yes, that's definitely a champion to keep your eyes on.
Okay, one last question before we toss it to the break is the idea that you have Azitor, you have like a big member that you're going to play around if you're Nuriki, which begs the question, on the NLC, like Kasing just told on an interview, you need a core, you need a 5-man unit that is threatening on every single lane. Having Azitor, but the rest of the team a little bit faded, is it enough to survive on the NLC?
So, as you all know, in the format of the NLC this season, you're not going to relegate between spring and summer. You do have a little bit more time to build up on that, which is a very crucial lifeline for the likes of Nuriki, for the likes of Singularity as well, to try and find that chemistry, find that spark, which will ignite much in the way that Eminem did as well. So I'm looking at all of these teams to say, you have these 5 people. We know that they have the skills that have succeeded in other levels at Tier 2 and into some of these games here too, particularly in the qualifying stage. You just need to find a way to get them all on the same page at the same time. That's what Eminem did in week 2. There's no reason to say that other teams can't do that later into the split or even into summer if it takes it.
I love that idea, and now we can toss it to the break because we're going to have the second game of week 3, day 2. It's going to be a banger. There we go. XD is going to how do you say it? JDXL. Yeah. I was just making a lot of. Yeah. JDXL is going to play off versus Singularity. Will Singularity be finally able to get that first victory, or will JDXL get another one? We'll see it after the break. Take care. And welcome back. It's on the analyst desk and JDXL. Listen, chat, I'm on to you. I know the memes you're putting up, and you guys deserve. So JDXL versus Singularity. Let's put this on the table. It's a hard game for Singularity. There's no way around it.
It is. And I think the best place to start at this point is saying you've already faced X7 at this point. You're going up against another one of our two perceived strongest teams in this region. And you have to really ask what approach you're going for, what angle you're going for here as Singularity, because you tried a couple of games with the Unorthodox, that didn't really land, but you're still trying to hope for that miracle upset. They looked a little better playing more standard junglers, going towards the Jin Zhao against Nuriki, but even that didn't work at this point. Where are you putting your dice? Where are you putting your money on the table? Because there are a couple of different routes you can go towards. None of them are easy, but one of them maybe has a route of a miracle win.
And I have to think about how's the team holding on to, because losing so many games in a row on the NLC, it's got to be tough.
It has, because what comes hand in hand with playing this kind of unorthodox style, as we were kind of saying with Nuriki in the game when they played against each other, actually Singularity and Nuriki, is that when you're doing the unorthodox and you go out there and you get hammered, you feel that much worse because there's another kind of target to kind of say, oh my God, what was that draft? What the hell is this player doing? Why are they playing this? And again, you can kind of go back into the mentality and say, oh, maybe they had a read on the team. Maybe they thought this champion was stylistically good against this kind of team and their identity. But the question is, do they have enough of that? What is the mental state like at this point from Singularity? We heard from Nuriki that they still believe they can win. They still believe they can pull it together. They believe that there's just a little bit of some things to clean up and then maybe they can get towards that. But Singularity, are they in the same spot or actually are they finding it a little bit more difficult at this point?
It's going to be a tough one, obviously, but then the idea comes in. XL are feeling comfortable. They have everything they need. The only game they lost was versus X7, and even that
was
game,
a great game.
was such a good game. Eminem versus Timp was like the battle, like the Batman versus Superman, it was amazing. I love to see it. Like, do you bleed? So like, yeah, you bleed. It was amazing. So looking into this game, do you think there's a window where XL are going to play a little bit more easy because, oh, it's Singularity, we can rest a little bit. But then you have Turok. He's going to slap the players if they fail. That's going to happen. How do you feel?
I just feel like Turok is becoming like this kind of occult overlord of XL, and it's just like this figure in the background looming ever closer. Turok.
Have you heard about Turok?
Have you heard about our great savior? Okay, moving on from that because there's just a.
I need a robe on the back just saying Turok. I need that on my life.
There you go, merch idea. We can work on that. But I think XL for me, coming into this game on my checklist of things I want to see from them is you got to put Singularity to the sword. You cannot give them a chance in this game. Make it look like another day at the office because we believe you are this caliber of team that should be representing our team on the EU Masters stage. You are going to go to higher stages. You are going to go to that point if you continue playing like this. Don't give us any room for doubt.
I want to see spicy picks. It's on to the champion select, JDXL. They're going to remove Caitlyn instantly. They don't want that AD carry. I know on the next patch is going to be a little bit more spicy because I know Senna will steal a lot of the spotlight. We should talk about that.
We saw Singularity playing the Senna yesterday. Actually, no, yesterday, Monday. The last Div 1 day.
It's a trap, isn't it?
Time flows very strangely in this realm of the world.
In Berlin, yeah.
But, so we've got the Caitlyn gone. Seraphine's gone as well. That's been banned against Singularity a lot. Maybe that just helps them go towards more front-to-back kind of disengagey styles, play out the range advantage. The Thresh stops you from playing both the Jinx and the Aphelios to quite the same degree of safety. Or if you pick the Lulu, you can kind of answer that with something like a Nautilus as well. So it's just kind of cutting down some of the breadth of bot lane, hyper carry lanes that you can have with a degree of safety.
So a few AD carries are still up for the first rotation, and you don't have that Caitlyn versus Jinx, the one killing the card.
So that's been very high priority. But then what we've seen with Diana for JDXL is that if you pick Diana into them, they play Gwen and they play the Vladimir, which you just can't gank as that champion. Instead, they've gone completely off script. They say, you want to play a Jinx into us, you're going to have to play against something that is so incredibly lane dominant that it has bullied out so many of our longer range AD carries. Varus locked in.
I don't know, like, Zamalek is that guy that plays lethal tempo. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. It's like, I'm going to play lethal tempo Varus. What can you do? What can you expect? Like, he's way too strong with that pick. Which means they can go for the Xin Zhao and probably with the Jinx for the bot lane if they want to face it off. But you feel like the Oh no! Oh no! Oh,
love it. I love
what
it.
is happening? What is
Tease
happening
me with that. I see it. I see this pick. But the Shinzao's already locked in. But, you know, Porp, a man of many unorthodox junglers.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've had the pleasure of casting him at the university, seeing me on the NLC team. It's like, it's a level to the point where you need to be so masterful at your not masterful at your champion, but masterful at your champion, that you don't have that same degree of like flexibility in your champion pool all the time to really get into the mid game or late game where your champion pops off.
Okay, it's going to be the Jhin, so we have the utility AD carry, and exactly, like, they can find a way to go into the backline. You don't have the Thresh to support you. Probably get the Karma on the next one and get that stability on the bot lane. And it's going to be the Trundle, so this is a hard one to run away from.
Yeah, because Trundle is one of those picks, like, I know, you know, Trouble's continually mentioned Rumble, so have I on this broadcast. Rumble is one of those picks which breaks the meta. Trundle can be as well, because you pick up the Shinzao, you pick up a lot of the front-to-back team fighters, which the meta has gone towards, and you get Trundle ulted, and your tank just melts. You don't get to front 5v5 at that point. Trundle also beats Shinzao at the early levels. You have a level 2 Shinzao. Actually, level 2 Trundle can deal with that. It's one of the few champions in the game that can. So it removes potentially some of the early game plays which Singularity were looking towards. Actually, in their game yesterday, they looked to be more stable in their early game, at least in Nuriki anyway. What will stabilize their mid game, though, is this champion which is continually removed, this Orianna right here, because Musa has been absurdly important to their team, especially on the champion like the Orianna.
And they need this Orianna. They need a team fight composition, because if you look into the other side, there's a lot of lockdown, there's a lot of CC. They can get access to that backline really fast. Jhin will be completely nullified if they don't get any sort of other threats, and I believe this should be useful.
Yeah, and I do like the Leona takeaway as well, because that's the prime lane pairing with the Jhin, because Jhin Leona, it's just like you lock someone down into the ult. It's not really aiming your shots at that point, it's just pointing at the point and click with the ultimate there. I mean, you maybe can lock in something like the Karma. You were mentioning that earlier in terms of stabilizing laning phase. Jhin Karma is very obnoxious at the level 1. It allows you to push in, allows you to get priority. Maybe that opens up some answers to kind of unbalance rather the jungle matchup, which we said is kind of in favor in Trundle in the early levels.
And then we have a lot of movement speed to run away, or even engage if you need. So it's going to be the Gwen now bend away. If this was solo queue, probably you will see the Zeta with the Jhin, which is the sniper action. I don't want to see that because it's painful, by the way.
Yeah, Solar Flare tends to really knock his lights out a bit. Zera's not happy in that match.
No, I don't want to see him anymore. Please don't do that. It's going to be the center to the mid lane, so that control champion Victor is still available. Corki as well, as if they need. But Eminez, it's Eminez we're talking about.
I just want to see what he picks up, because he's played five champions in 5 games at this point.
Can we get 6?
We get them. How many other champions have got to write in this book? Maybe
like another
assassin himself.
What do you fancy? Because when Trouble is on the desk, she gets a lot of predictions and they come true. I don't know why. How?
I mean, right now we've got 4 bans which are potentially towards solo lane at this point. I mean, for me, I'm always an Ahri player. I mean, if anyone's
Zero pick, Ahri.
Ahri, okay, it does actually exist.
I'm so disappointed.
It's a champion which exists, but it's not. Okay, whatever. Memes aside, I would like to see something again with individual agency. Right? M&S has managed to find any champion to say, look, I'm just going to run over the game with this. Doing it into quite a long range, quite a front-to-back composition. Actually, something like the Victor again is not awful here. You would have loved to have something like a Syndra, but you're kind of running out of options because of that many bans in terms of the meta champion pool. Unless you do want to go towards something like that Corki or the Victor once more.
They have to reveal who's going to be on the top and on the mid, but I believe they're buying some time for the mid lane as well. You need to pick that mid lane at last, so they have a little bit less time to work with that. It's going to be the Jace for the top lane, supposedly for the top lane. It's Eminez. Like, something can happen.
That's true. We rarely see Jace mid anymore. Doesn't mean it's completely off the table. And again, if there's anyone that's going to play M&S with his Champion Ocean, welcome to the Great Deeps here. He'd be the one to pick that up, of course. You have a lot of options here. It is going to be the Corki, so I believe, once again, that is a unique champion. I don't believe he's played the Corki.
Yeah, it is for him unique, but we've got a lot of Corkis on.
We have, so it's like, it's not exciting, but at least, we give him like a passing grade because at least it's keeping the record alive, and we like records because it's something that we can keep bringing up on graphics on our next week.
6 champions unique for him. That is amazing.
He's played more champions than there are games.
This is the Pacific Rim of the mid lane. And then you get the Ornn, obviously, for the team fight. You have the Orianna, you have the Braum, you have so many ways to clean the Jhin. But do you think they have enough physical damage on Singularity or even team fight capabilities?
So I mean, you look at this 5-man unit from Singularity and like, sweet, awesome, front to back, we can do that for days. But then you realize, like, hang on, the Trundle is going to mean our Ornn is really not going to be happy with that. You're also going to be largely losing in your 2v2 bot as well. Braum can get prior, but Varus is so obnoxious in that front. Jace, obviously a very strong individual top laner. I don't know if Singularity have got what it takes to stop JDXL before Jace Corki becomes online, and the Trundle adds into how easy it is for them to land that poke with the pillar and everything else.
There we go. This is the game we're going to look into. The Champion Select is already done. Obviously, I know they're waiting for us, but last remarks. What do you think is going to happen like in the beginning of the game?
Beginning of the game, it is very much on, can you unsettle the Corki before he gets to 1-2 items? Because he has winning side lanes likely, not going to be easy, but you need to stop Amanez getting into this game. He's got an absolute shooting gallery to work with.
It's going to be a tough game for Singularity, but let's see if they can stick with it. JDXL versus Singularity. It's time to shine for one team. On the other team, they want to keep the records of the winning streak, but it's up for the casters. It's going to be Initialize and Troubling.
Back again, and already we've got something we really need to touch on. Zamalek has got Varus again. That's a risk.
I remember there was a B-roll of Zamalek last week where he was literally in between 5 members
So nuts.
in the river. He killed all 5.
Yeah, it was brutal. This is the guy who is leading the KDA in the league right now, 13.0 KDA, even pulling off players like that, and I am excited to see that. Still, it's not the only thing we've seen going on. Like, this bot lane in general seems like it could be a bit exciting.
I think I love the bot lane. I think bot lane is going to be one of the main focuses here in the game because I love Braum into melee support.
Yes.
And they have chosen here to go with Leona and Varus. And now we know that Zamalek plays more on hit Varus than he has played Lethality. He hasn't played Lethality at all. That means he plays on a shorter range. That means that Jhin really likes to play with his 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus, you have a Braum.
Yeah.
Now, the problem here is he's not fast in proccing the concussive blows from Braum. He's not quick at proccing his passive because he's not an attack speed ADC. So I would love to see how that will work towards the bot side because Braum versus Leona, Braum good. Braum proccing passive with a Jhin, not that great.
Not that great. I mean, also, when you get to those team fights, there is a Trundle there who would love to steal some of those resists from the Ornn or from the Braum here as well.
You've got a Zinzao. You've got
it's fine.
Okay, so I'm going to echo what Namera said.
Yeah.
I love the front to back that Singularity has here. They've got 3 tanks that can sit in the front line. They've got Muta, who has done the most damage for his team. He's #1 in the leaderboard in
Massively
percentage
so,
damage for his team. So we can expect Muta to be the carry later on. And you also have a Jhin in your team that can create a lot of space. So I do love what they have. The damage numbers are lower, but you've got a bunch of frontline. Now, I like what JDXL here are doing because the second these 3 members are walking in, unless Muta walks in and catches Eminem in the middle. If Eminem goes, gets pinched here, it's over. But Eminem is going to spot them.
He will do, and the question now is what happens, because that is an early knowledge of
Muta should spot that Eminem is not mid yet, and where he's coming from.
It's going to be a 3v3.
They should know, they've been spotted.
Here we go, and Paul's going to be left alone. He's going to have to back out. It's done. It's the invade's failed. Surely, do you take this fight? I mean, it's Braum level 1. It's so strong. They're stepping forward. They won this. Zamalek has been slowed. Here we go. Heel down. Flash forward from Paul. He gets the rev up, but now he needs to get up. The Trundle damage is so obscene.
The leash.
Kickers is going to be there. It's the leash. It's 2 dead, and it's a disaster for Singularity.
Ouch. Okay, you know how it all started. You know when Singularity should have backed out? The second Eminem steps out of that mid lane bush, they need to give up on that invade. Eminem spots them here, he lets them invade, but then he walks into mid lane. Muta should communicate that to his team because you can see an invade from that mid lane bush, and to communicate to his team, you guys cannot do this. Yes, you have a Braum, but you also have a Jhin.
And it's not the easiest proc on the passive, we mentioned that. Now, Leona level 1 is really strong, Varus level 1 is also pretty strong, and yes, you see the Braum is diving in, but who's gonna proc?
Inches.
Who's gonna proc that? Pop dives in, but that was beautiful from Zamulek to get away from it. Dan is gonna say, you know what guys, thank you so much for the leash, thank you so much for the 2 kills, try to invade me again if you can, because a 2-0 Trundle is going to be so dangerous to walk in.
Kika just missed the flash. Oh, that's so sad. But that is going to... Actually, I believe that was the Hex Flash, possibly.
What's Pop? Level 2 top lane.
Oh, he's going to be right up here, and Cries on this chase was looking to flex with it. He might now be in trouble. Audacious charge onto him. He's going to try and get out. That's a searing charge forward. He has no mana, and he'll shortly have no life.
Okay. Pop, that was very, very, very creative. He knew that he was screwed in his jungle, that he could potentially get invaded, but he went for the level 2 guy.
No.
Now, what they have not spotted is that there is a Trundle.
He's just done. He's going to try and make as much out of this as he can, but it's just not going to happen. Tatui had backed,
Oh, that
and
is
there's no one to
dangerous.
support it.
That is dangerous. There's a huge wave building up in the
just
top
dive.
lane. Tatui just TP'd back into his tower. Huge wave building up. I'd love to see the Braum walk up, but it's not going to be the case, and Eminem is just going to TP back into his mid to catch a huge wave.
And I believe it was Eminem Soul who picked up that kill onto Porp as well, so that's the kill onto the Corki early, and I appreciate the attempted response there after the early aggressive play went a bit awry. You try again top. Dan, though, is there to counter.
It was very creative. It was a play out of Malrang's book as well. He does the same on the Xin Zhao too. He will just take one buff, he will get level 2, and then he will go straight into a gank. I think that was very clever to do because he did blow Crysis both flash and teleport. That means that it could be possible for a repeat gank. And as you can see, though, Dan knows that he is playing towards the top side of the map. Now he's going to back and go towards his bot side, which is where he needs to clear and play around his bot lane. I think Pop is majorly behind. Look at the inventory on the side of Dan. He's got his Kindle Gem. He also has his Sheen available. If you run into this Trundle, not only is he going to be extremely tanky, but he's going to hurt a lot as well.
And what's helping that inventory is the fact he's 2-0-1 sub 5 minutes. Like, this guy has had... granted, that first initial invade did not work, but the return, or the response top lane as well was really good stuff, and that is exactly what you want to see from this guy who has picked up the Trundle. He's made things happen, and honestly, it's put Singularity's early plans into a serious bind, because this Trundle is going to be a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's pretty safe, because you're like, okay, boys, we're scaling, we're not going to take any fights, we're not going to try to fight for any dragons yet, we need some items onto our carries, we need an item onto the Orianna and the Jhin at least, for us to then go and try to fight over the dragons. You have 3, which means you get about 15 minutes to get to the state where you want to be to try and stop Soul from going towards the side of JDXL.
And we saw kind of how that ended up in the last game, right? You needed to fight, and you weren't there with Nuriki, and they ended up in a difficult position, partly because of that. And this is another example that might end up in that exact scenario. We'll have to see whether Singularity can stabilize. They're down about 2,000 gold, or 1,500 gold at this point. And did you have something to add there?
Yeah,
Double?
Pop is trying to go for the repeat gank in the top lane, which I really like, because Crysis does not have a teleport, he does not have a flash. He's just waiting for Crysis to overextend. Right now, JDXL know that Pop is in their jungle because they've seen the Trundle on the bot side of the map. Pop here could change the tides around.
He's going to make it, he's going to try for it, he throws the wind, becomes lightning, and that was actually really clean. Nice job there, and Crysis picked that Jace, and he's died twice already, and that's a bright spark at least.
Can I whine a little bit? I'll whine after this.
Gonna try and get on this one.
Yeah, I just wish the kill had gone to Pop, because he's the one falling behind, and the Ornn doesn't necessarily need the money that much, but because Pop has fallen behind, I would rather the kill went to him. Now, of course, that's nothing you can blame me for, but the flash has been popped.
Oh, that was a nice piercing arrow. Now Zki is left all alone, and M&S is here as well. He's on a very fetching Corki mount there, who's going to try and take him on. It's more like an attack dog at this point. He's just left out for the wolves, or at least small dogs, and yeah, goodbye, sweet prince.
There is a dog there.
Well.
Corki is on top of a corgi.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, exactly. See, it was all planned trouble.
This is so hard to watch, man. I think JDXL are just one step ahead, and even though that Zenith blade did not hit in my screen, he did generally. He definitely did hit Braum right there.
You can have that argument about hitboxes later.
Yeah. Again,
he gets onto the Braum, and you can see how difficult it is for the Jhin to proc the passive to stun someone. So the second Leona plays against the Braum and the passive is really easily procced, then you get to return a bunch of this damage. That's not the case again with the Jhin. So even though it does work against the Jace poke, it does work against the Varus poke, it does work against the Corki poke, you just don't proc it quick enough to make that bot lane work for the side of Singularity, and that is yet another lane that's fallen behind.
So we missed an attempted top lane dive.
That might be 3.
Yepe is now 0 and 3. That is not what you want to see as a Singularity fan coming back to life.
Okay. I need to wrap my head around positivity. What? That's what my play-by-play asks. What can Singularity do at this point?
I think they would like to have someone come and defend Pawp here, who's being bullied as well. Yepe's respawned, and maybe that's something. Surely not. I think you need to back away, mate. Dan's on the killing spree. Here comes Muta, though, and maybe they can punish the overstay. They're going to take the red buff, and that
Thanks for the
something.
leash. Thanks for the leash, says Muta right there. Dan did not have the smite, of course, because he used it on Pawp.
Okay. Big brain moment. Orianna has Clockwork Wind-Up. That means she can abuse the on-hit damage from the red buff as a top lane gank is happening, and that's the ultimate down. Missing that Volcanic Rupture, though, means I think Tui just has to get out of there.
Yeah.
Back to the Orianna red buff. She's
This
got
is
Clockwork
not,
Wind-Up. This is the
not
turnaround.
Initialized. This is not TFT. This is not TFT. Let's see how many MNS can dodge. 1, 2.
4 hits, but flashes anyway, and that's not bad as far as what you're going to take away from that. You do get the flash of M&S. You can potentially come back and punish that later.
Cries on the flank right there, and you see Dan getting towards the top side of the map. They could potentially build up a second wave right here and try to dive Tatui, but at this point, do you want to pay any attention to the top side of the map? No, you do not. And yes, I'm gonna go back to Muta because he is usually the top damage, not usually, always the top damage dealer for the side of Singularity. But the problem right here is you've got a burst mage, such as Orianna, who wants to build up the shockwave onto 2 or 3 people, relatively carries if you can.
Sure.
But Eminem is really slippery because he's going to have packets in most of these important fights, and he's also going to have his W available. And then all you can hit is Kreis, who's playing on the very far backline poking. Maybe you could try to hit Zamulek. Other than that, your choice is Dan onto that Trundle and Kikis onto the Leona. So the only reason I'm worrying here is, again, I don't see continuity in the damage that Singularity are dishing out. Jhin is a relatively very slow ADC to put down the damage, and he's usually setting the scene for the damage dealers to dive in and do damage for him. And then Orianna is a pop mage. So he'll pop you with the shockwave. Yes, he can dish in some damage with QE, but that's all. On the other side, I see so much scaling.
I mean, at least you've got the Jinza who can be a ball delivery system. You've got someone to help you set up the stunts. It's not easy, but you have got the Jhin, you've got the Ornn maybe combined.
You're really trying.
I am really trying.
Okay.
Like, look, there are ways to do it. It's just not easy. And I'm not gonna fault Singularity for being proactive, but I do want to give JDXL even more credit for having the response every time, as that's the package down as this Infernal Dragon has spawned. I wonder whether it was just timing out. And they were thinking about a dive there, but they decided against. They're going to move back towards it. Zamulek now has to flash away to get those chains of corruption down. Flash is not available on Pawp, and that means he's not going to be able to chase Zamulek any further.
That is more than enough, I feel, for Singularity to back off. They don't have the level 6 on the Braum, which means they're not going to have that extra layer of CC, and Zamulek is still perfectly alive to chill about.
That's going to be a lot of damage, but it's turning back around. Kick is now pretty low. The heal, though, from Zamulek means it comes around and it's already all in pieces. Zamulek on the killing spree, 3 dead, and you asked them to back out. They wanted to fight for it. If the level 6 was on the Braum,
no,
maybe.
It's level 5 Braum. It's a Jhin with less than 50% HP. Pawp didn't have his flash available to reach the backline. You can't have Ornn there for an extra layer of CC.
It's too far.
It's just some unfortunate decisions that Singularity have been doing that put them further and further into the gold deficit they're in right now. 5,000 gold in the lead for the set of JDXL, 11 only minutes into the game with 2 dragons under the name. This is going to be a little bit difficult for Singularity to turn it around. The only member that has received a lot of violence from the set of JDXL has been Kreis.
And the thing is, he knows this is happening, and this is what I'm appreciating.
He wants it.
He takes 8.
He wants it, and they know he wants it.
He wants this one so bad. And that's the problem. That ward is there, and I feel that's almost encapsulating a lot of this game for me. there has been some proactivity from Singularity. They've been going for plays, but every time it feels like they've been spotted from the level 1 plays to the top lane dives.
You're making
the responses
plays, but they also need to be calculated on the fact that there needs to be some vision on the map. I feel like so far Singularity have been making plays, they haven't had any vision, they know they've been behind from the get-go, and from there on out they haven't stopped for a minute to say, okay, what does our composition do front to back? When do we thrive when we're a 5-man unit? And they've never been able to put this under control because Tatui has to stick topside the entire time.
And, you know, credit to JDXL for having the wards in the right places, but you're right, Singularity haven't been doing due diligence in working out what JDXL actually know. And that has caught them out. And yes, part of that is people like Yepe being behind and being dead quite a lot. I mean, you can't clear out the wards, but it's still become a problem, and you can see it just looking at your minimap. It is mostly blue at this point. It's looking like an Eiffel 95 song.
What?
Blue dabba dee dabba die?
Oh, right.
Come
okay.
on.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay,
I'm aware that's a bit of a 90s reference. I apologize.
Sorry, I'm too young. I don't remember the song. Sorry.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, it's an old and very cheesy song.
Sorry, I just turned like 19. You know,
yeah, sorry about that. That's fair. Like, you know, take that. It's probably not a song worth remembering.
Okay, try 2. Go.
Let's go. Round 3. Fight. Zamalek doesn't have flash, does have ult, but it's a shutdown, and that is something. First feel-good moment in a number of minutes.
Not quite as mobile as the core key.
Nope.
And he didn't have his flash available. That was a really nice catch right there from Singularity. Pop gets to cash in on the gold as well. And they're also gonna get a beat down on that bot lane tower, which is very important. On the other hand, JDXL see that the majority of the Singularity members are bot side of the map. But all in all, I don't think Singularity lose anything here unless they can capitalize on Muta.
Flash from Danny just starts. It's a club beat, that's what that is. You can feel that one from the other side of Berlin.
Bonk.
I need that sound effect. That's going straight on the stream, I tell you now.
Remember how I said this is very positive for the side of Singularity because they get to do a lot of damage on the bot side of the map, on the tower, but instead, because Muta dies, they lose mid lane tower, they capitalize on a kill, and then Cries gets to pop the top lane tower as well, because he knows that majority of Singularity members are bot side.
Oh boy. I think that might be another 2 dead. Tatui gets away, but that is a 5th death of the game. At least Porp gets Zamalek again. That is that's something, but for all that you're making some little advantages, it's always going to be a massive cost as Cries nearly deletes the Ornn. In fact, he just needs one more Shock Blast. Where is he going to go for it, surely?
I don't think he has mana for it.
No, he doesn't. You're right. He's going to go to the Hammer form and go for the Krugs instead.
I mean, he took the flash, he took the ultimate from the side of Tatui. He's done his job, right? And Eminem is now trying to 1v2.
No, that's so much damage. Zipiki could try and get something here, waiting for those shots as my voice goes about 3 octaves high as Eminem gets that one. 3, 0, 2. Don't you dare touch it. A double kill in the 1v2.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the 1v2, you know? I'm like, Kiki's back off, mate.
Yeah.
Back off. Just let Eminem do his stuff. And Eminem, again, he's doing his stuff. The 1v2 down the bot. And I think Singularity are desperate at this point. They're almost 10,000 gold behind, 15 minutes into the game. What can you do to bounce back? In all honesty, just because of how much damage Singularity is lacking at this point, I don't think there's much you can do. Because if you look on the side, of JDXL, Jace is going to scale a lot. Core, he scales so freaking much. And you also have on-hit Varus. It's not lethality Varus that falls off towards the later stages of the game. So, and you also have 2 walls in front of you, which are a Leona and a Trundle that cannot necessarily die too easily. So you're asking me for a Shining Light, 16 minutes into the game, with a 10 gold lead.
Trouble, I'm going to ask you to hold for a moment while I take a massive inhale of copium.
Okay. Oh, no, don't. Take Nightmare out of you.
Okay, look.
Nightmare, get out.
Never mind, we've got to talk about a fight. I can do this later as Yepe has to get away. That's Porp going in, gets onto Zamalek, who's pretty low, but now the curtains are called. Stun onto the Leona, who's going to have to try and get away. 4th bullet. Hits, but not enough damage. And actually, somehow, nobody is dead as yet.
Okay, but what does that give us, right? 2 members of Singularity have to back off. Really nice interrupt on Porp right there.
Oh no. Okay, Zamalek had to burn flash and he just gets to walk up and get a kill just afterwards.
So, one tragedy after another. I know Singularity finds an opening right there, but it ends up being them at a disadvantage. Now, Cries is going to be the recipient of a lot of violence up top lane.
Yep. That's the shockwave. Command Protect comes forward, but no! No one else where Eminence is getting kills on a double side of the map! JDXL just get 18 kills in 17 minutes. What on earth just happened in mid lane on top of it all?
Dragon, kills, all over the map. I think it's JDXL asserting the dominance, not even 20 minutes into the game. I think this is sort of an outclassing.
Yeah,
I think we can't name it any other way.
It really is.
This is the players outclassing the lanes one by one, and unfortunately, the only one that's holding their own is Tatui, but unfortunately, this time he's not on a Wukong, he's not on an aggressive pick, he's not on a Camille, he is on the own. Eminence is casually diving tier 2 mid lane.
There was a reason we asked him to take him out.
On his 6th unique champion of the split.
He just woke up today and chose violence. Yeah, I mean, you just take a few, I think, at this point. It feels like 6 of them every bloody game. This guy is absolutely smurfing it. And I was going to make a joke about, look, there's no silver lining, there's a golden lightning. Look, the objective bounties are up, you know, go along that. But even with some of those available, I just don't see it. I think this game is bluntly pretty done at this point. I need to see mistake on mistake on mistake from JDXL, and I think it's just another pick. There is nowhere safe for you on this map.
Yeah, and look at the board side of the map. Yeppe is sort of shadowing Muta. Muta has both of his summoners, but you know what? He's missing a teleport. He's gone for double mobility summoners, which I understand, but no teleport means it's going to take you a bunch of time to get back. And even though the curtain will be called in a little bit to try and defend the base, I don't think there is much you can do. There is a great Rift Herald hold from JDXL right there. They'll take mid lane tier 2. They'll take the Ornn with them. I think they'll take the entire game right here and right now.
I think this might be a last gasp from Singularity as JDXL claim 2 inhibitors. Kryze gets Tatui as well. And they're not going to quite go on to finish inhibitor tower. Oh, sorry, Nexus towers, I apologize. One is down to about 10% HP as M&S is already at a point of critical mass. Those are nuclear warheads he is leveraging right now.
He's 5 levels on top of that bomb that he just shot an art towards. So M&S is a beast right now, highest level on the Rift together with Kryze, who's been left alone in his own devices on the top side of the map. Again, we might sound a little bit repetitive here, but the game was over level 1.
It is 20 kills in sub 20 minutes. It is 12,000 gold in sub 20 minutes. They are at Soul Point JDXL. You were asked to put on a clinic to prove why you are expected to be in the top 2, to be challenging against X7. This is it. This is what you do against a team that is a development roster, that is there's a Uniyop roster. And there's a Baron start now as well.
Yeah, this is the last breath for Singularity, right? Can Pop move in? Can he steal the Baron? And even if he does, can you get anything from it?
Oh, God.
Is Pop gonna even be alive?
Oh, that's so nasty. He's just gonna be taken out. M&S is waiting in the bush, and normally it's junglers that like to jump on AD carries like that. M&S is saying, I'm just gonna look for the straight Penta here. He's got 2 already. The Baron's gone down to Dan, who I think soloed that alongside Zamalek. So apologies, it's a 2-man. Shockwave only hits minions. And I think it might be a sad farewell to Singularity in this game. They're waiting for a wave, and I think this is it, trouble.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying, but this is just too clean from JDXL. They've done everything in their power to make sure that every single lane outclasses their opponents. Dan with a little bit of a flashy flash right there, last minute.
And this is it. JDXL from minute 1 from the red buff invade have not taken their foot off the gas. It has been domination as M&S continues to absolutely eviscerate Singularity in this game. 21 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
CLEAN for JDXL. Clean, start to finish. The second that double kill went on to Dan, the game was over. Every single lane knew exactly what to do. I think Dan played this to perfection as well. And I'm just, as someone who has followed Dan back when he was in NLC with Fnatic Rising, and then he went to the LEC and then back into the NLC, I think that this guy is on fire. This guy really, really wants it, and his performance so far have been showing that much.
He really, really has. Just look at those early jungle pass. Gets the red buff invade, counters the gank top. Beautiful stuff, even on the trundle. But we are going to cut it here. Don't go anywhere, because clearly there's a lot more to go. Stick around. The analyst desk will be back after this.
And we are back. JDXL takes another W for themselves, putting themselves on the top of the standings, trying to get that X7 spot. But who knows when that's gonna happen. And together with me on the winners interview, I have Turok.
Hello, hello.
Hello. This time, are you going to talk with me, or are you just gonna say Turok?
Well, I suppose we'll see, but I mean, I'm feeling like talking today, so you know, you can get that pleasure this once.
What a meme you're becoming. This is amazing, by the way. Okay, we need to talk about first things first, the invade. Okay, the level 1 invade. Then we go to the champion select, but I want to focus on the invade. We actually have a little bit of a video for you. Can you actually walk me through this? Because your team knew they were coming, and I believe they knew you knew.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's pretty clear when the enemy team picks Braum and they have very little priority across the map, they have to try and do something early to make an impact. And so you can see when they move into this play here, they're actually trying to find this level 1 invade against us. But unfortunately, we read it, it's very clear that that's the only play they have open to them on the map. And so Zamalek just calls, okay, let's just hide in the brush, let's wait for their bot lane to walk away, give it sort of a countdown, and then we'll just go and take the buff from them. Obviously, we didn't get the buff, but it doesn't matter because Trundle's so strong at level 1 that we can just one-shot whoever takes it, in this case in, and then play the fight out with a numbers advantage.
So it was a Zamalek call.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Zamalek used his big brain and decided to win his level 1. So yeah, good for him.
And this gave 2 kills for the Trundle, and this is what I want to talk about now, because the Trundle was a specific pick. Can you tell me about this Trundle pick?
Yeah, don't blind Zin.
Okay. That's it. I wanted you to talk a little bit more about it and the idea behind the Trundle, like how can he counter the Xin Zhao and also bring that advantage across the map.
Sure,
but also,
sure. Okay, I'll bring it. Okay, if that's what you want.
Give me that coach knowledge. Okay. You know, give it to me. Wikipedia Turok. Come on.
Okay. So you see, Xin is an early game champion, right?
Yes.
And unfortunately, when he enters a fight with Trundle, he loses. And so what happens is if you put Trundle versus Xin and you meet in the river, or in this case, a level 1 buff, Xin dies. And that makes me happy.
Yeah. I like the analysis. You should be on the desk, by the way. You should be invited to the desk one day. I would like to see that. Okay.
I'll look for it.
Nice analysis. And then you get a two kill for the Trundle. Obviously, they tried to fight it back by getting advantage to the top side, delete a little bit of the Jace. Was this something that you guys were prepared to, like sacrifice a little bit of the lead of the Jace, because you know that in the late game, Jace is Jace?
Well, yeah, kind of, right? Like, to be honest, I think Felix completely Astro Turbo griefed it to the moon and died to Xin when we knew he was there both times. But on the flip side, it was not really a problem because Jace is still Jace, right? As you said, even if Jace dies, Jace becomes Jace. Jace will win his, you know, do his thing, and Jace will still win side lane, right? So even though it wasn't a problem that Jace died 2 times, to be honest, we knew Xin was coming both times, and he just decided to, you know, die. So yeah, I feel like that's the problem on Felix's end, but you know, so be it.
And I mean, you guys are doing really, really well. The only loss you guys have is versus X7. It was an amazing game, by the way. And I want to ask you this. Can you tell me how many champions MNS has on the pool?
It's unlimited. I mean, I've been speaking to him multiple times. We just go into draft. We're like, oh, you know, what are we feeling mid today? You know, and we'll just pick from all 170 champions that exist, right? So the enemy team has no clue. Maybe we pick one we've done before. Maybe we don't. You know, maybe we be boring. We pick Corki. We pick Victor. Maybe we be spicy. We pick Zed. You know, I mean, it's just depending on how we're feeling, right? So you know, Minsu has a lot of champs, and you'll just keep rolling with that.
Okay, because it's 6 different champs so far. It's like, oh, you bought the premium account of MNS where he is unlocked every single champion in the book. Is that it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thankfully we're on tournament realm, so you know he owns everything, right? So it makes life easy.
Okay. So looking into the team of XL, let's step aside from the game because it's pretty much what we saw. Like you guys got the early lead, and it's really complicated to fight versus you guys when you have built yourself a lead. Now we should look into the team. I feel you guys are really comfortable. Mentality-wise, you guys are just top-notch on the moon. How is the feeling between the team? Like, are people getting along? Did you see any sort of fight on the team, or is everybody like really happy so far?
So I suppose you could say it's weird that we haven't had a typical conflict that would happen in the first 3 weeks. So, you know, there hasn't been a big upset. There hasn't been a big clash of personalities. I think people are taking a a lot of measures to be really responsible, to own up to their mistakes, and to also, work for their teammates in the team, which I think is absolutely brilliant and a credit to everyone I've got on this roster. And so right now, I think conflict will come. In fact, we've already had some conflict, but the conflict we've had has been extremely productive, and we're in a really good spot. I think everyone enjoys playing with each other, and I think we're able to show that on the Rift as well. So I hope that keeps going the way it goes.
And it has been a really good job for you, like handling these players and making sure that everything is going accordingly to your plan.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I don't want to give myself too much credit here. I think the players I have are outstanding, and it makes my life easy when they're all being, really mature and, making sure that they're, putting everything into the team, which is what we want.
Looking at the first part of the split, this is the last question. Looking to the first part of the split, you guys already played versus X7. What is the team you guys are looking forward to play now, the remaining teams that you still have?
Well, I've kind of been thinking about this, and I saw Mishi went on an interview and started talking trash. And I'm not going to lie, this guy, I coached him for like one tournament where we, qualified Bifrost the NLC, and then, we beat Bifrost obviously and all that stuff, right? But this guy left Bifrost, went to Eminem, and now thinks he's a big shot. And I'm just going to stomp all over, Mishku and Ikaner as well. So, I guess there might be a bet on the cards. Who knows? I think we should smash them.
Okay, I like this one. This was a good answer. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on the next week. I'd like to see more of you. And come to the analyst desk one day. I would like that as well.
Sounds awesome. All right.
See you, mate.
Bye.
Bye. So we got some trash talk going on. I like this. Now we should look into the team of Singularity to understand a little bit more of what happened on this game. And I do believe I have with me Tatui. Oh, he's still not here, but he's joining us. He actually is joining us. We need to look into Singularity. Obviously, it's a really rough road so far. They're still trying to get that first victory, and obviously, mentality-wise, that is going to take a heavy load on the team. And I would like to know how the spirit of the team is going on, how he's feeling as well. Tatui, are you with me now?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Welcome, sir. There we go. This was a tough game. Obviously, fighting off versus XL, it's really, really rough, especially after that invade, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that wasn't really a pre-planned thing. Our support just said like 30 seconds into the game that, okay, guys, we're going to flip this. I'm going to take Red Sweeper and let's go invade. So yeah, it was pretty rough after that one.
Okay, so this was like a coin flip of, okay, we have Braum, we need a level 1. Like, you guys got to keep it spicy, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, on the top side, though, you got a lot of ganks. There was a high priority towards you, like to shut down Jace, but it didn't come through. What happened?
Well, I mean, I'm playing on, so it's not like I'm playing a carry really, but it's the gank setup's really good, and I think he was like playing too far most of the time, so it was kind of easy to abuse, but yeah, I think it didn't really work out because of my champ.
I want to let you have a breather and go relax a little bit, because obviously it hasn't been a rough road for you guys. And I want to make like one big final question for you, if you can answer. So far, you guys are diverting from your special picks to a more stable picks, like the more normal picks. Do you think this is taking away the personality that the team had, like the Mastery and all those picks, and you guys are playing the meta, let's call it this way, and you guys are losing the personality? Is this good for the team? Is this bad for the team? How are you guys feeling about the Champion Select?
Well, I mean, nobody's really expecting us to win, so we're just kind of allowed to do what we want. And like, we have a lot of stuff planned, but we are also kind of anxious to get our first win. So that's why we're playing the non-meta stuff right now. But like, you can expect more spicy things from us in the future, for sure.
Nice. Okay, I like that, because that seems like the personality of the team. And if the enemy team is not aware of what you're going to bring, probably you guys can take that W. And tell me, what is the team you guys are most excited to play against now, from now on, to get that first W?
Well, I mean, of course, for myself, it's going to be Nuriki, since it's a rival Finnish org. But other than that, probably my old teammates from Eminem or Riddle. Other ones.
Okay, nice. I like that you still have that smile on your face. I love it, man. Keep it on, because you guys have something on the team. I wish I could see it like working and getting that victory, because you guys deserve this. So keep playing, keep studying, and give that W, man. We need to see Singularity pull it off, okay?
Yep, we'll get there. Thank
you so much for the interview. Have a nice one.
Thank you. You too, man.
There we go. This was the interview with Singularity. It's good to know that they're still fighting on this Division 1 of NLC. But stick around because we still have more games ahead of you. It's going to be Bifrost versus Riddle. This is going to be a good one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are back on the desk. I'm together with Nightmare. Welcome back, by the way.
I'm happy to be here. Glad to be here. You know, it's just us two. We get to chill out, trade some words.
And we have a call for arms.
We do.
We do, because if you want to be a professional player, if you want to compete on the NLC,
The very best.
Signs up are open for the 3rd to 5th division of the NLC. So it doesn't matter what elo you are. It doesn't matter what you play. You're the team of main. Good. We need those. I need those on my army. Yeah, I'm one of those, by the way. So you can sign up until 4th of February. So it's your time to shine regardless of your elo. Doesn't matter because who knows? Maybe you can go to the 2nd division. You can step up to the 1st division. You can go anywhere. It's up to you, man.
It's like a shot at greatness, or getting absolutely blasted. It's a win-win. Well, I guess not a win-win, but it's
I like the idea.
Worth it.
You can win. You can go to the LEC one day, or you can just get demolished by Jan AD Carry.
Great time doing it.
Is that the way you put it?
Yeah, you know, it's worth the experience. Yeah.
So I played competitively, and I played versus Moscow 5 back in the day. And I was really happy being demolished as you're putting it out there, yeah.
Gotta say, like, how are you still standing here? Those are some dangerous times to be a League player when they were back out romping around the rift. Romping around the rift right now, though. Of course, we've got Bifrost versus Riddle. Where do you want to start with them?
I'd like to look into Bifrost first, because the idea is this team has been uncontested until they fought versus XL, which is also one of the top tiers. So is Bifrost one of the top? Or the gatekeepers? Because I like the idea of the throne and then the gatekeepers.
Sure, because I mean, when you look at actually that game versus XL, which is very important, it felt to me that it was a bit of a comp diff. I feel like they still had some really good hands on them. They were making the plays, and it just kind of fell apart when actually they realized, hang on, we can't deal with both these solo lanes. That's a big old problem. On the other side, actually Riddle looking into this, because of course it takes 2 to tango. In this case, we've got 10 people, so many, we've got 5 tangos happening. You know, Riddle are looking to shake up the understanding of this mid-table. I personally am not expecting Riddle to come out with a win. But if they did win, it means all the more because of that. It's upsetting the order of things that we've kind of started to see in this blurred line of this mid-table.
So the mid-table on the NLC is just spicy, by the way. Every team can go into the top, but can they take the throne away from the X7? And one thing we say a lot of times is, it is not that hard to go to the first place, but it's really hard to keep it.
Yes.
And so far, X7 almost slipped, but not yet. Let's see if Bifrost will be able to take another win, or if Riddle are going to get another. Coach, don't ban neither. It's not working so far, because neither Diana and Karma is going to be removed.
You know that meme of, like, this sign won't stop me because I can't read? Well, there you go. We're banning Nidalee every day here against MC. He is literally, according to some people's opinions, one of the world's best Nidalee players in terms of the one-trick pony status. Big AP jungler in general, the Diana's taken off the table, and for the first time today, we have the Jinx put through. Now, a lot of teams were playing chicken with the Jinx. It was the whole thing, it was like, if you pick this, we've got something to deal with it, but that was mainly when the Jinx and the Caitlyn were both left up. Now we have the ability to maybe lock, well, I mean, you can't lock in a Ezreal Karma at this point. You maybe can go for something like a Jhin Leona, or
A
Felios potential could be in there too.
Fatikan obviously will be powerful with that one. By the way, it's Fati-chan.
Fati-chan, right.
Yeah, Fati-chan. So.
I'm being educated today. I appreciate that. You learn something new every day, and I apologize for the previous
No, I said it wrong, so I wanted to correct myself and put
so
it
did I.
out
Well,
there.
you're educating me as well. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Xin Zhao alongside with the Thresh. Obviously, you already have the Jinx, so you don't need to pick up the AD carry straightforward. You just need that support. That's exactly what you're going to do. And this is going to be MC on an AD jungle. I'm just saying.
But the thing about one of the other things that I really know MC for, though, is actually if you go back to last split in the playoffs, there was I think it was MC that was playing Lee Sin versus Viego and just permanently invaded the Viego so many times. He didn't pick up his own red buff until 5 minutes 30 because he's always across the river. So he's known to play aggressively early. He has that ability to just kind of walk. Don't scare me with that. There we go. Things like for me, because like the screen's a little bit over there, there's a light
one is a blind. So
I didn't see the pick things flashing, and I'm like, what have you done? What have you done to summon this?
I would love to see.
Oh no! But what this does, as we see Fat-Chan picking up the Draven, is removes one of our cool stats. It's no longer just Nata picking up that champion. Someone has joined the Whirling Axe party.
I like it because the damage of that champion is ridiculous.
It's really high.
And when you have so much AD on the AD carry, you can bring something spicy to the top and to the mid.
And what this also means too is that Draven at level 2, when you get the attack speed, level 3, when you get the knockback too, Lulu is dead meat. If you are in that lane, if you are contesting that versus the Draven Thresh, you die. You lose that 2v2. So suddenly you're looking at Odio and Dual thinking, let's maybe not push in that lane. Maybe let's just take the foot off the accelerator for a second.
And then you lose that impact that the Jinx may bring in the early of the game. Like you're not able to push the lane, and there we go. Now we're going for the second rotation of the bans. Vex is removed away. Twisted Fate is also banned away. I was looking into, okay, you still have the control mages if you want, like you have the Victor. Yeah, you have the Victor if you want, but I don't want that. I want spicy.
Well, what you also need now is something to really bail out your bot lane plus jungle 3v3 on the side of Bifrost is what I'm thinking, because even if you bring down that Lee Sin, if Xin Zhao's there, you're struggling. You're really, really struggling. There are multiple ways to block out the Sonic Wave, and then, of course, the Resonance Strike follow-up. I think that, honestly, Odio and Dual are in a really bad position at this point, nor can you really leave them alone that hard, because one hook lands, that's lights out.
So far, we still need one last ban. It's going to be another control mage, and I love this. I love this. Take all of them away. But Orianna is still available if you need but it's a slow start. I know it's slow Q in the mid lane, but it's a slow start for the Yana. Do you need something faster, like scaling faster in the mid lane?
When you have something like a Draven Thresh and then that Jinzo, you have the ability to just go super straight off the start line as well, because again, you have that lane pressure, and again, like we're saying, they win a lot of the grouped up engagements around the map. LeBlanc helps with that, because now not only do you have a winning bot side 3v3, to try and deal with the bot side 3v3 when the jungler comes down, you want a mid-jungle winning 2v2. You don't get that against Jinzo LeBlanc. That's one of the strongest things in the game.
Beauty, bring me Malzahar. Malzahar has been used to deal with the LeBlanc and on an A, and you can deal with the Draven as well.
Okay, I do like the Gwen. The Gwen's one thing. In talking about the Malzahar, my problem with that is that it does eventually stop LeBlanc from doing stuff, but that's post-6. Pre-6, if Malzahar is dealing with the LeBlanc, there's a good chance you still lose the mid-jungle 2v2, and that again kind of rolls down into this bot lane, where things are going to go from bad to worse. So the question is, what have you got that can stand toe-to-toe to LeBlanc very early? There aren't many champions to do it. Lee Sin is also a strong mid-jungle 2v2 champion. You've got to have something to try and prop up this really dangerous mid lane into bot side of the map. That helps. That's actually not bad, Silas. That's not bad.
And you have like you have the Shinzao ultimate, and
yes, very much so.
Yeah. I was looking like, no, Brom, how? What? What? No. But at least you have a few ultimates that you can steal and deal a lot of damage as well. Yeah, you don't have the Akram, but...
Well, and actually, in some ways, I feel like Silas is kind of the meta answer to the Jinzao in some ways. I mean, we've got the Trundle in the matchup, in the direct matchup, but stealing the Jinzao ultimate to, again, just be the phony front line, be that ability to say, yeah, I'm not taking damage for a while, really, really helps when you're into a Gangplank ult or something. Wait, did you just give Silas a Gangplank ult?
We talked about this on the green room, the Gangplank versus Silas. Hecarim is an amazing ultimate to steal, but Gangplank is the best.
It's the best of everything. So, Kex, you best win your lane, mate. Like, you gotta win this lane, otherwise it's a bit doomed.
So he's playing for the lane and not for the late game. You have the GP to actually bully a little bit the Gwen if you're capable of doing so. We saw yesterday on Division 2 what can happen to Gwen.
Gwen is immune.
TSD, by the way. But you need to win the lane in order to actually win the game, like Goldberg usually says. But you're giving away the R of Gangplank.
Now, the last time I saw this situation with the Silas was actually EU Masters last split, when we saw Jack Troll pick an Alistair into the Silas. And I was thinking, wait, isn't that just, really, really bad? He played it well enough to justify it. Now, Cax, it's on a slightly lesser stage than an EU Masters match like that, but it's still the same kind of stakes in-game. You need to show that this ego pick of the Gangplank in the lane is worth it before Silas starts, cannonballing your own team.
So, will Bifrost be capable of getting another victory, or Riddle will take down the gatekeepers? We need to answer those questions, and it's up to the casters to deliver it throughout the game. How are you doing, guys?
I'm doing quite well, but I have to deal with...
I'm not doing well. LeBlanc has been banned throughout the entire tournament, and suddenly comes out second rotation of picks. I'm like, what are you doing?
They're like, we've been standing here, and I've basically been watching Trouble freak out for a solid, 2 minutes. Like, every time, how does this go through?
What is happening? MC not on AP junglers. Yeah. LeBlanc has gone through, and I'm like, what?
I'll show you. Look, we've just got LeBlanc scrolled around in a massive circle. How did that go round to fourth pick? It's madness here on the Rift, and honestly, I am very excited to see Riddle pull off the comp they've gone for. I think it's possibly a little bit more standard from Bifrost, but Draven Thresh for a kill lane bot, I'm down.
Right. So if we want to start it from the bot lane,
sure.
I think they're the two opposites, right? On one side, you've got a push lane with a lot of mobility because you have the Lulu in there, you've got the shields and everything. And on the other hand, you've got a kill lane, which means if the hook lands, if the flay lands, somebody flashes or dies. Now, this will also depend on where the junglers choose to start their pathing, because if the Jinzao starts towards the top side of the map, then that means that the Jinx Lulu lane cannot push further.
So Bifrost, as it stands, setting up a level 1 bush bait, maybe to catch somebody going through the river.
Ooh.
There they go. No one spotted them as yet. They have, I'm assuming, put a ward down in this.
This is so dangerous because Riddle they have the Thresh.
Yeah.
You completely given control of your entire jungle. So for all you know, this Thresh could be on your bot side.
Not a pleased color caster here in Trouble Inc, but she'll be okay. She'll be okay. Just give her a few
It's
seconds.
fine, nothing wrong happened. Bifrost have survived at level 1, it's fine.
I'm assuming there'll be a review on Twitter later, just raging about this. Would be great. Still, Xin Zhao and Lee Sin, now that C-Boy has reset, both starting on the top side. I don't think that's a surprise with what's going on in the bot lanes.
Yeah.
And I think that does mean that with the things like Xin Zhao and Lee Sin, huge impact junglers, you've got Silas and the LeBlanc who want to turn up bot lane. I'm expecting bloodbaths down there.
Yep, absolutely. Again, I think it's...
God, level 1 flash. Like, never mind anything else, that's the immediate start. It comes out with the exhaust afterwards, and I think that might have set the tone.
Absolutely. Again, we said that this Riddle bot lane has the kill potential, but the Bifrost bot lane can actually poke you out, and due to no sustain on the set of Draven and Thresh means the more you get poked out, the more you get pushed back. But one flay or one hook lands and someone dies or loses their flash. Now Duo was very lucky because that was a level 1 and there was no hook to follow up the flay, so only burns the exhaust. But that is very important because next time one of these land, might have to blow the flash before he dies.
As Slowq now stepping forward for a nasty Tron Fury, who does not run the corrupting pop here. He's actually gone for the biscuits and for the health pop. There we go, that's the word I was looking for. And Riddle have secured the level 2 early in this bot lane. They've got Xin Zhao coming down. Are we expecting a dive? I feel like a dive.
I don't think so. I think just both of these junglers are going to cover for the bot laners, and they just want to make sure that they get the bot lane Scuttle Crab. I think the bot lane Scuttle Crab is going to dictate a lot of how this bot lane will go, because both of them need to make sure they're safe. The Jinx together with Lulu lane is just so extremely squishy. If you get caught off guard, you could very easily die. And then the Thresh and Draven lane are looking for a pick, they're looking for a kill, so they need to have this vision to make sure that the Lee Sin is not going to surprise them.
I think that might have shown the differences between color cast and play-by-play. Like, dive with the Draven, let's make this happen. And then the color cast, like, Trouble's like, no, they're looking for that bot side.
Look at that though, due to the fact that Slowq is playing the LeBlanc, who's so mighty, they can roam together with MC to try and figure out where C-Boy is and actually bully him out of his jungle. He will take the Krug.
Oh yeah, he will, but okay, maybe we're both right. They're both looking to punish. That's the hook landing from Nukes, but they won't follow it up, and despite having Slowq roam down, they don't feel confident to continue.
Here is my idea and my thought process when you want to pull a dive that early into the game. Don't do it. Because Fury still has teleports, Shikari still has teleport, defensive teleports can still be pulled, but C-Boy...
This is the guy off AP junglers?
Yeah, MC has been doing great.
He's doing well so far.
I mean, his listen was not a sight for sore eyes, but his Xin Zhao seems to be working so far. I am, although very disappointed, we haven't seen another AP jungler coming.
Please don't curse it. It's going to be so close. MC flashes away. Slowq out as well, both very low. C-Boy with a resonating strike possibly available. Sorry, Sonic Wave nearly available, but decides against it, and so they get out alive.
That is so important though, because MC is on 1 HP and he's gonna head straight.
Oh, there's no exhaust. That flame chompers though, but the lantern afterwards to allow the chase up. Can they get the autos coming down? Odie with the HP bar advantage. Down comes MC. This is going to be a 3v2 very quickly. Flash from Odie, and that bot lane scuffle ends again with no one dead.
I'm just actually so surprised. C-Boy helped Fury push in the mid lane, but he didn't head towards the bot side of the map to try and secure the Scuttle Crab because he thought it was taken. MC now is going to take that for Riddle, and not only that, he's burned the flash off of Odie, which means that the Jinx Lulu lane can no longer push because they have no vision, and that Draven Thresh lane is just so dangerous at this point. You see, ooh, they're trying to trick them. It's not going to work.
They were thinking about it, but they play it safe enough, and the exhaust now back up from Dua, which could have been dangerous. As top lane, Kex flashes in! Can't quite get that last auto. If that'd been a trial by fire, that's a very dead Gwen.
Ooh, I think C-Boy does want to chase that though, because they know Xin Zhao is towards the bot side of the map, so they are safe to dive that top. But all eyes on Nuke's flash, because the second it's up, I think his #1 priority target will be Odie. No flash, no heal, and this could very well be now because his flash is almost up and available.
Duel takes a nasty chunk there as in comes MC with the Dark Passage, and it might be a dark day for Bifrost bot lane. The Stallion misses, but the flash for that wind becomes lightning. Death Sentence secures it. No cash in on Draven, however.
Honestly, that would have been really cool if that Lulu had died before the hook landed. It would have been a hook onto Audi as well. So potentially a double kill. So I see what Nuke's tried to do there. I'm going to give him the props for that. But kill secure nevertheless. And that is 2 flashes blown on the bot lane for Bifrost. You cannot step up onto this wave. Now, of course, I think Riddle know what's up here, because the fact that Audi is pushing up with no summoners available, they know that C-Boy must be somewhere behind him. So there's a really good read right here from the Riddle bot lane. They're gonna take their back and move back in.
Keep your eyes on those solo lane as well. We're starting to see those level 6 marks hit, and that will mean something like a cannon barrage will be available to help out that Draven in the bot side soon enough. And Murray did call it on desk. If it doesn't end up snowballing far enough, Silas with a hijacked cannon barrage does disgusting damage.
Okay, I don't necessarily mind that, because, hold on.
That's a stolen distortion, allows Slow Q to be taken pretty damn low, but he will just about survive, flash away from the death sentence Nukes. There to blow even more summoners.
Yeah, and I want you to pay attention to what Nuke's purchased as his first item, because this is going to be the Mobby boots. So expect this thresh all over the map. Wherever he is, so far, he's blown every single flash from the bot lane. He's taken the flash off of Fury, and now he's making his way back bot. Remember what we said, if that Audi and dual lane are able to push into and get that poke down onto the Thresh and Draven, they don't necessarily have any sustain to be able to withstand all the poke. But due to the fact that Nukes has been on point with his engage and blown both flashes, look at where Odie is playing right now. Inches away from his tower.
And so much of that is just, I'm loving the mentality of Nukes. Level 1 double flay, just for the hell of it, just for the sort of the statement made as MC is actually on top side. Shikari heals his way through it actually. Now MC might be regretting his C-Boys here as well, and he's got Dragon Rage available. I think that might mean a very dead Jin Zhao under the tower, and he does go down, and Shikari picks up that kill.
That was very messy right there from MC, but a good read.
And that's the cannon barrage down. This is what we were talking about. Odie is left out for dead. Surely the whirling death secures the cash in.
Yeah, the second you walk a little bit further than 1 inch from your tower, you're like, yeah, sorry for breathing, guys. I have no flash. Instantly goes down. Again, a great play generated from Nukes. I feel that he's been the king of the Rift so far. Whichever lane he's in, he takes all the summoners. And let's watch this play again, because it's very interesting. You see, the Jinx is like, maybe no. Instantly into the hook, gets the Draven over on that side, and Odie's like, yeah, guys, sorry for breathing. I'll be careful to not move too far off my tower next time.
Clearly a Caitlyn fan, what can we say?
Yeah.
That was pretty brutal. That means there is a significant advantage in bot side. In fact, production, can we have a quick look at the gold totals? Because I want to see exactly how much that's earned that Draven. Yeah, that is what we call a gold lead at 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that is a problem, because that 1,000 gold lead that Riddle is having right now, it is all in the pockets of Fatty-chan. So the question right here is, can he actually translate into the mid game? Because it's going to be really hard to play Draven when a Silas is in your face, a Gwen is in your face, C-Boy and that Lee Sin is in your face. So I would love to see how Fatty-chan is going to transition into the mid game, where the fights start happening around the Dragon area.
It's the right start, but it needs to keep going, because you mentioned all those things. And that's without even mentioning wild growth and exhaust. Like, it gets tough.
I don't think he's gonna reach that far into the team fight to deal with the Jinx and the Lulu.
You might not be wrong, but there is something to that. Look, okay, we've seen the way he's been taking those dark passages forwards, not backwards.
That is true. That is true. That is true. Although we haven't mentioned that in this whole mess that happened, and MC down on the top side of the map, that allowed an opening to Bifrost and C-Boy to grab that Rift Herald for themselves. I think that Jinx is absolutely starving right now. 1,000 gold down, 30 CS down as well. If anything, she needs to get a little bit ahead with this gold, possibly from the Rift Herald. Now, the question is, how do you proceed to do that? You need to make sure that MC is on the top side of the map. You do have the push, and the second Lee Sin shows on the bot side of the map, Shikari needs to be extremely careful where he oversteps.
All right, that has to be the play. It has to be something to deal with this Draven, because if it keeps going like this gold lead is only getting bigger.
Slow Q has used his distortion, though.
He has, and that means Fury could be in a lot of trouble here, but decides to go back. I think he used his own stolen distortion to go back. Took me a second. And Slow Q gets away with it.
Yeah, and here's where the game slows down a little bit, right? Because you can't necessarily pull any dives. You need to wait for the Gangplank ultimate from the side of Riddle if you want to pull any dives. Possibly have slow Q towards the bot side of the map as well. The LeBlanc really hurts right now. Got 2
components of a full item, and also Fatachan and Nukes have all of their summoners available to them. Need to be careful of the Lee Sin though, and this is what's holding Riddle behind. The fact that they don't necessarily know where C-Boy is. They have now pinged him on the Tribus. They know that the second this Bifrost lane clears wards and pushes a little bit forward, there is something going on in the backline.
You saw the potential attempt there, just something, but so much vision to get rid of, and C-Boy's got a little bit of time left on this Rift Herald, but I do want to see it put down soon. I do want to see it come to some advantage, because that's what you've got to work with right now as Bifrost. And yes, you came back late yesterday versus Astralis, but that's Astralis late game, which has been bluntly pretty suspect over the last week or so, and I'm not sure they're going to get the chance here versus Riddle if they keep playing this way.
I mean, to be fair with you, the name of the game for this meta has been scaling,
True,
right?
you're not
the
wrong.
one who scales the most into the late game, the one usually tends to win. Now, Jinx is one of the hardest scaling ADCs that we have, together with the Aphelios, of course. On the other hand, Draven is more of an early to mid-game AD carry, and tends to do a lot of damage to squishy targets. Now, if you look on the side of Bifrost, there are a bunch of squishy targets. I feel like the tankiest one would have to be Fury, because she also heals and sustains, and also Shikari when he's immune. So yeah.
That's definitely one way to call Hello Miss, and I don't disagree, as Shikari does look for something there to get. But yeah, he just decides, I don't want anything to do with this, and I don't blame him. And, you know, actually, I take the point you made there, because actually Bifrost do scale pretty well with Gwen, Sylas, Jinx. Those guys on 3 items are going to be pretty nasty.
I would like to see, I was about to say, I think the Rift Herald is going to pop on the top side of the map because it's running out right now.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad decision, because Shikari is going to be the one looking for Fatachan in the backside of the map. So getting him ahead in the early game, making sure that this Gwen is really strong, can one-shot the Draven. My only worry right here is that this Draven is going to be extremely alone in the backline.
Not to take us on too much of a tangent too early, but considering you guys are always on about Shikari, the return of the king, it's a little ironic.
No.
Okay.
You guys are like Shikari, the return of the king.
I haven't even said it before, so here we are. Anyway,
maybe it was Jamal.
Okay, it's fair. There you go. The point being, though, that he's playing Gwen, who's very much against the return of the Ruined King. Like, that's about as anti-lore-wise as it gets.
Listen, they're not playing against the Viego. It's not a Ruined King.
Yes, but it's Gwen who's against the return of the king, and he is the king returning. You see the dissonance there?
Oh, wow, you went lore.
I did.
Okay.
See, I thought you would enjoy that, of all people.
Okay, I don't know much of lore, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry. But what I do know is that Riddle so far have been playing so well around their bot lane. If you look at their vision towards the bot quadrant of C-Boy's jungle, it is fully lit up with swords. So the second C-Boy steps forward,
Literally,
he has to back out.
Yep.
He has to back out.
And that CS lead in the bot lane, if nothing else, is continuing to be an issue. That was 20 CS a few minutes ago. It's now up to more like 35 plus at this point.
Honestly, if you're Bifrost right here, I think they're very wise to back off of any shenanigans over the bot side of the map. And you should find another one.
Here's a cannon barrage as well. That's the whirling death. Not quite enough wild growth saves Jules' life. And they do get out, but summoners are burnt.
Oh wow, that was 2 flashes, but on the other hand, it's 2 flashes both for Fatachan and Nukes, so it is a trade, if you will, of flashes down the bot lane. I was saying, if Bifrost want to play this fair and square with their composition and they want to scale into the late game, you do not fight a 1-item Draven and you do not fight into a LeBlanc, especially with how much vision Riddle has into your own jungle. So I feel like this has been very well played so far, trying to mitigate the losses from the side of Bifrost, and of course Riddle trying to snowball. You have to start stacking these Drakes, which is exactly what they're doing on spawn.
And they've rolled pretty well. It's the Infernal Drake as well, Infernal Rift that's available for them to start moving towards that Infernal Soul, which is exactly what you were looking to do in terms of a high-impact soul to acclaim. They're going to shove forwards up Bifrost on the top side, though, and get Shikari even more gold, who has been playing pretty well up in this top side on the Gwen.
Could we potentially see the gold between Gwen and Gangplank? Because I feel there's going to be a huge discrepancy. This Gwen has been banking in on a bunch of turret platings as well since the Rift Herald went towards the top side of the map, and the Gangplank has not really. 20 CS ahead for the Gwen, 1 kill and full turret platings on the top side of the map. I think the gold discrepancy is going to be huge between the 2 top laners.
May well be indeed, and you know they got the turret there as well. It got that Rift Maker early, and at the very least, it's kept the gold manageably close, shall we say. It's about 2,000 or so that Riddle have in the advantage, but it hasn't snowballed further yet. That turret going down will probably extend it a little bit, and it does so, but if Bifrost can hold it here for the next 5 minutes, I think they'll feel a lot happier than they were 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely agree, 100%. I think that the Bifrost composition scales much harder than the Riddle composition does. Minus the Lee Sin, I feel like C-Boy is going to be the playmaking machine for them, trying to find the king, trying to start a fight, maybe even now.
They're gonna try. That's a hook straight onto the Jinx, but it doesn't matter because Silas picks that kill up. Face check from Riddle leaves them wanting there.
This is the first time that Nukes oversteps his boundaries. So far, he's been on point with where his engages are and how to get into fights and trying to get his team kills or at least summoners. And this time, he steps into a trap from Bifrost. And this is exactly what happens when the map starts opening. You take the top side tower, that means the top side jungle from MC does not belong to MC anymore because you see how they're bleeding. Bifrost is bleeding their vision into that quadrant of the jungle, which means if you try to overstep your welcome towards that side, you're going to get caught out. MC, though, he's on a really good flank towards the mid lane.
He's going to try and get on to Joyfeed Polymorph, though, but OD doesn't really have a flash, doesn't really have a hope. He's going to be MC, actually, that takes that one. That's possibly a mistake. He's still dead.
Yeah, he's 100% dead. I think this Jinx has been the recipient of a lot of violence from the side of Riddle.
To put it mildly.
I don't think they like Arcane.
No, exactly. They're Caitlyn fans. They're definitely on that side of the equation.
Absolutely. And because she was banned, they're taking
exactly.
revenge.
The rage is there.
Yeah.
Exactly that. That. There's no other option. That's exactly what it is. There's no, tactical decision making. That's just what it is.
That would be Lux. Tactical decision summary?
I don't play enough Lux, and now I'm there with you. Thank you for that voice reminder. Whoops. Yeah, I should know that. There you go. All right, so checking in, anything especially exciting to look at right now? No, aside from the fact Infernal Drake will be coming up in about a minute and a half, and honestly, with Riddle's 2 Drakes in, they want to set up for this.
Now, what the important thing is that you can't leave Odie alone in the mid lane. You see how many wards Riddle has around him, which means that he has to push the wave really quickly and leave because he doesn't have his flash up and available. He will have it, however, for the upcoming Dragon fight, which is going to be very important to get away from targets like Slowq's LeBlanc. Now, what are we looking for here? We're looking at who's going to have a lot of priority through mid and bot to try and bleed the vision into each other's jungle. Obviously, Bifrost want to stop Riddle from going for Soul Point because an Infernal Soul is going to be really hard to deal with on a Draven and a LeBlanc that's going to be looking for your backline. But I really like what Bifrost are doing here. They're trying to open through the bot side of the map so they have a way into this river.
And if they can get this tower as well, they're going to get more gold into Shikari's pockets just before this critical fight. He gets to go back, buy something pretty important. That half item you called out from the last game where you said, look, this is the time now, I think, where Riddle will really want to make sure they win this fight.
And look at that. Instantly, you see that the second you open the bot side of the map, you can actually start wrapping around. You can go towards that pincher move. So whichever lane you have actually broken open, you can bleed your pressure through that with your champions. So since they broke open bot side of the map, you saw instantly Bifrost can move through the bot side, and now they're taking control with a bunch of control wards.
One ward that's just being off vision there, just inside that river towards the edge of the upper wall, hasn't been swept, hasn't been spotted, and that's actually giving Riddle a little bit more vision they would normally have here.
Actually, I like this from Riddle. They're pushing in the mid lane wave, which means they can actually enter from that side of the map from 3 ways, top, mid, and bot.
Here comes Slowq, teleported back in. No idea what the items they picked up from it were. Fury
they spotted him.
Well done there. Slowq now going to try and maybe force something out. He's got the Jin's out, ultimate stolen, the Crescent Guard there.
He's still there.
He is, he's absolutely there. And this dragon has been started. MC now backing into Fury. He's going to have to burn that stolen ultimate. Vatican doesn't really get a lot done there with the standard side. Dragon down to about 4,000 HP. And we reset. We start again. Yuke's looking for the hook. Odie has to burn heal to keep it out. Oh, he gets kicked in. C-Boy gets onto Vatican, but he flashes away. He's staying alive and well. Dragon goes down to C-Boy. It's taken up. Gwen gets 2, and she's starting to fire even more. Odie untouched. Slowq at the back of it all. Gwen, of course, she's immune. Out comes the Super Mega Death Rocket. The Wild Growth comes through as well, and this is a win for Bifrost as far as I'm concerned.
Sikari actually putting into action all the gold that was put into his pocket.
It was a win. It's not anymore. That's a nice little pick off, and at least they've stopped the dragon stacking, I guess.
Okay, so that was a really good fight from the side of Bifrost. They managed to stop the bleeding when it comes to stacking dragons, but due to the fact that they lost duel right there, that means they can't walk toward that mid side of the map. It was really well guarded by Slowq. That means they lose the mid lane tower, and the mid lane tower is so important when you have immobile carries. But let's look at this again. I feel like the fact that the Spot Fury on the side doesn't allow Riddle to push any further forward. And Fury oversteps his welcome a little bit, and he has to blow that Zinza ultimate way early into the fight, and then Shikari and Bifrost are trapped, taking damage from that Infernal Dragon. Now, I'm not sure which Gangplank ultimate that was. I think it was from the side of Riddle, the Gangplank ultimate that's going to drop right now. But you will see Fury instantly dies, C-Boy instantly dies, and the one who stays alive and soaks up all the damage while doing a bunch in return is going to be Shikari on that Gwen. Is going to be the recipient of so much gold from the top lane platings, the tower itself, and a bunch of assists down below.
Now Slowq having to try and get away, but has burned both Distortion. Takes a lot of damage now from C-Boy, who's continuing to chase down. Gets the passive out, but not a huge amount more. Now here comes Nukes and Fatigue, and I think C-Boy's just overstepped at this point. He's going to try and trade back into the side. If you check on your minimap, there's more of a fight continuing. Nearly gets Slowq, but he kicks him beyond the Krugs.
He was betrayed by the jungle, and he's a jungler.
I know.
That says a lot.
That, you know, you're betrayed by your own
nice try.
home.
Nice try, a little bit overzealous right there to try and take Slowq down. Bunch of dashes. His team was ready to run into him, but again, C-Boy, again, he's the playmaker for his team on the side of Bifrost. When it comes to the late game, he needs to be finding these dashes, these kicks. He needs to be finding the insects to try and create some pressure for his team. Now, because C-Boy is down, that means that Bifrost are playing with one player less. That allows Riddle to enter the jungle and put down some vision for themselves. What they're going to do, they're going to start by taking any outer tower that remains, which is the one on the top side of the map. Now they're going to back 2.5 minutes until the next dragon, so they have some time to play, farming the lanes, pushing out their waves, and making sure they actually set up for the next dragon.
And actually, as the dust is beginning to settle, we kind of said, look, if the gold stayed about 2k, would have been all right. It has expanded now to about that 4,000 mark. They have kind of taken a little bit more of a control in this game again, Riddle, considering, yeah, that gold lead in the bot lane is pretty disgusting. And honestly, Gangplank being able to print some money, pick up a couple kills in that fight, has evened it up with Shikari's Gwen as well. And that does mean this Draven that we said wanted the snowball has done exactly that. Still alive, still unkilled, still absolutely deadly when it comes to these important fights coming up.
And honestly, I was expecting the Draven to be the recipient of the first dash from the side of Shikari. Sure. But again, the way that that fight was played with the Dragon, where they were stuck in the pit, that meant that Fatigue had all the space in the world to put down auto attack after auto attack. And again, you see 1:30 on the clock. Riddle move into the bot quadrant of C-Boy's jungle. They set down their vision and they wait for the next dragon to come up, which is going to be Soul Point. Fury right there. Fat finger?
I wonder whether he thought there was more coming through there. At least Azonia's not a stopwatch. It will come off cooldown.
So Riddle is pinging the Baron. They thought that because Jinx was not seen on the map, it could potentially be a Baron. It is a possibility with Gwen, but since Gwen is towards the bot side of the map, I don't think Riddle have a lot to worry about right here. But they do have a pretty good setup around the Dragon. They have their bot lane pushing. They can also push the mid lane as well, and they can also enter the bot river with a lot of security due to their vision.
45 seconds to go, and Riddle have got the red side jungle of Bifrost lit up like a Christmas tree. And they're going to try and continue to get a little bit more as this mid lane tower. Not quite going to fall. Ran out of wave there. They do go to clear it up, and there is that one ward remaining behind them, just below the red buff, that might prove a flank angle, though. Slowq decides teleporting to the mid lane. More safe, more valuable.
This is the fight. All eyes on Shikari. He's got 2 items to his name. If he needs to shine, it has to be now. Oh my God.
Takes a lot of damage. Can reset with the teleport, may need to.
But that means they lose so much control that they already had in the river. Don't forget all this vision bleeding behind it. Slowq has seen Shikari. He's chasing for him, but he's not going to quite find him. That could have been huge.
It really could have been, and we've set this up to be a climactic fight, the massive moment in this game. But right now, it's looking like Riddle are just going to get everything they ever wanted. Fury gets hooked, goes down, and MC picks that one up. Now the Dragon down to about half HP. C-Boy going to have to think about getting off the back of the wall. That's a Mega Left Rocket, and it is secured. So point secured by Riddle. They get the kill afterwards as well. The mid jungle dead from Bifrost. They can think about moving over to Baron as Slowq gets on Shikari, but won't get too much more. Riddle just turns straight towards the big purple one.
Again, Nukes with a beautiful hook right there. I think Riddle are playing to their strengths. And that was another beautiful fight where they have the waves pushing for them and they use them to their advantage. Again, their vision, their setup has been on point from the side of Riddle, and Slowq is such a pain in the butt for Bifrost to deal with.
And they're going to continue just hanging around here. Slowq and Nukes being obnoxious as possible. Shikari down the Hallow Mist. Here comes the teleports. They're wanting to fight this anyway. MC so very low. Needlework's coming through, and Nuke's surely about to die. Stopwatch, though, prevents that from coming through. Whirling Death makes no difference, and that will be Fury picking up the Thresher's life. Obi would go over, but that might be a very risky angle. Throws out the zap. They're preventing the backs, but I think they're going to get towards this tier 2, and Bifrost can't chase any further.
Whew. Okay, so let's catch our breaths and see exactly what's happened right here, because this is a 4v5 so far, a 3v5 might I say, where Fury, because he previously used his Hourglass, is no longer able to. The Lulu ultimate is not going to save him. C-Boy again stuck into the pit. Super Mega Death Rocket is not going to do enough damage to the Dragon, and C-Boy ends up going down, not able to steal that Dragon, which means sole point for Riddle. But not only that, with 2 members down from the side of Bifrost, Riddle have a very easy way towards that Baron. The Super Mega Death Rocket is not there to steal the Baron, and neither is C-Boy with the Smite, which actually lands them a pretty good 6,000 gold lead.
And what you can buy with a 6,000 gold lead is a whole infinity edge over your opponent. Fadikan is about ready to take some heads off. Executioner by lore, Executioner by trait in this game, apparently. All right, so we're going to see how this one continues to play out. They've got themselves a lot to work with, a lot of standing gold still available. With only 2 towers they've taken. Very ready to continue to just wrest control of this game away from Bifrost, who would consider one of our top teams, really pushing towards being one of the best in the league. And Riddle about to potentially lay them low here.
I think Riddle are actually making a statement right here, because they've been playing the game stellarly. Look at their main carries. Gangplank, 0 deaths. Slowq on the LeBlanc, 0 deaths. Fatichan on the Draven, 0 deaths. They have been playing to perfection every single team fight. I think the one that has been very problematic for Bifrost to deal with is that LeBlanc. And that was our question as well. How do you keep down that assassin that wants to dive towards your backline? Does the Silas do enough in the front line? And Fury so far has just not been able to find the angles to slip into the backline together with Shikari, possibly get into Fatichan's Draven. I don't think Draven has been touched at all this entire game.
He's been pretty safe. 600 gold bounty on top of his head, and as it's standing, I'm not even sure if you do catch him, it will go all that well. He just do so much damage. He's got the experience to back it up at this point. Another tower fall. Gold lead continues to expand, and I think Bifrost, unless they can find a miracle at this next Infernal Dragon fight, it's looking pretty much done.
So here's the question. You're Bifrost, your entire jungle is lit up red. It doesn't belong to you anymore.
Nope.
It hasn't belonged to you in a long time. And you don't have a single tank that can face check. And this is the problems when you're running enchanters as support, that Lulu cannot actually face check the same way Leona or Nautilus or a Braum would face check to put down vision. And this is very problematic right now, because C-Boy is not necessarily tanky enough with just a Sterak's and a Gold Drinker to face check. Shikari can do it. No one can do it from the sort of Bifrost, which means that in a minute time, Riddle are going to have a very easy way to an Infernal Soul, and Slowq's LeBlanc is going to hurt that much more.
Fury does hop forward there with the Absconder to try and find maybe an Everfrost active. Can't quite make it happen though. And
I saw him disappear for a second, just for a second.
That was a moment there, and that tower is on about a breath away from falling over. I think you could literally sneeze halfway down the lane, it'll fall. But as it stands, still just about there, and we've got 40 seconds.
Hold on.
Oh.
Teleport coming in.
Oh, here we go. That is going to be the attempt from Bifrost, who want to be here to contest. 30 seconds
How
into the
do you
Dragon.
enter?
They've got to try and find some way. They're going to have Shikari just force their way in man mode. So much damage onto MC, but he's going to get pulled back with the use of the Dark Passage. He does a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. It's only a little stick. A Slowq could just trade it straight back onto C-Boy.
Okay, Breath. C-Boy is literally on 20% HP. He cannot step anywhere near that pit. Possibly can find a bread, but slow Q.
He takes so much damage, has to flash over the wall. There he is. They found him with that zap. Super Mega Death Rocket gets him, and that's a massive pick. Your mid laner is dead before the dragon spawns. Now, Riddle, I think they're just backing off. They don't want to take this at all.
They don't have to. They don't have to. They've lost one of their biggest assets, which is this LeBlanc. We've mentioned how slow Q was a big pain in the butt for the side.
That is not the sound of Draven cashing in. That is the sound of Bifrost cashing in.
Like,
just to clarify.
There's no way he killed someone. Okay, that was the objective bounty, of course. More money going towards the side of Bifrost. They've closed the gap to a 6,000 gold deficit for Bifrost right here. And this is where they start breathing. The second LeBlanc is down, you know you can more easily move inside enemy territory and lay down some vision. Again, with Lulu, it is very scary, but again, let's take a breather, because that was really brave by Odie to find slow Q right there after slow Q tried to take down C-Boy. It was revenge for the Jungle Boy.
Oh yes, it was, and this is after this Jinx has been put really under the cosh this entire game. How many ganks, how many flashes from you?
It's been slow Q's target for the entire game.
Like, this has been a miserable experience for Odie, who has basically been taking a lot of the pressure from Riddle.
So, let's call it what it was.
Yeah.
It was a mistake from slow Q. Now, again,
it was.
There's another major objective coming up. Which
There
in
is.
20 seconds, it's a Baron. And Bifrost cannot necessarily walk very easily again inside their jungle to try and take control so they can move towards that major objective. So it's going to be another task that they have to break, another puzzle, another Rubik's Cube that they're going to have to solve on how to enter. My guess would be push down the mid lane and enter through river. That is usually the easiest way you can do that when you've lost control of your jungle.
Okay, I see your analysis, and I raise you 2 narrative points.
Uh-oh.
1. I seem to recall a game that went to this kind of point versus Astralis only on Monday, where Bifrost may have just taken
How many
that
games
game.
do we have here? I forgot.
2.
Okay.
Shikari, though they may be playing a champion that is against the return of the king, has managed to pick up 3 items on Gwen. And those are some pretty nice items to have on Gwen, no less, who could maybe turn around some of these fights. They're going to have to do really well. This Fury takes a lot of damage. And
Shikari?
actually, fight's begun. Never mind these narrative points. Nukes are taken so damn low. And in comes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Nobody's dead, but Bifrost, they're beginning to make some waves here.
Yeah. That was a lot of damage being dished out by Shikari together with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Slow Q right here. Okay. Another breath, because this game, even though it has a 6,000 difference in gold between the two teams, it feels like it's very close due to the fact of how Shikari is playing on that Gwen. He's taking the initiative, he's playing into Riddle's face, and we mentioned that as a Draven, you're a short-range ADC. When you have a Sylas, a Lee Sin, and a Gwen playing in your face, it's going to be really difficult to play the game. So far, they've been able to blow only his heal, still has his fast available, but the same task is going to be asked by Bifrost again. How do you enter to go towards the Baron? And the answer is through mid.
They're going to make Riddle pull off. They see Fury teleport and decide against continuing. This game, though, it's stayed at this kind of point now for a little while.
They still don't know if the Baron is going down. Now they know. Due to C-Boy placing a ward right there, now they know that the Baron has been called off. They have absolutely no vision in that river. And again, it's just been so hard, due to them running a Lulu as a support, to make sure they put that vision when they're behind.
And now Odie is at 3 items. That is the Infinity Edge complete. There's a last Whisper in inventory as well. So honestly, Jinx is pretty much online at this point. You've got 3 items on Sylas. You're looking at a stopwatch in inventory across the top 3 members, at least of Bifrost.
And the fact that LeBlanc had to sacrifice Death Cap so far to go for the little bit of anti-heal versus that Lulu and versus the Sylas, and obviously versus the Gwen as well, because they all heal, has cost Slow Q his Death Cap on the next fight. Unless he can somehow manage to find a Death Cap. 1 minute.
He falls as well. He's going to try going back in, but that's so much damage. That Xin Zhao just isn't as tanky anymore.
He's still alive.
He takes so much damage. He's alive, but he's gone golden. I don't know if he can stay alive any further. Fury goes forwards. Odie picks up with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Shikari in a 1 versus 4. Gwen gets gangplank. He's going to step forward with a stopwatch. Odie flashing forward as well. Vatican is out, but gets zapped, but not quite. Actually, I take that back. It's Slow Q's clone that falls, and Bifrost, have managed to pick up 2 before this dragon fight again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the meta of scaling. Odie is finally there. He can play frontline because now Jewel can keep him alive from all the LeBlanc damage that's been dished out. And again, Slowq not having his death cap available on that fight could have been very critical. Shikari, need to give props to this guy because so far he's been keeping Bifrost alive.
That's Shikari. He can maybe take this one. Actually, he's going to step forward. Nukes is just dead. He's gone.
Where'd you go? Oh no, this is disastrous for Riddle.
It really
because
is.
they want to get that Infernal Soul for themselves. Against Slowq, no death cap available for him means he cannot put down as much damage right now because there has been a bunch of defensive items bought on the side of Bifrost. And from being 3-0 down in Dragons, Bifrost have evened out the score on 3-3. Soul Point all across the board. Baron for Bifrost. I think the tides are turning. Only 2,000 gold between the two teams. And again, scaling has gone to the favor of Bifrost. That Draven cannot dish out as much damage as this Jinx, neither does he have the range. And once again, the return of the King, Shikari on the Gwen, finds the bot lane of Riddle, dispatches off the support as well, which gives the 4 versus 5 advantage to Bifrost to take that dragon.
And you can see Slowq and Fathicham trying to make something happen there, but they just can't get close enough at this point. They're not strong enough anymore, and now it's 4 items across the board for Bifrost.
Yeah.
Now he's said the scaling is there. That gold lead at this point is meaningless. Bifrost did it on Monday. I was being facetious. I was joking. In some ways, a C-boy! It's just gone in the moment I start praising Bifrost.
And look what's in his inventory.
Ah, there it is. Rabadon's death cap.
It's that purple hat, baby, that made C-Boy go pop. And had he had that, the whole fight could have gone differently before. But right now, Bifrost are on the retreat because Slowq looks for more blood.
It's 2 versus 4, but over the wall, Odie's getting a lot of damage down onto MC, who has to burn the Crescent Guard. Stolen, Distortion, I believe. So Mega Death Rocket doesn't get a lot done. Nukes go over the wall, but I think that's just it. Slowq, why are you there? Zap comes through as well, and now Shikari's hops over the wall with a skip and slash. And actually, that's just a 1-for-1, all things said and done.
Oof. Okay, that was a 1-on-1 return in between Bifrost and Riddle, and Nukes tried to make a play happen. Duel did not die, though. This Lulu has slowly but surely caught up in levels, still 4 levels behind on Slowq, but Slowq had burned his entire kit onto another champion by that point. So they weren't able to kill the Lulu, and Nukes ends up trading his life for C-Boys. Now, again, it's gonna slow down until the next objective on the map, because these two teams have nothing more to fight about. It's as even as it could possibly be. Even though you see 1K, it doesn't matter at all. It's about C-Boy and Shikari finding the place for Bifrost and Slowq being able to assassinate a target before a fight starts. And these are the two that we need to compare right now when we're looking at a fight. Is Slowq going to be able to make it a 4v5, or is C-Boy and Shikari going to be able to slip into the backline and make the playmaking play?
And it was such a good early game from Middle. They made so much happen towards that bot lane. It was looking so good, but Bifrost, this is now 2 games in a row where they've managed to hold on until they scale into the late game, until they can start playing around these objectives. And honestly, they've been doing that pretty well.
And the tides have turned right now. It is Bifrost that have the pushing waves. It is Bifrost that get into the jungle and get to put down their vision first, which means they could potentially make a play together with C-Boy. And even though Fury does not have a teleport, he's able to push down, to push up the top lane wave, gets to back first, possibly complete an item. Void Staff already completed 4 items onto that Sylas, whilst only 3 on the LeBlanc for the time being. And Sylas has scaled, Jinx has scaled, Shikari and that Gwen is so freaking fed at this point. So they've got the scaling on their side. They need to pinpoint where Slowq is. But if we look at the bot quadrant of MC's jungle, I'm pretty sure they'd be able to find LeBlanc because it's fully lit blue.
It really is, and more importantly, we've got every summoner spell available coming into this dragon fight, aside from Fury's teleport.
It's the smell of blood.
Oh yeah, blood is in the water, and I think the sharks are swimming straight up that river. We've got a minute until this Infernal Drake and Nukes found a little bit of a pick and is fighting over this mid lane control right now. It's all on this. Infernal Soul goes one way or the other right now.
I'm seeing just Slowq and Fury playing without
I know.
ward right then. I'm like, someone is about to get blown to pieces. But again, you
we
see,
go.
the Gangplank ult goes down.
That's a flash from MC with the wind becomes lightning, and he doesn't quite come through, but Odie has to burn flash. So does Duel. Fury has gone golden, and look at the backside. Shikari's onto MC, but I don't have the stun. You want the damage though onto Slowq is obscene. Odie's taken pretty low as well now. Fatih-chan trying to trade it out with C-Boy. He's winning that one. Goes golden. Shikari kills the jungler though. MC is down for the count. Slowq is down to 10% HP, and that is a stolen Gangplank ult, I think.
Yeah,
Not
that
quite
was
sure
a stolen
where that
Gangplank ult. Yeah,
came
absolutely.
from.
That was Fury putting the stolen Gangplank ult down, but Slowq was put really low in HP. It's again a 4v5. MC's down. There's no smite on the side of Riddle, and this is so point for both of them. Slowq, it's all up to you to make it back into a 4v4.
You have to win the fight because you're not going to have the smite available. Down to 2000
Dragon.
HP taken, and that's Infernal Soul. Watch the damage coming through. Jinx, not quite excited.
Fury!
Flash forward from Fury, secures Gangplank, and now the chase continues. Look at that whirling death coming out of Fury, who's continuing to chase. Odie lands the slow from the zap. Super Mega Dot rocket goes wide. Now Slowq trying to find something on the retreat. It's just not enough. They've got Infernal Soul with 4 Infernal Drakes to back it up, and I think they're about to grab a Baron on spawn to boot.
Oh yeah, it's coming back up, baby. They have the soul and they want the dragon as well. I don't know if Slowq is gonna even try to get inside the jungle to maybe steal that Baron. Nope, it's gonna go all the side of Bifrost, and it's all gone so wrong, because you could look at Fatih-chan and be like, holy sh, that's a very fed Draven. 3-0. In fact, yeah, he's had 0 impact. He's not been able to put down a single auto attack because she carries there, because C-Boy is there, because Fury manages to get into the backline, and all these carries from Bifrost have finally reached that scaling point where they're so difficult to deal with. And if Slowq doesn't find that one person to blow up, you see how difficult it is for Riddle to play these fights.
And Odie is now up in experience. He's equal in items, and they're equal in items. That advantage the Draven had early on, it's non-existent anymore. It's gone.
Been non-existent
It's
for
non-existent
20
for a
minutes.
while. Honestly, Odie is now ahead as far as that's concerned. Yeah, Slowq's kind of got a death cap, can do some damage, but the likes of Kex take so much damage. You just don't survive. Odie's unstoppable. The tower falls, and the shove will now continue. That cannon barrage is looking more like a salute to the dead.
Oh, that was a sorry for breathing moment right there for Kex, because he died straight underneath his tower, and Riddle have to defend 4v5. Never mind, they had to make it a 4v5 for themselves.
Ooh.
Now they're on 1-man advantage, so what can they do? They have 0 wave clear for themselves. There's a Baron on Bifrost. They also have 2 waves running in, and if anything, this could actually be the end here.
The game was in their hands. They had such a fed Draven. They had such a gold lead, but they might just be falling here regardless. Bifrost in 2 games this week. Push it to late, push it to scale, and push it to a victory here in the NLC. 5-1.
Woo! That was a turnaround for Bifrost, because they do it again.
Again.
And the only thing that I have to say, I don't know if you guys have seen the SpongeBob meme, but this game was like scaling. 6,000 gold deficit into nothing. The second OD picked up that 3rd item, I think it was over. It felt a little bit of a one-sided affair where, like, if Slowq did not find the opening onto that LeBlanc, it was doomed.
Fed Draven be damned. Bifrost hold on. Bifrost get the victory.
The return of the king, though!
I know, he's here! It's at the end of the 3rd game as well. It's so appropriate. Throw it a break. We'll see you soon. That was more fun.
That was a fun
And what a game it was. This Bifrost versus Riddle. People were not expecting a lot, but there we go. Riddle still has it, but Bifrost always kicking it to the late game and jumping and dancing around the dragons and the barons. The coin flips have worked out so far, but let's see if they're actually able to keep doing these coin flips. This is kind of dangerous, so I want to talk with someone from Bifrost. It's going to be Fury. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. You picked the Silas, you got the game, but it was a long one. Let's be honest about this. It was really, really long. How do you feel about a 40-minute game?
Well, it's just like the game as Monday. We are losing really hard early game, and we are taking still the game with us. I don't know how we did it, but I guess we did it. So in the end, I'm happy that we won, but this week was not good from us. So it's going to be time that we start improving now.
I noticed that, and we should talk about that a little bit later because I have those questions for you, man, about this week. But you picked the Silas, you see the GP on the other side, you know you got that ultimate. How did you feel at that point? Like a child, like, ooh, I got the ultimate.
Well, I didn't really took the GP ulti that much in game, but I knew since we had Gwen and I wanted Silas into LeBlanc, there was a big chance they were going to pick GP into Gwen because it's a good matchup and GP is pretty strong. So I thought about it as well. And for the game itself, since our ulti was also really nice to steal, I think for every Drake fight, it was useful. And from that, we were just snowballing late game because our comp was better.
Now we can talk about this week for Bifrost. Okay, we are always talking about Bifrost being the gatekeepers. Will they be able to step on the throne room, or will they just stay at the door? Do you feel like a top 2, top 3 team, or you feel like you guys still have a little bit of work to do before you can step onto the top of the standings?
We for sure need some work. If I'm looking at XL and X7 right now, their games are for sure way cleaner than ours. Our games are really a mess right now. So hopefully in the upcoming weeks we can start having clean games as well, and that we are not reliant on enemies throwing the game.
That's something that I want to talk as well. Like, you guys never initiated the fights. Obviously, the early game, the Jinx and the Lulu got demolished on the bot lane. There's no way around it. Obviously, we also got Odie just getting that LeBlanc on the Dragon's Dance, and that was an amazing pick to start off the fight. But it seems like the team didn't have initiative enough until the middle of the game, like 25, 30 minutes. I'm going to say mid-game, 25 minutes, which is sad, but okay.
Yeah.
But what is happening? Like, are you guys not comfortable initiating fights? What is happening?
Well, our comp was also, we didn't really have like good engage tools. We were kind of reliant on Lee Sin kicks and on like Draven or LeBlanc with like flashes. So it was really hard for us to engage. We were just really reliant on letting Gwen walk in first with the W and then just hope enemies were too far up so we can just kill one target or 2 targets and then get the objective from that.
Okay, now I want to see the dances because you guys have been dancing a lot on the dragon, like getting the moves. You guys never start the dances. You guys are just coin flipping on the dragon. What is happening on the objectives? Do you guys are like sitting on next to the dragon and say, they'll start. Yeah, we'll just have to wait to time it, try to get some ultimates like you guys did with Astralis, for instance. That's exactly what you did. You burned a lot of ultimates before you started the fights. Are you guys enjoying the dancing? Like, is that a new tactic?
Do I enjoy the dancing? I mean, it's pretty fun. For example, Silas is pretty fun to do dancing around, but I mean, in general, I think the only reason we won this game was because of Gwen W and just snipping everyone in like objective fights. If we didn't have the Gwen or someone to walk in for us, I think it would be really over the game early. So, yeah.
Yeah, one of the things I enjoyed the most was looking into thresh hooks or something like that, and Gwen is immune. Yeah, I love that sentence, by the way. I love it. Man, thanks so much for the interview. Keep it strong, Bifrost, and get the dance on. Get the dance on, man. I like it. See you next week.
Thank you.
Amazing. There you go. Bifrost takes another W home, and they're getting close to the top of the table. Like the gatekeepers, obviously, as he was saying, like Fury still believes that the team has some things that they need to work on before they step into X7 and XL place in the top on the podium. But obviously, this is a team to go into the playoffs. This is a team to try and get their place on the EU Masters. But we still have a long way throughout this split to see what Bifrost is capable of doing. Now we should look into the other side because Riddle had a really good early game. They had the Draven. They were cashing in on the Draven as well. Slow Q was a menace, obviously. Then they picked the GP versus the Gwen. And I was talking with Nightmare. Obviously, you have some sort of advantage with the GP Gwen lane in the beginning of the game, but you get to a point in the game that Gwen becomes Gwen, and even though she doesn't have CC, it's a Gwen, and it snips away your life, your mentality, your everything. And I have to, with me, Nukes from Riddle. Hello, Nukes.
Hello.
I feel we need to start the conversations on a more happy ending, man. What is happening? This was a long game. How do you feel?
I mean, at the early game, I was feeling really good. I was like so hyped, like so full of energy. And then, like as the game kept going on, it's like, oh, we're getting outscaled, and then we didn't get our soul, and it was hard to win.
I was talking with Nightmare throughout the game, and he was telling me like, oh, this has to be one of the best games I've seen Nuke play. Do you agree with him? Like until like 30 minutes, do you agree with him? Were you feeling funky? Like, did you got the mojo going on?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because Thresh is not my best champion, and I was like hitting hooks, and I mean usually in scrims like I flash and miss my flay, but this time this didn't happen. So
I mean, you were smurfing.
Yeah, I was playing pretty good at this early.
So the Draven and the Thresh worked really, really well. Obviously, you guys were able to cash in a lot. And one of the questions that I have for you guys is, at 25 minutes or something, you guys had all the dragons. It was all like, our base all belonged to us, you know? You got everything going on for you guys. But it seemed like you guys run out of gas. Like, was the composition done by that time and the other team was just outscaling you, like Trouble was always saying?
I think like our first 8 to 10 minutes was really good. We got like 1 or 2k lead, but then we had like 2k lead for another 15 minutes. Like nothing was really happening except the Drakes, and like that's still a big problem. Like I think we improved a lot since 2 days ago.
Yes.
But like even with this early game, it's better, but it's still not good enough. Like we need more gas with this comp, because if you're only getting Drakes and no gold, like this is still a hard game.
Now, this is a double-edged sword, because I was looking at the team and was like, okay, they are allowed to play slow. They're allowed to play with the drive and get the cash in, so he's really strong. Solo Q is getting strong as well. Gangplank is getting those items and flowing in with the cash. But then I realized, okay, they're playing way too slow. Do you guys think that you need a bigger voice to get that advantage just going in? Okay, we have the advantage, we should go in. Because I noticed in Division 1 of the NLC, a lot of teams are struggling with the mid game and transitioning it. Is this due to the changes on the teleport, and you believe like the mid game is a little bit weird right now?
I'm not sure about that actually. I think like this game, it really felt we were like really hyped and really playing aggressive, like we almost like didn't care about the risks early game. But then like once it was like 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, then we're like, oh, don't do this and don't do that. But I feel like we should have like kept the same attitude of just go in and don't really care, something like that. But we didn't do it.
All right, but still, you guys got a really good game. Let's be honest, you played really well with the Thresh, and good luck for week 4, because I want to see more of Riddle. Like, those small details, man, you got it, you got it. Thanks a lot for the interview.
Thank you.
And there we go, this is the end of this game, 3rd game of the day, but we still have another one before the game of the week, because this one now, it's going to be X7 versus Dusty. It's going to be a good one, so don't go anywhere. No, don't go anywhere. Really, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay there, stay. I told you not to go anywhere, and you went. I know. No, we're back on the analyst desk. It's going to be X7 versus Dusty, the Kings versus the Machine.
Machines, yes,
Yeah, I mean, he flexed on us. He flexed on us.
Absolutely flexed on us. Flexed on the interview, and maybe flexing on the draft as well. We're straight into it.
Yeah.
Not really waiting around for anything.
No, I like it. Let's. Oh, I was going to talk about this. They got the Rek'Sai. That is so sad.
Because Dusty are a team that we've probably talked about less on this broadcast so far, I think it's fair to say. Particularly because, you know, they were in this awkward middle ground where they're not, like, overperforming. They're not necessarily underperforming after a couple of wins, too. Then they have that game yesterday. Say, oh my gosh. Vikings pretty good at League of Legends, isn't he? Dusty are actually pretty okay, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now, they are against X7. Now, you have to throw down that gauntlet and say, actually, we're not just good, we're great. This is a game where you can start proving that, although that's every team against X7 and XL right now. The question is, without something like Vikings Rek'Sai, what's next on the list?
I do believe that X7 have been slipping a little bit, especially in the early game when they have the leads. Like, they get a little bit too comfortable. It's an amazing team, like, I'll give you that. I bet my hair that they're going to do stuff on your masters. I know I'm going to paint it, but okay. What I'm saying is they're really, really good. But there's a window, and I believe the window is the early game. And I want to see Dusty on the early game. But without the Rek'Sai, what can you pick? Can you go Wilds? I don't know.
Well, this is the problem, right? Because every time there is like an early game champion, you can probably counter that somewhere else on the map. It kind of it unfolds probably around like your first 3 champions when you see all of that. Like in the last game, we saw like the Draven, the Thresh, and then we saw the Xin Zhao as well. And you're like, okay, that's a really strong bot lane jungle 3v3. You're probably losing that, and lo and behold, it was actually a very difficult part of the game to deal with. This actually might open up some options though, because Diana is not awesome at impacting the game early. Now, they do accelerate the early game because they farm so quickly that the level 6 bot really comes very, very fast. Now you have to say, all right, you don't want to pick Yasuo away from Diana. Do you want to pick solo lanes which can survive the Diana? So you can go for the Gragas as one of them. You could have gone for the Gwen. There's stuff like the Vladimir, does back and play, something like that. But that's actually been an XL special right now. What have you got that can survive it? If you pick in the Hecarim, which is something which, of course, we've seen so much from Kana, you're looking to scale up alongside and farm up alongside and say, look, Diana's not going to impact the map before 6. Hecarim won't either, but that's okay. That means we're not butting heads. We're going to gain something, but both going to gain something at level 6.
But do you get the Caitlyn? Finally open. Nobody's looking into it. I know Thresh has been banned. She has the safety over her own. Like, she can net, she can trap, she can do a lot of things. But do you want to risk picking the Caitlyn versus Tempt and Haru? Obviously, this is going to be a Yasuo. I believe so.
It should be a Yasuo. The thing about the Diana is that Diana actually works outside of the Yasuo too. You can pick it with other stuff. I think the difficulty of picking something like Caitlyn into, well, on the side of X7 is that you've got the Hecarim and the Gragas to be kind of like dive buddies and get right onto your backline. What I think it could be okay for Dusty though is because you're not dealing with early game pressure, ganking bot lane. We see the Gwen locked in, but if you're Dusty, I don't know if you're particularly emboldened to play the Caitlyn right now because, sorry, if you are, so the other way around is that, because you're not playing against Lee Sin, you're not playing against Xin Zhao, the Caitlyn is not going to be quite as worried about early game level 2 ganks and stuff, which has typically been the answer to Caitlyn when it has been drafted.
But if you pick the Caitlyn and you have Yasuo, Gwen, Diana, this is a rough one. If you pick the Caitlyn and you're fighting versus the Gwen, you know in the middle of the team fight, you will see a spam of Gwen is immune, Gwen is immune, Gwen is immune. And that's not what you want with the Caitlyn. You want to use and abuse their range.
Okay, so talking about that range and abusing it, stuff like that, one of the ways that you can do is kind of jump in and jump back, right? So you see the LeBlanc come forward.
Nice.
Now, we saw in the last game, what you can do with a LeBlanc in a late game scenario when you do have a bit more free reign to walk in and not have huge amounts of CC to worry about. Now, Diana's ult combo is very quick to fire. You need to be quick on your fingers, need to be quick on the restore getting back to its return pad, but you do at least have a bit of a shooting gallery right now, unless you want to commit that Diana ult, to start poking up someone like the Diana or the Gwen before the fight starts in earnest.
So I would like to see what Nata is going to pick alongside with Kassim, because you have a tremendous amount of damage already on the top side, jungle and mid lane, so you don't need to go full out, even though Nata is one to take a lot of gold and a lot of damage for the team. So I'd like to see what he's going to pair up with Kassim. I don't know if Yuumi is going to pop out. I know Kassim wants to be a cat in the future, but for now he already was a cat. Caitlyn has been banned by Dusty themselves, so that they have a plan. I believe so.
So Also, we had the Caitlyn up. Jinx has already gone as well. But then the last kind of lanes you have are stuff like Ezreal Yuumi, Ezreal Karma, Jhin Leona is a very big one there as well. Ziggs can also come into the picture. I wonder if Dusty would rather pick out something like the hard engaged champion. It's not going to be the Leona this time, it's going to be the Rakan. Now you're looking at this other side and saying, actually, you get to pick a 2v2 versus the Rakan. Maybe you go for something like the Ziggs plus the Leona to kind of aid in the Diana Yasuo dive target.
But then you have a lot of AP on the side of X7 if you go with the Ziggs as well. So
maybe the Jin's better in that case. Then you actually go for the Jhin Leona. It's safe in lane against most things. You can set up from a longer range. You've got a bit more range to play with as a team at that point. And if you are running forward, maybe play around that. Instead, it's actually going to be the Ezreal, much more about safety, escaping the dive. And you can see the logic in that too, because you're against the Hecarim.
I like the idea because now
You talked about this.
he was listening to me kissing. You naughty boy. If he picks it, I don't think he's going to pick it because I think they're going to try and get a support that is able to roam and assist on the Diana and to get tempo heads.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
I mean, Janna is also good at roaming, but obviously the changes on the Diana. There we go. So lock in, as we were talking.
It's like,
you can roam as well.
So I could like half big rounds, like, oh, it's gonna be Ziggs Leona or Jhin. It's not any of the things which I mentioned, but the Leona's still there, so that's okay.
The Leona is still there. Okay, you're not trouble, but you know. Oh,
that's good. That's nice. That's a good response. So I would expect this now to be the poke Sire. I would expect this to be the area on top of it, because if you dive into those lethality feathers, like. You've dove in too far, it's a little too greedy at that point. If you don't catch the Xayah in your engage, those feathers just rip you a new one.
And the way you have the ultimate set up, like if Diana goes in with Yasuo, you got a free card. At least you got, okay, I lost the flash, but I can still go to the air, throw some feathers and get that lethality going in. So how do you feel about this setup from both teams?
Yeah, so I think actually X7 are also not going to get too much pressure from the bot side of the map too against Xayah Rakan, because you can do like W starts and be really aggressive at level 1 if you really want to do that. I'm actually interested at that point to see if we are going to see like a bot lane takeover of the Lovers duo when they do start that W, or just start poking out very, very early on, and then X7 maybe struggle to get a foothold on the map in the early game, and that's the place where we're looking for them to be attacked.
Will X7 finally lose a game and Dusty be able to take the throne away from them? Or is X7 immortal? I don't know, but it's up to Initialize and Trouble to tell us.
We've been looking
Do I tell them?
into the future, and I believe...
Do I tell them?
I think we might have to.
I don't know, man. Hammer and Tempt on a Diana Yasuo duo.
All I'm saying is all eyes need to be on mid. They need to be the mid-jungle.
I'm going to make it even spicier.
Mid-jungle, exactly.
Yeah.
So mid, because the jungle's going to be there as well, and Yasuo for Tempt, and that LeBlanc on the other side. Yeah! He's back! Soft touch.
Ducky.
Destroyer of worlds, devourer of breadcrumbs.
Come on, it's a duck.
It's clearly a void monstrosity. Have you seen those eyes? Those eyes are pitch black. There is a monster inside there. That doesn't stop him being evil.
Okay, true. We've watched a lot of anime to know.
Yeah, in fairness. So, here we are onto the Rift, Tempt, Backland, Yasuo, LeBlanc, the jungle pairings here as well, gonna get real spicy. That's Exhaust, interestingly, onto Xayah as well. There's no heal. Wants the Exhaust because, of course, has got an Ignite Yasuo, a Gwen, and a Diana jumping for them.
Honestly, I don't see Venza ever seeing his support in the fight, so he's most likely going to be left alone with Jaeger on his butt. So I really don't mind the Exhaust here, because you're going to have to deal with either the Diana, the Yasuo, or the Gwen diving on the backline. Now, the question is, where do the junglers choose to start from? Because I don't see them playing from top for topside. You see that Jaeger here has taken the more passive approach, no Ignite onto that Gwen. He's more about the mobility, having the Ghost later on to be able to chase towards Venza's Xayah or Backland's LeBlanc. I think it's going to be a story about supports roaming together with the junglers and playing around that mid lane pressure. Now, of course, Yasuo, being a melee champion, is going to suffer a little bit early on versus the LeBlanc until that win wall is up and available as well. So we're just going to wait and see where the junglers choose to start and what do they choose to do with the priority they get from their lanes.
And the moment you see it, we can see Hecarim and Diana both starting their red buffs. Hecarim, though, Viking on Vision. There was a ward on that red buff, so X7 do have that additional info about the Dusty route that there's going to be happening at this moment in time.
Okay,
So there is a ping, but it is going to be towards the Raptors. It's not going to be a gank ping. I think this game in general is going to be very slow until we hit that level 6 mark, where the Diana Yasuo combo becomes very powerful. The second you sit in it for a little bit, you're gonna get blown up. Also, it's really cool to mention how both Tempt and Buckland have opted for the ignites instead of the teleports. So we know it's gonna be blood the second level 6 comes through, so all eyes of course filled in the mid lane. I think bot lane for this time being is going to be a very cool, calm and calculated sort of lane. I hope that Venza does not necessarily go for the lethality build. I hope he goes more for the DPS build here, because he's going to need that extra lifesteal, that extra auto attack
He may
speed.
well do.
Yeah.
And if Tempt gets the right kind of wind wall as well, you can do quite a lot to prevent Zaya's feathers.
Absolutely.
We had that little chat just off screen as well. Throw that wind wall behind you and suddenly all those feathers just get stopped in mid-air, which is always a bit frustrating. So gonna see now how it all kind of eventually works out. You've called that level 6 mark, you've called the ignites in mid lane. Like, everybody should be turning your eyes there. Everybody should be waiting for that moment. Maybe we get a surprise gank early, but otherwise it's just wait and hold.
Yeah, and honestly, we have to put all our eyes on Haru as well, because every time we have a B1 that is different than the ones we expect, and obviously Diana right here is like an S++ tier jungler, so the second a jungler will pick it as B1, we need to see the value that they bring into the game. And knowing Haru, knowing the way he plays Hecarim and how aggressive he likes to be on these junglers with a lot of engage, I'm not surprised that right now he's sneaking into the jungle, he's searching, he's looking to find these picks onto Viking. Now, what I also really like is that both Jaeger and Haru entered the top side of the map and left wards. This is the first side that's going to be coming up for the sort of Vikings. This is the first side of his jungle that he cleared. So they're going to know exactly his timers, and they're going to know exactly where this Hecarim is heading.
And they know that all off that initial ward they placed on the red buff.
Absolutely.
That is what you call a multi-stage plan. There is a ping out now from Viking. I wonder whether they know he's on vision. He's just been pinged out indeed. And Jaeger going to be well aware what's going on towards this Warhorse from the Shadow Isles.
Yeah, and also Jaeger honestly doesn't really have to push here. There is a huge wave from Alif, and he has stacked it, which means that eventually it's going to push towards Jaeger. And Jaeger, of course, with the invincibility as well from his spell, he's going to be more than safe underneath his tower, so he doesn't have to worry about this one.
Here we
Viking,
go. They're just going to go for a flash Zenith Blade. Nata gets exhausted. He's going to hop over it though, and Venza's in a lot of trouble. In comes Haru. Luna Rush secures first blood.
And we were wondering what the value of Diana is since Haru first picked it. Well, let me tell you what. 4 minutes into the game, doesn't need level 6, grabs that first blood right there. I can't help to wonder what that flash was from Venza, because he tried to get out of the Diana range, but jumped straight into Kasing, and then he locked him into place. It was quite rough to see. Both summoners blown up by Venza. He's only level 3. That means that the Leona is going to be that much more deadly in lane the second she gets close.
There is an on-the-way ping towards those walls, kind of aware that Viking might be trying to steal those away. He'll get the first couple, probably going to be able to get out of here as well, one would imagine. Throws down the smite and does get away with a little bit of something back, but a wolf camp for that kill bot, you take that every day of the week as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, honestly, I feel like it's sort of calculated as well, right? You see the opponent jungle down in the bot lane, gets a kill, you wonder, what can I steal? What can I take in my advantage? So Viking is invading the side of the map that is going to be furthest away from Haru, so props to Viking right there, trying to get something from nothing that was created down in the bot lane from all that chaos that happened for the Dusty bot lane.
Backman needs to be a little aware here, because of course Temp does now have the level 6, of course so does LeBlanc, and he's saying just over this wall looking to see whether he can get something, and Backman missing those trains. Not going to have anything more going on. I'm just getting a little bit nervous. You start to see the potential here with the ignites available.
Yeah, and just taking stock also of where we are right now, a lot of the CS looks pretty similar across the board, apart from bot lane. I mean, we're expecting Ezreal is not that much of a pushing bot lane, pushing lane on the bot side of the map. You've got also Sustain coming in from the Rakan. The Zaya is pretty oppressive with the feathers in lane, so it is expected, especially since Kassin has been roaming as well for quite a while now, that the Ezreal is going to fall behind. Dusty obviously find that opening and starting to go for that Dragon level 5 only on Haru, means that the Yasuo Diana combo
combo is not yet available, but what it is their health bars.
They're going to go in. That's the grand entrance, but the turnaround stun. Viking is going to be stunned in place as well. Diana did secure the dragon. Haru gets a kill afterwards to boot as well. Tempt rooted up, will not chase any further. And Haru, 2-0, gets the dragon. First pick feeling more and more vindicated.
Yeah, 2-0 right now. I mean, the Diana is putting in that value, and we see now why it's almost permabanned all the time.
What is going on? They're in on the grub. This is bot lane in the jungle. Haru flashing over the wall, has got the pale cascade. It's just waiting around to see whether Kasing can find their way out. Haru decides got to leave his jungler for dead. Wait, how much is that Ignite doing? Is he going to get Vendor? Surely not, he does not! No. There's some scripting going on there. That cannot have happened.
Kasing onto the Leona, the assassin, mage, marksman, and Chunter, tank support. Again, right here we mentioned that X7 might not have had their ultimates up and available, but there were one-man advantage, and also all this time Dusty had been tanking the dragon. So the second that Haru got there, he just focused the dragon and took it down instantly. Dragon advantage for the side of X7, and also 3 kills, 2 going to the name of Haru, and of course that very beautiful 1v2 between a Leona and a Zaya Rakan, and guess who wins? The Leona.
I really enjoyed the fact that Haru just stood on the blast cone like, do I want this?
Are you coming?
Do I know? Are you coming out? He's like, no worries, man, I got this.
I felt like the reason why Haru was sticking around, because I think if he got the kill there, he would have gotten level 6, and it would have got really grim for the side of Dusty as well.
Yeah, it would have been very grim.
Talking about level 6.
Yes.
Full level 6 across the board for the side of X7, except Kasing, meaning that the Diana-Yasuo duo is now very deadly. All you have to do is press one button from the Diana and the Yasuo will follow through. Which means now the setups in the river are becoming a little bit more difficult for the side of Dusty. Hecarim cannot just dive in. You need a little bit of backup from Buckland. We saw what Slowq was able to accomplish onto this LeBlanc. So we're looking for a same situation here, but a dive.
They're going to attempt it. Kasing did go forwards, gets Vence to burn the ult early. Nata taken pretty low, but Viking gets exhausted in trade. There's the Onslaught of Shadows who waited out the exhaust, takes a lot of damage. Flash forward for the stun! Kasing! That was sick. Well done. He's going to keep going. He gets the stun. Here comes Tempt to try and get more flash forward. And the Steel Tempest secures 1. He'll get a double, and X7 are just running away with it.
Kasing with the 100% KP. 6 out of 6, 9 kills in. Oh my god, his Leona has been monstrous so far. And not only that, Tempt smells it from miles away, paths all the way down bot lane, cashes in 2 kills for himself as well. It's disaster across the board for the side of Dusty.
It was, and you know, I thought Viking had played it super well, waiting out the exhaust, then going back onto Nata, but then Kasing just says, flash Shield of Daybreak instead.
Flash you. Sure, I'll take them, man.
All right. Taking stock here, it is obviously a gold lead for X7 for obvious reasons. They got the Herald earlier as well.
You know who hasn't died yet?
Who hasn't died yet?
Aleif hasn't died yet.
He hasn't died yet.
You know who's about to?
Aleif might be about to die next. Yeah, there's 4 people up here. There's a Herald coming forwards. Kasing! Of course it's Kasing! Gets to the Shield of Daybreak. There's the Soul up there. There's Haru going with the ult! And he's dodged back by Kasing! Why?
Listen. When you go into a composition, you need to clearly identify who your carries are.
I do, I see.
Who got the 1 versus 2 kill?
Yeah. It was
Kasing.
It was.
Who killed a person 1v3 underneath his tower? It was Kasing.
That Kindle Gem's building into Provide
Kids
Sandra.
need to learn who their carries are and give their kills. Kasing, he's the carry.
He's got the Kindle Gem in infantry. It's a Divine Sundra. I'm telling you now.
All jokes aside, X7 are completely destroying the entire map. They have 4,000 gold in the lead, only 10 minutes into the game. And the problem right here is that the composition that Dusty are running, it takes a while to get there. It takes a while for your Hecarim to get pretty beefy. It takes a while for Buckland to have these 2 items where he has the Ludens and maybe some Void stuff on the side, trying to do a lot more damage, pop someone out of life, like instantly. And for Venza, he's been set so far behind. He's 0-3. He's been taken out of his lane for so long that it will take a while for him to be able to dish some damage out in this game. On the other side, you've got champions that scale really well into the late game, such as Yasuo and Gwen, who are already pretty fed.
Yeah, and you know, you've drafted this LeBlanc, this kind of early playmaking with the Ignite, that it was kind of an option that maybe wouldn't need to scale quite so much. But unfortunately, it's just not had that much impact yet. Maybe this is the moment, though. FGG, unfortunately, though, is the one that picks up that kill. It's something, but all things said and done, if it's your Rakan that picks up that kill, it's a bit of a frustration there. You kind of wanted that on someone slightly more valuable.
That was a pretty good pick right there, because also Elif had made his way down bot side of the map, and they want to pick up more fights because his Dragon's up and available.
There's the onslaught of Shadow. They're going to keep going. Kasing is fleeing. He's so tanky with that Eclipse shield. Elif is down here as well. They're going to make this happen even further. Flash body slam onto Haru. He's still tanky with the Pale Cascade. Just doesn't take damage at this point. Now Jaeger has turned up. Is going to start trying to help clear this wave out, and they managed to stave off any more of a dive to X7.
Honestly, I don't think that Dusty needed to go that far, because now they're going to lose the Dragon. They had a pretty good grip, getting that one pick down the bot lane and then moving towards the Dragon. But right now, this is very dangerous territory, because it is now X7 who have backed off, came back with full HP bars, and now have sole control of that river. And they're going to get their second Dragon of the game. Again, Dusty, they find a pretty good pick, but then they overreach and they lose their advantage in the river, meaning that X7 get to control the map once again.
And it's not even like Jaeger loses anything by teleporting to that tower. The wave was shoved up to bot tier 2, or top tier 2. He's there for the Dragon at that point, and he gets to clear up the wave. Like, you don't even have that as an opportunity cost. Nata gets to shove this wave in, get a plate to himself, and collect a little bit of CS, as he has been the recipient of a couple ganks now and has fallen just a touch behind. But Venza is about to die a horrible death. The Solar Flare came down. He is going to be needlework food.
I was just about to say, I would like for that Xayah that doesn't have any summoners to go mid lane. Mid lane, play around FTG, Viking's gonna be around, and then allow LeBlanc to go into a side lane. He's got Distortion, 2 of them actually, and a Flash available. He'll be doing fine versus the Ezreal. And it's not necessarily like Buckland and Viking have been playing the 2v2 that we were wondering if they were going to do against Harrow and Tempt. They haven't necessarily, so LeBlanc on a side lane would be more valuable at this point, and then your Xayah doesn't get to die, but let's see if Tempt's gonna go down.
He's gonna try and get knocked up. They're gonna try and get something. That's a big ult, but he's knocked out of the way. And that means with that cast, now Haru might be the one to fall as well. Kasing is here, of course he is. Gonna try and turn this around, the Ignite coming through. There's a shutdown coming out, and they'll get at least one back. Haru gets that onto Viking, but Kasing is left alone against absolutely everybody. But this isn't the best tower juggling I've seen in my life. Where are the rest of the people? Ezreal is gonna start coming forwards. FGG is gonna take a lot of damage. Is there an Ignite available for Kasing? No, there's not. I think this is just a matter of moments. Flash away from the Grandad. He's got to stop! No, you do not! He doesn't quite get the kill. I think if he hadn't stopwatched, he gets that kill. Honestly.
Oh my god!
It's a clinic. The doctor is in.
Whew. Okay, so again, Dusty are trying to find these windows, the picking members of X7 when they're left all alone. But so far, it has been Venza that has been heavily targeted in this entire game. Put that poor man, like they're doing right now, in the mid lane. It's the shortest lane, and you've got a tower to play behind and a bunch of vision. Now let's watch this again. Dusty, look at Tempt. He's all alone. But what is very important right here is that they keep him CC'd while the Diana ultimate's coming down. Meaning he can't use the ult, meaning he instantly dies knocked up. Now, I love how you said Kasing is there. Of course he's there, because Kasing has been everywhere in the entire map. Not only does he get to get one kill back for Haru, but he almost gets that second one on Buckland. You see that Trisha Baraz is already incoming from Nata. He tries to go for the Rakan, and then the second he sees Buckland step forward, he flashes not the body slam, but the knockout from the Rakan, and he follows Buckland.
It's so good. It's so good. I'm well impressed, and yes.
Now I want to see Kasing on an assassin.
Yeah, this is where we end. This is how we end up with a Kali support, and I'm not here for that timeline. So thank you, Trouble, but you're stopping there. None of that now. Okay, Herald did get summoned mid, didn't get the tower.
Okay, can we give our goodbyes to Kemma and Kempo after this one?
After this one, of course, Chemtrek has been disabled. Jaeger is set fleeing and does fall down. Yeah, he's been put into an early grave.
Yeah, Gwen's immune has been disabled.
Indeed.
404 not found.
404 not found. Neither will the Kemrick, of course, after today. Has been disabled on the next patch.
Enjoy it as you can.
Enjoy it for what it is for now. It looks like X7 likely to be the ones picking up, but it has actually, honestly, to Dusty's credit, been a few decent pickoffs in the side lane now in a row.
Yeah, and this actually really worries me because I'm like, if you're X7, you know you're scaling to the gods, you've got a really great team to scale into the late game, yet you're overextending on the side lane without vision and getting picked off one by one, giving Dusty shutdowns and giving them gold that they're lacking right now. Now, of course, don't get me wrong, it's still a 4,000 difference between the two teams, but Dusty slowly but surely are getting their items available. I'm looking for that loading cycle to be completed for Buckland. I'm looking at Venzer completing his first mythic item as well, that Kraken is down, and about that 1.5 to 2 items where the LeBlanc maybe has a void staff and Venzer has a second item, we could be looking for turnarounds.
That is the plan. We saw it last game. Bifrost can do it. Can Dusty return the favor? There is what we've set up as a potential option. Of course, X7 incredibly far ahead. And honestly, even with those 2 plays, Haru was very close to turning both around.
Now, Aelif just TP'd into the mid lane, meaning that Dusty do really want to fight for that next dragon. It's going to be so point if X7 manages to secure that, and in 15 seconds, a fight might commence, or maybe even earlier. Venzer's going to have to be very careful stepping forward.
He's going to get CC'd. Haru flash! And the moonfall comes through. It's with a last breath as well. The ignite takes 1. Gwen takes another. It's 3. Dead already.
Kasing, stop! They're already hurting, man. Stop beating them. That was so beautiful because he jumps onto Aelif, but then the ultimate lands on Venza and FGG, and then instantly Haru sees the opportunity. He just demolishes them. I think Kasing has been playing out of his mind in this game.
He's gotten Zonya's first item, by the way. Just a heads up for all those interested.
I didn't even see that. Okay, let's look at this once again. He jumps onto Aelif, but then instantly ultis the LeBlanc and the Xayah. Then Haru jumps in. Of course, Tempt follows up with the press of 1 button, 1 and 2. Beautiful stuff coming in from the X7 support. Kasing has been playing Enchanters up to this point. He's been having fun with Tom and Jerry, living the life of a cat, but now he gets to show his real, true potential as an engager.
Turns out that even as a bird, you can't fly too close to the sun.
Dude.
Xayah got cut down to size. 0, 5, and 3 for Venza right now. It's been a tough game, and I don't think it's getting any easier anytime soon.
It's just really unfortunate because we're talking about the picks and bans, and then we see the Rakana was like, you know what would be really cool here? Xayah. You know why? Because she can evade Leona ult, she can evade the combo from Yasuo and Diana. It's really easy-ish to play around that. Yes, minus the wind wall, so you're gonna have to go towards a more, you know, on-hit build, and Venza has done that, but now he's just so far behind because he's been camped towards the bot lane, and we expected that. We're like, Gragas, Hecarim, LeBlanc, Rakan, they all just want to go in and fight. Who's going to stay behind? Venza. But he has exhaust, he has ultimate. Hey, well, they haven't worked that well in his favor so far.
Yes, you can get these occasional picks in the side lane, but they've often been pretty close to having a Haru turn up and get around.
Man.
And that last time, remember the top side? People survived by having a cask knock Haru out of his ultimate.
Yeah.
It's been close, and the problem is you can't avoid a 5v5 anymore around these dragons. Maybe you can get Jaeger under this tower, but Gwen's not exactly weak at this point, and if you avoid chains like that, you'll get the tower, but you're not getting the kill.
That was very well played. There were also 2 more members of Dusty heading down towards the bottom of the map. Yes, they're going to cash in on that bounty money from the tower, but on the other side of the map, Tempt has taken tier 2 top lane, and he's opening the map even further. Now, next objective on the map is going to be, of course, Baron. That has just spawned. Tempt is doing whatever the heck he wants on the top side of the map since he opened it. He put down the vision. And again, Chemfog, it's probably, if not maybe the last, because he might spawn next game, maybe second to last time that we see it in the NLC. For now, let's observe its beauty, because a lot of control wards have to go inside Chemfog unless you're willing to get caught off guard. And Dusty... They're going to have to play around Katsu someone on the side lane, or the side lane catches them.
Yeah, they're going to try getting on a Tempt here, but he's pretty tanky with that Immortal Shield, but I don't think he's quite tanky enough. Can't get the healing off the wave.
Come on, Tempt.
He was thinking he'd get the healing off the wave, couldn't quite get it. Haru was across the wall, but no flash, of course, so no real way to join there and there. Tempt did get just a little caught.
Again, though, like X7 are getting caught off guard on the side lane, and we've talked about this. Like, Buckland hasn't had the biggest impact. Keep giving that LeBlanc kills like this. And you've got an Ezreal in the backline that Yasuo, once the wind wall is down, could get pretty squishy and die really quickly. You've got Haru onto the Diana. Yes, he has the Hourglass, but you could do a lot of damage and force people off the fight. So the less you give back to Buckland's LeBlanc, the less you're going to have to worry about somebody getting blown up.
Vikings burnt everything in the top lane. He gets pulled back in by the Moonfall. It's more like an asteroid crash.
Is that time for Baron?
Apparently so. He's going to come straight down, and maybe this is the extinction event. It's not X2, it's X7. If you get that reference, you know exactly where you're at in life. Okay, well, paleontology references aside, this Baron is going so very low. Tempt is about to turn up. It will be a 5 versus 4. Once Backland over the wall, it's not going to be enough. Baron is down, and Jaeger is now chasing onto that LeBlanc across the wall. He goes skipping and slashing and trying to find more needleworks, and it's not going to be quite enough. Backland escapes, but not without the Baron going down to X7.
Almost a 10,000 gold lead for the side of X7, 22 minutes into the game. And Dusty, the best they can do is get that objective bounty off of the mid lane tower. Again, Viking getting caught where he shouldn't be. 5 deaths to his name right now. And it's really rough to see, right? Because he's one of the engagers, he's one of the triggers to cut someone off guard from the side of X7, to cut someone in the side lane. But as you very rightfully mentioned, using everything to kill Tempt on a side lane meant his death when he got caught. But no one else, other than Kasing, yet again. This Hourglass Leona seems to be working very well. The Madman has 12 out of 13 kill participation right there. And honestly, I think this is a performance that he's putting up.
It certainly has been. Haru, 5, 1, and 4, 3 items complete. It's 2 items on Gwen, 2 items on Yasuo, plus a stopwatch. Ezreal's got the transformation. Leona, of course, with that Hourglass we talked about, it might not be enough as Jaeger take a pretty low. Watch Viking, he's been exhausted. Stopwatch means it's not as much impact as you'd like. That true shot Bros comes flying across many. Moonfall comes through into the last breath. Tempt starts firing away. So much damage on defense. He's just not tanky. Backland comes forward, but it's into a stopwatch. You can't kill the immortal statues. And the team fight's just not feasible right now.
Honestly, that fight was on the edge because I felt like Dusty were on the verge of turning things around, and it all goes to Aleph. I felt like his flank was so important there that he almost gave the victory to Dusty. X7 though, 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold in the lead. You cannot disregard that. The items are coming in, the damage is coming in. And honestly, that Yasuo-Diana combo is so disgusting and so hard to get out of that Dusty end up losing and giving that very, very, very important soul away, which means that even if you kill someone from X7, they come back to haunt you.
Chem, it's not just a Chem Rift, it's the Chem Soul. We've got it there. Zombies abound. Sion wishes he could do this for his team.
So let's watch this again, because Backland and FTG are playing on the side, and look at where Aleph is on that Gragas. He goes towards the flank, he doesn't get spotted by the Diana, and he breaks apart the fight with a very, very beautiful cast. Look at that. 2 members of X7 towards the bottom of the map, another two towards the top side of the map. Nata doesn't really get to put any auto attacks down, and Venza had a pretty good opening of putting down damage, but it just was not enough. 10,000 gold is a really big gap to close in this fight, but you do still see the prospect of when the Gragas is there, when the fight is broken apart, when the Diana Yasuo combo doesn't get to land on the more important targets, it could be turned around.
Yeah, and unfortunately for LF, I mean, X7 just had the money to invest in artwork. They were all turned into a bloody sculpture park. Hit stopwatch, and you've got golden statues everywhere, and just can't follow up. And it was nearly nice, but this is the problem, being this far behind this early. And Jaeger's in a 1v3 and is close to actually winning this.
He's got 3 people down there. Well, Dusty's base is dying.
He is. Like, now Aleph is being chased down by the Gwen. Maybe the flanker is becoming the flank. Kasing misses a couple abilities there. That's a bit unfortunate. Backland is here. That's Jaeger getting charmed and got an immunity. He's still alive? What? Okay, doesn't even go down to the Chem Soul, and now they're going to actually go and finish up this inhibitor. That's 2 down all the wild. Aleph has got a barrel. Maybe can no.
That is Dusty chasing X7 towards their own base. That's not how it works. You put your red nose on?
I've got one right here with... Have you got your makeup patches with you? Just stick one on right now. Is Gragas just unfortunately fruitlessly chasing Jaeger down that bot lane, and I appreciate that Dusty aren't just lying down and taking...
I think X7 are just playing with their food.
They are.
They're trying again to cut someone on the side lane, but at this point, where you've got 5 members running into your base, I think cutting someone in the side lane doesn't mean all that much. You probably have to pray for a really good play from Backland and Viking finding the backline, else you're going to lose your entire base, which is something that might happen right here, right now.
Jaeger teleports in, one final inhibitor remains standing for Dusty, and it falls. It's 2 Nexus towers, and that Nexus itself that stands between Dusty and defeat. Nata gets chunked, but he's not going to be going down. I think this might be the final push, unless they want to wait around for that Baron in a minute.
Yeah, they have bot lane wave coming in. Mid lane wave has just landed into the base. Top lane is coming, running in as well. And Kasing is in the middle of everything.
He goes. That's an onslaught of shadows, but I don't think it's enough. Elif is dead already to tempt the move. 4-4. It's exactly what you wanted to see for X7. They get another 3 on top. It's FGG alone, and X7 move to 6-0.
Woo! X7, what a darn performance. Honestly, if I was wearing a hat, I would take it off for Kasing. I think his Leona had been stellar, start to finish. The 1v2s, roaming all over the map, reading the plays, backing up his jungler, backing up his mid laner, and that last ultimate, the full-man ulti from Harrows, I think it was the cherry on top. I mean, obviously commiserations to Dusty, not being able to pull up the victory, but I mean, playing against these monsters, I'm not surprised.
No, I mean, when Kasing can pull off a little clinic like that under the top lane tier 1. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Man, I really hope we have Kasing on the interview.
There's some questions to ask, and we'll see and find out. Maybe he'll be half the break. You have to stick around and find out, won't you? See you in a few.
X7 still sitting on the throne, undefeated so far on this Division 1 of the NLC. What a game it was, what a game for X7 as well. Dusty trying to pull it off, but apparently it was not a day for Dusty, as Viking was telling me on the previous interview. Also, talking about interviews, we should have someone from X7 already ready to talk with us. I do believe I have on my here, Jaeger. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. What a game. Obviously, you were forced to play the Gwen versus Gragas, which is not the most exciting matchup, but this game was a really good one, wasn't it?
I was just a spectator, kinda. I don't know. I mean, bot lane, there was a lot of stuff going on, and I didn't see most of it, so I'm gonna rewatch it, but happy we won, I guess.
So you have no idea what happened on the bot lane. You were just sitting on the top lane, drinking pina coladas, like having a lot of fun. And Kasing went mad. Okay, we should look into the champion select before we jump into the game itself. You got it. You got the Gwen. You saw the Gragas. How did you feel about that? Because it is a resident sleeper matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Gwen beats Gragas at all stages in the game. Kinda. It's just about not dying to ganks. But I don't know why they picked Gragas that early on red side. Red side you can counter pick top, but I guess they just felt comfortable on it and. Wanted to take it, I guess. They kind of knew I was going to pick Gwen, I would assume, because I played it like every single game. So,
They didn't respect the Gwen, and obviously Gwen is immune to pretty much anything. And then you got to the side lanes at the late game when the stage of the game was already going a little bit fast. You got the ability to start the split push, force a lot of people onto you. How do you feel about the Gwen so far on the meta?
I think it's the best top laner right now overall. It's always strong. It's strong on level 1, and then on level 6 it's it's just like I think it's the best top laner overall.
Do you think like there's
as a carry,
any counter to the Gwen?
Yeah, I mean Jace is decent, Jax is decent answers, but they just scale evenly. Gwen can always like do something if she's good in the game, and I think that's why there's a lot of Gwen picks everywhere, kind of.
Okay, the question is, who was playing on Kasing computer?
It was him, I believe it or not, I don't know.
I don't know, man. He built the Zonias on the Leona, man. That guy went mad lad. Okay, and now to talk about the team itself. Like, how are you guys feeling? Undefeated so far, obviously. But what are the expectations so far for the X7? How is it possible to keep the concentration on a game like this when you guys make it look so easy?
I think this game was fairly easy. Like, it's not hard to keep the concentration when it's like easy. Like, we have better draft and they just messed up bot lane all the time. So the game was kind of over pretty early. In the other game, for example, it was harder to actually come back. But yeah, this game we actually played it out fairly clean. We got caught a couple of times, myself included, but yeah, what can you do, you know? But it was fairly clean.
And that is the last question that I have for you. Like, X7 are looking clean. Obviously, you guys are looking like the only super team that is actually working in Europe. Yeah, I'm saying this. But on the sidelines, sometimes you get a little bit sleepy. What is happening on there?
I mean, my 4 fun dives have stopped this game. This game I only died once. Okay, I died to a pretty awkward timing, but against a really good team, I would play more controlled, but against like weaker teams, I can kind of allow myself doing like some limit testing, I would say. But yeah, the further it will go, the least I will do it, I think.
I like the identification of limit testing. I like that. I should say that on my solo queue games. Thank you so much, Jaeger. That was an awesome interview and an awesome game as well. Keep playing X7. You are looking really, really clean, man. Thank you so much. Well, this is the interview for X7, and on the other side, we don't have anyone from Dusty right now, but we do have someone special on the studio. It is the one and only.
It's like I was here like an hour ago. It's crazy. It's been so long. How you doing? It's kind of sad that we don't have anyone to answer the question of what the heck was going on with Dusty. Was this a bad Dusty day?
I like that. I mean, he set us up on the interview. Obviously, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, for sure.
But this was a clean game from X7. There's not really a lot to talk about. But when you see a support shining this way, like, yeah, we have a few images from this, like the entire team, but this is the point where Dusty lost control of the game. And you talked to me a lot about this part, so please enlighten the people at home.
We talked about it a little bit in the draft, and mostly when Hecarim is picked, right? Hecarim doesn't really want to do much pre-6. You lose a lot of the grouped up fights, doesn't matter how well you're doing. This play is straight out of the top drawer. I know we talked a lot about take about Eminez, take about Nata, but Kasing here might have showed the best individual game in terms of mechanical performance, for me at least, that we've seen in the entire NLC so far. This guy was just popping CC onto people left, right, center, and setting up for the damage dealers to wipe the fights.
A lot of times, and even on the bot lane, we saw Kasing just getting the stun and allowing Tim to come in to get the clean as well. And after a few minutes, you get this, like, if Nata is so far ahead, so he gets to the back line, Tim and Haru obviously just smurfing with that duo, because when you get the lead on Diana and Yasuo, you know what's going to happen.
So hard to play against them, because you have to keep your head on a swivel. Every time you're in a lane and someone comes out of that fog of war, you're just hovering over the flash key, just millimeters away from it.
Oh, give it to me. The Michael Bay vision of the knockup on 4 guys, only one survives.
You could just put that on repeat for like a couple of minutes. You could just leave that there if you want.
Eye candy.
It's eye candy is the montage. You'll be seeing that a lot next NLC day.
Nice. So we don't have a lot to talk about this game because X7, which is clean, but we do have to talk about the sidelines. I was talking with Jäger about that. That is the only weakness so far of the X7, isn't it?
For sure, because at the end of the day, if you're looking into this region from the Prime League, from the LFL, from the LVP, you're looking at X7 almost inevitably at this point, and you're wondering, how can we deal with this team? What are the gaps in the armor that we could see ourselves exploiting, and potentially a little bit sloppy around the side lanes, that kind of phase of play, and as Diego was saying, at important times in the game. Heck, even some of the best teams in the world across history have done this kind of mistake too. I mean, when you look back to like T1 versus Down1, that was a typical kind of thing when T1 were falling apart in that final series there. That is something that is exploitable. It's something with a precedent. So X7 will have to have that on their checklist of things to sort out later into the split.
But we're still early on the split. I know. I mean, I keep
saying
this,
we're a ways off.
Week 3, day 2 is getting a little bit spicy, so these mistakes have to be clean if this team wants to be the undefeated until now. But talking about game of the week, it's going to be Astralis versus Vanir in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. welcome back. It is the match of the week. It's going to be Astralis versus Vanir. We're talking about a team that we were so hyped about at the beginning of the split. Well, Goldberg was here, so obviously Danish. But out of a sudden, they're just falling through the hole. On the other side, Vanir is a team that no one was looking into, and they're just squeezing themselves into the top, looking at the throne.
And sometimes, as analysts, as broadcasters, we have to stand up and we kind of have to take a bit of an L, because we set ourselves like, is the top 4 teams, it's going to be clean cut. Week 1, we're like, sweet, Elite 4, we can run with that narrative. And particularly a team like Vanir, I guess Bifrost were one of those teams that was in the initial group, so maybe less on there, but Eminem, Dusty in the game that they won as well. We've got teams which are constantly making us question our judgments. And now we've got another game like this, which maybe gives us a chance to redeem that narrative. Astralis kind of returning to the top pack, getting to that point where we're viewing them as a top contender again, but they have to prove themselves now. They've lost more than they've won. They've got on a loss streak of 3. That's, equaling some of, well, I mean, it's only beaten by Singularity's loss streak at this point. They need to recover, because each of these games now is going to be at the point where actually starting to skirt that playoffs bracket.
Yeah, I was saying like we're early into the split, but this is week 3, day 2 as well. We're looking into 9 weeks, I believe. So we were talking about that as well. So it's not that early. Every single victory counts, even from the beginning, week 1. So
when it's this close, I reckon. You can probably quote me on this. I reckon we'll have 1 game in it for the playoffs classification. 1 game will determine like the actual which teams are in and which are out. And if you lose a game like this as Astralis, you're going to look back to this week and say, we didn't stabilize early enough. What happened there?
Man, I like the idea of the Elite 4. Like, I'm one of those guys that I don't mind overselling the top of the standings, due to the fact that Elite 4 to me doesn't mean a lot, due to the fact that when we were kids, we saw Elite 4, a 10-year-old kid can beat the Elite 4 in 1 day, so I don't know. There we go, Astralis Talent versus Vanir. It's time to get the Champion Select going in.
I faced the Elite 4 with 1 thing, not using any of its moves up more than half of its PP. So
Elite 4 doesn't mean a lot, does it?
Doesn't really mean that much.
Caitlyn, Twisted Fate, so the usual bans on this game of the week. Akali, yeah, you don't want to face Nile on Akali.
So, what I want to see out of Astralis from this draft, just like philosophically, is something which allows them to really simplify their mid game, really simplify their go buttons. Maybe they could go towards something like a Hecarim or something a bit more. This is always going to engage, very clear about how you want to play it. We've got some of the more passive champions out the way, but drowning something like a Jarvan, that would have been one of the picks which I would love to have seen out of Taxa. I think Vanir characterized Astralis pretty well at this point, and they're removing some of the easier proactive playmaking tools that they could be using.
Carlson is one of those guys that is capable of pulling the Renekton almost to the top of his capability, so maybe we can see that on the top side as well. That is really hard to deal as well if you're Nile, which is one of the carries of the team as well, I reckon, so you need to pay attention to that, but it's going to be the Xin Zhao straight up for Taxer. We got the jungler.
So now you have something away from Noodle, which he's played really, really well. Noodle has been a very, very exemplary Xin Zhao. There have been a couple of these fights where in their wins where he's been diving right into the back line, separating the front and the back with a Crescent Guard and taking 0 damage and winning his team the fight. So taking that away from a player like Noodle, I think that's very important. It removes some of the early game teeth that Vanir have shown, but they do have, if they lock in this Jinx, something to play towards the late game. They have the Jinx, they're going to have the Thresh alongside it if they want. That removes some of the other priority bot lanes like the Aphelios Thresh, which means that you're really looking at something like only like the Leona / everything that goes with her lanes, or Ezreal Karma to really contest in bot lane priority.
That is also an idea. Maybe you want to bring the Leona, you want to bring the Ziggs as well to get that AP on the bot side. We were talking in an interview, which is really powerful, by the way, allowing your mid laner to go for something more AD-ish if you want to, and Crassus want to pull it off if he wants. But it's going to be the face-off between 2 AD carries, so Aphelios is going to be picked alongside with the Lulu. So I believe both bot lanes are really solid so far.
So this does become a bit more of a skill matchup in the bot lane, because as we saw, some Lulu lanes, you get hit by a hook, you die.
Yeah.
This is one of those names where if you put different name tags on there, you'd be saying, oh, this is an awful decision. Now, Chrisberg and Wendell maybe haven't been so confident in their TV2 this split, but this is now a game for them to say, all right, in a skill matchup, if we win this, maybe you're going to start viewing us a little bit more positively.
There we go. The jungler is going to be logged in instantly. Hecarim makes a lot of sense. You were talking about that. I was thinking maybe we could see the Trundle as well. Zorak brought in a deep analysis of what the Trundle can do, which is win. Versus Inzao. It's Zorak, by the way. So yeah. And with that in mind, okay, now we should look into mid lane bans, I believe so, unless they have to focus on Carlson, the rookie.
which is why the Renekton's gone.
There you go. I wasn't looking. I was predicting. Sure.
So Carlson has been the one real consistent performer that's been making their impact really felt in the team fights where Astralis as a team have suffered. Look back to that Bifrost game, Carlson in the backline, Carlson getting onto the carries, absorbing exhausts, absorbing polymorphs, and all of this defensive capability. And it's the rest of the team that couldn't really capitalize on what he brought to them. Removing something like the early game powerhouse, the Renekton, where you can take control of the side of the map, that's very important for Vanir to do.
I do believe that, they don't take away the Gwen. They take away the LeBlanc, yes, but Gwen is available for Carlson if he wants to pick it up.
And what that means is that that's another carry now for Lulu to put all of the buffs onto. You run really fast, you auto-attack really, really fast, and you win games.
And you can go to the back line because Gwen is immune.
Is immune, yeah.
So let's see if it's actually Vanir taking it in. Kivo has to pick something now for the team. Does he pick the top lane and leave like the last pick for the mid lane? Is that something that he wants to do?
I mean, yes, in theory, but then actually you go back to something that the Trouble's been saying, actually, Sahira's not really had the deepest champion pool. It's like, oh, maybe you could play an Orianna here or a Syndra. No, it's Ryze. Anyway, they are going to take away that Gwen, so they're listening to us for now. So those comms are on point. Good job. They're listening to our pick ban analysis. But yes, you are looking now really for Sahira to reach a little bit deeper beyond that comfort zone they've set up for themselves in this split so far.
So now we were talking about Gragas and the Gwen, and obviously she's going to win all the time, but at least you can disengage. But I don't believe that is a pick for Carlson. Carlson needs something more solid. Carlson needs to be one of the carries of this game for Astralis if they want to pop it off. We get the Vex on the mid lane, which is really cool to go into the backside. Thresh is not allowed to protect the Jinx if you're playing versus a Vex, but now they need some sort of AD on the top side. Jace?
That helps. That's good. Yeah. That's fine, because actually I'm trying to remember that, well, because the remind me of the Gwen game we had earlier, which was really fun in the late game, the Bifrost game, yeah,
okay,
that one. I was wondering actually, instead of the GP into that matchup in that game, actually maybe we could have had a Camille. Camille's been nerfed, but it's still one of the few laners which can kind of hold Gwen a little bit to account, dive into the backline as a dive buddy for the Vex, as a dive buddy for the Jin Zhao. On the other side though, you know who's really good at anti-dive? Yes, you got champions like Orianna that can do the shockwave. If you do like your QR combo, get 4 or 5 balls onto the ground, that Scatter the Weak is going to absolutely nullify engages. Plus, you got a little bit of early lane pressure to hold the Vex down a bit.
And you talked about this, like, Sahira doesn't have a big champion pool, but he plays the control champions. He knows how to play the control champions. So even if it's the last rotation to get to the Syndra, you got what you want. So you can protect the Jinx. You can try to peel away from that Camille, because Camille is Camille. And you know what she can do. The Shogath Q, she's really strong. And I mean, when you hook into the wall and you go to the face of Gwen, Gwen is not immune because she's on your face, so you can apply that stun.
Lots of little ways to get under their skin and just make sure they're not quite as comfortable. Maybe they have to blow a W to just get their resistances and the damage reduction in there, and remove Gwen's ability to just seamlessly flow through the team fight.
This is Astralis. This is Vanir. This is a time for one of these teams to shine and pull through to the top of the standings. I don't know what's going to happen. I know this game is going to be amazing. I hope you guys are excited. And now to kick it off, to the casters. How are you doing, Initialize?
Well, for one final time, it is indeed myself. I am, in fact, Initialized. This is still Trouble, and we've got a very interesting matchup here, narratively. We'll do this briefly, because we've had this conversation a bit, myself and Trouble, about how we wanted to sort of frame this game. Expectations versus reality was what we got, because it's kind of been an inversion of both of those things for these two different teams.
I feel like it has to do a lot with the history of the players of Astralis. Because if we take Astralis, they're a brand new organization, an academy organization coming into the NLC for the very first time, replacing an already successful organization that was Fnatic Rising, right? And they also have very promising names to the rosters. So their expectations coming into the NLC is that these guys are going to take the NLC by storm, yet they seem to fumble a lot, especially during the mid-game. They come into a halt and they don't know how to set up around their objectives. They don't seem to want to take the extra fights and the danger that comes around going for these objectives. Now, on the other side for Vanir, I feel like every single time they draft, they know exactly how they want to play the game. Now, the expectations for this team is like, we've never seen them play together. Nope. Vanir is a brand new organization as well. We've never seen them play together. How are they going to do? They're actually faring pretty well. The early game, as I mentioned, comes with a pretty clear plan on how they want to play, who do they want to play towards, and usually they come up ahead in the early game. Now, the mid game is the exact opposite from Astralis.
it's full of action, but the wrong
kind, yeah.
But you know what? Instead of a standstill, I prefer Vanir. They're like, listen, we're ahead.
Let's do something,
We're gonna do something. We might overreach, it might not work, but also Marcoon has said that, you know, you miss 100% of the chances you don't take, and also, even if you take the 50-50, later on you will know what works for you.
Absolutely, and you know, Vanir, this is some of these guys said, look, you've been sleeping on us, and this is a chance now at 3-2 to solidify a gap between them and a lot of those teams who were stuck at 2 and 3 at the beginning of the day. They win this, and they start moving up to be within a game of the likes of JDXL, Bifrost. That's some heady heights to be in.
Now, I'm a little bit surprised by, if I can go picks-wise, by the pick of Vex and Camille. They legitimately just want to reach to the back line. But I find the backline of Vanir so hard to reach because you've got a Hecarim, you've got a Gwen that can be immune, and you've got a Thresh. So the second that the Camille together with the Vex dive the backline, I find them to be more of a pickle than they would cause. And we need to see how they're going to choose to take this back and forth in the fights. And I think it's going to be a lot in the hands of Cress and Carlsen to find those backline accesses, like Carlsen has been doing for a long time now.
Absolutely, and you know, to play devil's advocate, one of those things that Astralis have lacked is kind of proactivity in those mid and late games. They've got all the go buttons they could want for here.
True.
You know, they've got a lot of ways to actually make things happen. One of those things we often ask for organizations, for teams who are struggling in those situations, just like, look, make it simple, give yourselves an easy in, give yourselves an easy visual follow-up for the rest of your team as well. Carlsen goes in, throws down a Hextech ultimatum, wonderful. Everyone else knows to follow up.
Yeah, so here's my counter-argument to that. I feel like a Hecarim button is much easier to follow due to the addition of a layer of CC that comes with his ultimate, whilst Carlsen is going to have to find the perfect flank and the perfect target to lock into his ultimate. So even though I am 100% confident in the ability of Carlsen finding flanks, because this is what he's been doing, even with champions like Renekton that doesn't have the reach that Camille does, it's going to have to be off of the back of the 16, 17-year-old, I don't remember what Gulbok said, rookie who came into Astralis, the only name that's not known in the scene, it's on his backs to find the carries from the side of Vanir. So I think we need to put our eyes onto Carlsen the second these fights start and the Camille is there.
All right, well, I had a couple stats actually prepped for Carlsen, just in case we were talking about him. So
let's
a couple
go.
ones to keep an eye on. So two things, two interesting stats that are quite interesting. So Carlsen, generally speaking, up in his lane, does a good job getting CS, getting gold, getting XP. He then converts it pretty well into being, I think he's been at the second highest kill participation top laner, at least prior to today.
I can believe that, since he always finds himself in the back line of the enemy team.
Absolutely, of all top laners. I think he was behind Babista, who had one of those games where he just like really skewed his stats.
Yeah.
Only thing is, though, he's also the lowest damage percentage top laner in the entire league as it stands.
That's very interesting,
16% damage
considering
percentage.
he plays a lot of Renekton and he does find himself in the middle of fights. Interesting stat.
So here was my thinking. I wonder where you're at with this one. Okay. As we've got a little bit of time with not lots happening.
It's going to be pretty much of a handshake
So,
for now.
like, if you remember that Renekton game on the Monday where he was kind of looking for these fights, he was just there basically going in just to engage in ICC. He was being polymorphed a lot. He wasn't actually being there as a damage threat. He was kind of throwing his face in to start fights, be involved, but wasn't necessarily there as a damage threat, more as a sort of like, someone's got to start these fights, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether that just ended up hurting, particularly with some of that lack of proactivity. If you're not making fights easy for yourself, then maybe it's hard to be putting the damage out, but that's my initial take anyway.
Yeah, also it's pretty old, Astralis and proactivity.
Ooh,
I mean,
that.
it's
It's early game.
It's not that easy to be proactive with the Lulu down bot, but we had a little bit of time to discuss, you know, and we see the Jinx, we see the Aphelios, and I generally say, I do prefer, if you're going to go with hypercarry in the bot lane, something that's not very aggressive like the Draven that we've seen, to go towards that Lulu. I prefer when the lane has the Lulu rather than when it has a Thresh. Because even though Thresh adds the extra layer of safety, of course, with the Lantern, and has that potential for an engage with the hook, Lulu has the poke, Lulu has the protect, but she also has the attack, which is so important when you have such a pokey champion, such as the Jinx or the Aphelios.
Level 6 is hit, and never mind that early game inactivity. Sahira, though, with that last moment scatter that week, manages to get enough distance between him and Tax to stay alive.
So, Vanir are gonna stay on 100% first blood train, and maybe they get another one.
Not done. All right, well, maybe you don't have the Lulu, but you do have some ways to maybe start like Quicksith, blow in the flash there to try and make things happen. Chrisberg and Wendell now down those escape summoners.
So, Noodle has 100%
First Blood participation.
That's nuts, isn't it?
And he tried to bring it out again towards the bot lane of Astralis. Now, Chrisberg in the previous season has said, I am so used to getting dived over and over again that I have mastered the defenses. And so far, both Wendell and him have blown a flash, which makes it much easier for Noodle to sneak into the backline since he still has his ghost available. Sahira, first one in the river as well, as Cress still has to take the way back from the lane, which means bot lane Scout Crab will go to the side of Vanir.
And it also means that Taxa had to give it up. He wanted to take that one. He wanted the whole of it, and that's actually, honestly, a fairly notable advantage.
Again.
Yeah, just think about it around and back again, but just going to recall there, was maybe wondering whether Taxa might have an investigate after that, and instead does get the reset. Lulu has a quick wander into the river to see whether there's any wards she can get rid of, and indeed he's on the way pinging a control ward in that pixel brush, so that's the play there from the supports. And as it stands, a couple moments of action, but no deaths. But I am looking around, I'm seeing few potential juicy targets for return ganks over the next few moments.
Absolutely. We're looking at bot lane for Astralis. Both Lulu and Aphelios are extremely squishy. We have both of their flashes down. And on the other side for Vanir, Sahira has been the recipient of a lot of violence and ganks in the recurring games, and now he has also lost his flash. But really good read from Quickseth right there. Plays around Sahira at least until his wave either crashes towards his tower or he pushes his. I'm assuming that Sahira might want to keep the wave there. No, he's going to crash it onto the tower. There's also another huge wave being built up from Carlson towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, worth mentioning, of course, it's not unsurprising in the matchup, but there is no flashes on those top laners, both going for the Ignite, so that could get a bit dicey at some point, but just worth keeping our eyes on. And once again, Tax from Noodle just sort of investigating the river at the same time with a little bit of attention from their supports.
Difference is, Vanir have brought all 5 members towards the top side of the map, which means that they really want to go and contest for that Rift Herald, whilst Crispex's Aphelios has stayed down the bot lane. So again, this is a pretty much Astralis, very Astralis-esque decision to keep Crispec more on the lower down and have him farm and have him be a menace in the late game. And then on the other side, Vanir are moving around the map as a 5-man unit. Again, we have seen that a very clear plan and how they want to execute it, and they're working together as a team. This is not a surprise, but on this time, Kevin needs to be extremely careful, which he is. He's very respectful. He knows he cannot step up to this tower because Astralis knows that Vanir's members are towards the top side of the map. So Kevin will be pretty much alone for the time being, at least until Quickseth comes there. But until he does, 3 tire platings have gone to the sort of Crispberg.
Enough of that. Another attempt here on Sahira's burn, the scout of the week. Still no flash. Speaking of return gangs, flash, wind becomes lightning, and lightning does strike twice. Second time secures the kill for Vex. Noodle here, though, is going to try and turn this one around, make it 1-for-1. Flash and Crest stops the initial charge back, but the onslaught of shadows finished it up, and Noodle finally is no longer 100% first blood rate.
Yeah, no, because Crest took it straight out of his hand. We talked about how Sahira was lacking a flash as an immobile carry, so he instantly got punished the second Crest had his ultimate backup and available. That is really good stuff from Astralis, giving us some aggression, at least in the early game, but it is also replied by Noodle's kill onto that Hecarim. Now, the Hecarim is going to be extremely scary, especially when he starts banking a lot of these kills, because that Aphelios and that Vex, also the Camille, are pretty squishy. And in general, the Astralis team is pretty squishy if you compare it to sort of Vanir, because you've got the Hecarim, you've got the immunity onto the Gwen, and you've got the Thresh there, who is sort of a pseudo tank. So Vanir Astralis need to be a little bit careful, especially with giving kills over to a Hecarim.
They do indeed, and while this Hecarim doesn't have that dive buddy I'm normally so fond of seeing with a Hecarim, there's no Lulu, there's no Orianna to back it up. You do have things like that Syndra, you do have things like that Thresh, and you do have a lot of good targets for the Hecarim, so that's a good start for Noodle to at least make that 1-for-1, as we said, and got to see whether Noodle can continue being that proactive force for Vanir that has been so important to getting them rolling in those early games, and maybe part of the charge in the mid game that sometimes leads them to slightly difficult situations they have to fight their way out of.
Yeah, so far, dead even.
Yes.
Next objective on the map spawns in 4 minutes and 25 seconds, which is going to be the next dragon. So for quite a while, there's going to be almost no action unless they want to resort to playing towards these top laners who both have Ignite and no way of escaping. Well, Camille is much easier than the Gwen, but they're still playing with no flash. A lot of the mobility is being cut in half. Other than that, all flashes are back up and available that were taken previously. Astralis bot lane, flash up and available. Sahira has his as well. I think it is going to be a handshake, at least until we have the next dragon up and available.
Yeah, might be that. Depends when this Rift Herald times out as well for Noodle, because that could be another point of order. He is looking like he's passing towards that bot lane, so maybe wants to get Kevo a little bit more CS, because as it stands, the Aphelios Lulu coming out on top in that potential skill matchup is right now. Bit of a CS lead, bit of an early edge right now. He's going to have Wendell around a second, but that is a Hecarim who is just off vision, and with a Lantern could just dive over the lot of them.
Okay, there is flashes on the side of Astralis bot lane, and there's also wild growth from the Lulu. There's a bunch of things that can protect. Crest, on the other hand, in the mid lane, is lacking a flash. And once Vex has burnt the Fear, which is her passive, it is so easy to dive and kill her because she's extremely squishy. So I wouldn't be surprised if Noodle was looking to capitalize somewhere in the mid lane, also bank some gold onto Sahira's pocket, because this Syndra could be extremely powerful in the mid game, especially when they're fighting around the dragon, and the spheres can take a bunch of space.
Oh dear, Chrisberg backed up. Oh, that's not a bad ult from using the Severum. Got chakras, but just falls down. That's an unfortunate overstep, and now Wendell's about to surely fall as well. He's going to be overcharged, not quite enough damage. The super mega death rocket just goes wide. Noodle 2-0, got that Herald in infantry, and I suspect there might be a bot lane drop for it.
I don't know if that Herald is going to reach what they want to, because Taxa is also in the bot lane. I don't know if they're going to let it hit the tower. It's not going to be the case. I think that Crest Roam is really beautiful right here, because it stops Kevo from stepping anywhere near forward, and it will stop the Heralds from charging the tower. So all in all, that was a great roam for Crest to make sure that the value of that Rift Herald is 0.
You could see they almost had all their ducks in a row and then just can't quite make it land at the end there. Vanir going to be kicking themselves for that one. That should have been some easy plates there and couldn't quite make it happen.
But, important thing, Summoner's burnt.
Yes.
Wendell's flash is down. That Lulu is going to be extremely vulnerable in almost 2 minutes' time, that the next dragon is going to come up, and Astralis might want to fight. Very important. What items do we have on the board? We already have Chrisberg's Gale Force. We also have Mythics, top and jungle for the side of Astralis, so if they do want to fight, they are relatively strong at this point in the game. On the other side, for Vanir, we do not yet have an item for Kevo, who's fallen behind in CS.
And I think that's often been a common thing for Chrisberg. He is joint highest CS per minute in the league right now, 9.4. He's got the highest DPM of any AD carry, 715.
Also
does
remember,
a lot of work.
That occurrence comes from Kevo having to path top side of the map as a 5-man unit to secure the Herald that made 0 value for Vanir.
Because that was the opportunity cost, and it cost them 2-3 plates on this bot lane as a result. Tax is back down bot to shield this one out with a minute till the dragon. Looks like Astralis thinking about preparing for this one. Honestly, both teams thinking about setting up for a bit of a rumble around this one. I think we could be due a little bit of a brawl trouble.
So, 45 seconds. Is Astralis going to be willing to fight? The answer right there is most likely going to be
yes. They just burned a lot there to get onto Sahiro, and I think with that Shadow Surge being down, might actually cost them a little bit here.
So my thought process is that Kevo has not backed yet, and he hasn't secured his mythic item, doesn't have the gold yet. So I would assume that Vanir definitely do not want to fight this. Sahira also just backed, doesn't have his mythic available to him, whilst Vex does. So even though Crest did use his ultimate, I think they're at a pretty safe spot unless Chrisberg dies again.
He's got a flash and he's got a Gale Force. It gets him far enough away. That is the Wild Growth onto Xin Zhao. That combo is just disgusting. Noodle uses the onslaught of Shadow. Nile has teleported down. Tax is so very low. Quickset just keeps hitting everything. Super Mega Death Rocket just goes wide. And Kevo will be denied the kill, but will get a hold of the dragon. Mythic item be damned.
I mean, Astralis overstep, they overreach, they try to go for a kill. Chrisberg gets caught once again this time, and now it costs them the dragon that was most likely going to be Astralis' dragon, because the items were just not ready for Vanir to fight. So in a 4 versus 4 right there. Oh, Chrisberg.
Ooh, it's a lot of damage, not quite enough. Does he have a Binding Eclipse available? He's got Flash. He wants to think for it. Decides against it. All right, well, nice attempt there, but 100 damage or so shy. Carlson, though, been given free rein towards this top lane. Got the Divine Sundra. That will be the tower going down. It'll be first tower over to Astralis, so that's at least a positive.
I wonder how much difference the gold is between the top laners, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, Carlson has banked in on a bunch of tower platings as well, so that is a 700 gold lead that he's gotten for himself right there. And Nile is running towards the top side of the map, so is Noodle, doesn't have his ultimate up and available, so I don't think they're going to look for anything on Carlson, which is where the swaps will start happening right now. You put your Aphelios towards the mid lane, and also the second Rift Herald has spawned. Carlson is faking his back.
There we go. He's got that slow with the tactical sweep. Hasn't used the hook shot quite yet. Tax is around, but look at your mini-map. That is Quixith and Noodle around and about. And while Nile is behind Carlson by about 1,000 gold, Noodle is ahead of Taxa by about the same amount in turn. And with a Herald spawn...
Look on the map, though. Kevo has pushed an entire wave down bot lane, and Crispec has gone top, then went back bot, then now it's going top again. Big ult.
That's a Shadow Surge. Will Crest follow up? There it is! Into that passive doom and gloom causes the fear. The onslaught of shadows turns it around. Sahira has popped the ultimate, unleashing the power, but Carlson has picked up 2 kills already. So that's a statement against that 60% damage percentage right now. Takes a big stun. Tax is taken down about 20% HP. Crispberg somehow behind enemy lines. It is a 3v4. Kevo does have no mana. Sahira that does have a blue buff and could maybe cause a bit more damage. This Herald is the aim right now for Astralis. They've got to extricate themselves from the red side jungle.
Okay, let's look if we have any teleports. Nila does not have his teleport up and available. Crest does, and he spawns in 8 seconds. It is the unleashed version of the teleport, which means they can teleport wherever the F they want. So Vanir are going to back out of this Rift Herald. And suddenly it all went too bad. And I feel like Nila right there just did his support a little bit dirty since he was already tagged by Crest's ultimate.
Problem with your statement there, I think he's actually got teleport on D, not F, so it's not whether the F he wants, whether the D he wants, but come on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, like, I'd apologise, but I'm quite pleased with that, so, you know.
Keck W.
Keck's W, but that was Riddle the last game, so there we go. Anyway, right, so we've got ourselves... Wow, I'm sorry.
You're on a roll, man.
I know, I feel like I'm sorry. I'm never casting with trouble again. They're kicking me off the broadcast. That was the last straw. 2 days and I'm gone. Still, that Herald has actually been left alone. No one wants to fight for it anymore. 2 minutes until the next dragon, and maybe with Vanir thinking Ocean Soul Point, that might actually be more to their tastes.
And also, let's see, after all these fights, who has banked in the goal? Because this is going to be the most important, right? We talked about Carlson. We said how it's going to rely on his back to find the backline access to get onto the carries, but let's see one more time this fight. The ultimate from the Vex lands, and the patience from Cress until Nile takes the lantern. So it wasn't Nile doing Quixith dirty, it was actually Quixith being like, oh yeah, bring it my way, mate. It's fine, we can do this. Now Vanir, of course, going back and forth, but they have Crispec right behind them, so they couldn't necessarily push. There's another fight, and Quixith is dead.
Oh, he's just dead to rights. Crest landed another Shadow Surge, I believe, and look at Noodle, he has to back on out of here, but Crispberg goes down in trades. Sahira gets that one. Shadow Surge goes wide. That's an onslaught. The Shadows over the wall. Gwen might go immune, but Lulu is dead to right. Over the wall goes Taxa. And actually, that is 2 dead for Astralis. And, well, I think they've got themselves the likes of a Baron. They're actually going to try and clear out this Rift Herald before it despawns. They might just about make it, but it's going to be close.
Honestly, we've been talking about how Crispec is a passive ADC. I think in this particular game, he's been caught out way too many times in the front line. Noodle is going to...
Dead. Didn't get the eye in time. It got stuck against the wall. Didn't get it. It despawned. And now they're going to miss the setup. We'll get the replay, though.
Thank you for the replay right there. So it's again Cress with the engage in the mid lane. But again, Crispec over there, he steps into the choppers
That's
that
twice
were
now.
there.
That's twice now.
Twice in a row, and instantly gets penalized for it. And the second Crest misses the second part of the ultimate. Noodle gets the OK for a beautiful engage right there. And a bunch of summoners are burnt. We're looking at Tax's flash is down. We're looking at Wendell not having flash. And on the other side, further near, we have Sahira with no flash. And why am I mentioning them? I'm mentioning them because we're about to just see a fight on who's going to secure the dragon. It's going to be Soul Point if it goes inside of Vanir. Vanir, though, have no setup in this river, and Astralis have taken full control.
Well, it might not be the war, but it's certainly a battle that could decide it. The lines are drawn, the trenches are all dug in. Carlson is around the back and maybe looking for the flank. Hook just goes wide. Dragon is started. Watch for the onslaught of shadows. Watch for Carlson off vision to find that engage. Dragon down to sub 3,000 HP. Noodle's gonna start charging. He's into the backline and secures it. That's Soul. That's him out.
Baby. In and out.
Slick as you like.
Clean.
Smooth operator. And Vanir, the mid game that has often been a little bit dicey. Yeah, there's been a couple picks now, but that is actually a really smooth little moment for them.
Okay, that was so smoothly done by Noodle and Quicksand. He's like, I'm going in, you bail me out. He steals, I think it was 60 HP or something. I don't know if we can get this in a slow-mo, but that was so beautiful. And not only that, Astralis back straight after this and lose their mid tower as well. Having two immobile carries, does Chris back onto the Astralis and crash onto that Vex. You need your mid lane tower to hide behind. This is going to be so problematic for them, having a Hecarim running through your jungle and coming from the back.
And trouble. Yes, the gold is still dead even. There's like 200 gold apart at this point, 300 as I speak about it. Like, we are in such a close space. Not quite at that Soul yet are Vanir, but they've got 3 dragons. They're doing super well. That's the big difference maker here. It's that stacking.
Yep, absolutely. And also, if you look at items, I saw that Noodle was almost 2,000 gold
hugely ahead, yeah.
He's got his Sterax up as well as his Sundera, which means he puts out a lot of damage and he managed to stay alive. And look at that. Crispec has to push that mid lane, but he can't step forward for that wave, which means that Vanir get to control both sides of the river due to that mid lane tower. Noodle could wrap around and get from the behind of that Aphelios, and it's going to get really, really problematic for them. So that mid lane tower going down after that dragon, I think it was a big whoopsie from Astralis.
Cost them some issues, and we've already seen Hecarims run people down in that mid lane over the last few days. I feel it could be happening again. If anybody who watched Div 2 yesterday could see exactly what Hecarims can do in that particular amount of space, namely a lot. We'll leave it at that. And Noodle has been such a key part of Vanir's wins over the last few weeks. He's been so good on the Xin Zhao, slight debacle around the top lane the other day aside. He's been really proactive, really good at finding the angles, the engages, and starting things for this team, and he's in a prime position to potentially take Vanir to 4-2 in this NLC Spring 22 split.
Back to the game.
Yes.
Astralis pushing in the mid lane for control towards the top side river. This is textbook. You always want to push in the mid lane so you can enter from more angles into that river. Now it's Vanir's time to have to face check to see if the Baron is going down, and Pinkwood is going to solidify the fact that they're not going for that Baron, and it's going to be a pretty much back and forth until in 2 minutes time.
No, that is just nasty. So much damage. Just managed to audacious charge just before those charms was out.
Something didn't go right there. Something did not go right, because that Flay was very sussy. That Flay from Quickseth was very sussy.
What's got you thinking they're the imposter?
I think it was a scatter the weak.
They shoved him too far.
To nullify.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying that. Oh,
Let's see here.
Sussy.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, because that is the combo. That is the Jinx Thresh combo. Yeah. You get the hook, you put the jumpers down, you flame straight back into him, and you're CC'd for absolutely ever. And Jinx gets the press R, and you're done.
And that could have been Baron as well.
It really could have been.
So, lucky for Taxon right there. He doesn't get locked down and killed, but we get closer to Soul for the side of Vanir. This is going to be Ocean Soul, and with how drugged these fights have been in general, Ocean Soul is going to be so useful for Vanir since they're playing the back and forth game every single time. You go in, you get back out, you go in, get back out. Now having this health regeneration from the Ocean Soul is going to be huge if you want to re-engage in a fight or even a 4v5 with full HP bars. So, 1 minute remaining. There's a bunch of control wards in the river for Vanir, but nothing behind that Dragon Pit, which means that Astralis right now, they've already done their backs. They've already gone and establish their vision and their control inside the river, which means that yet again, Vanir are left behind having to face check.
All right, couple key item pickups as well. I want to point out to the Bloodthirster being complete for Chrisberg. That might help keep him alive. That Gale Force Bloodthirster combo is something I saw popularized by Utapon of all people out from the LJL. He did that a lot during the Worlds. They got a lot of other people following. Might keep him alive here. It's been so difficult thus far. That's Kevo trying again. Taxa just about to get away from that Glacial, and now again it's that attempt now from Vanir to try and find a way over this mid lane, try and find a way into the river is fighting again. That stunt's gone through! Tax is gone. Never mind setting up for engages. It's just over. Crisberg lands an Infernum onto Sahira alone. That doesn't do enough with that Moonlight Vigil. And Jungler dead. I think this is just Soul.
All eyes on Cress and Carlson right now because they're going to be the 2-1s engaging. Sahira?
Got the stopwatch. Cress is going to be forced not to get the reset. The Mistral Bolts aren't hitting hard enough. Dragon starts again. Noodle is going to be onto this one. They have got a control ward.
They have no smite.
But they've got no smite. They land another hook. Quickset has just been hitting all of Carlson into the backline. He goes gold. They've got Sahira. Maybe they could do this in the 4 versus 5. Crisberg is now going to be sent fleeing away. It's a double for Cress, though, who has managed to make some stuff work. Flashes the hook. Continuing to trade, but Noodle now re-engages. And Cress at least gets that one final personal space, but Astralis, it was a valiant effort. It was not enough, but Vanir secures Soul, and Astralis are left wanting.
4-0-4 for Noodle. 3-0-5 for Keva, who was untouched the entire time. That Jinx got excited, upon excited, upon excited, until he wiped Astralis away from the map. And now they have enough members surviving. Their ADC and their jungler is all they need to go for that Baron. Now be very careful. Taxa is there and he could potentially go for a cheeky check onto that Baron. There's double teleports that are being channeled. Carlton is back. No ultimate. It's a 3v4 and Vanir are gonna pull the trigger off of the Baron. They're gonna be like, we cannot throw right now. We've played pretty well. And Astralis want to start it.
Here we go, they're starting again. It's on vision though, and Vanir haven't back quite yet. This is gonna happen again. We've just had one enormous fight, ginormous, decisive fight around the Soul. This should have been Vanir taking control of the game, and Astralis saying we can't allow this to settle, can't allow it to set. They're gonna start up the Baron. Noodle's got the ult up, nearly gonna be pulled into the Hex Tech ultimate, but he's healing so much, he's polymorph, but he's thrown down the Thunderdome. The Hallowed Mist isn't enough. Here comes the Super Mega Death Rocket, but that will be the top laner down now. Vanir have to pull away. That is a huge Shadow Surge. Goes Golden to Cress alongside that Wild Growth. Tax into the backline, into the Infernum Moonlight Vigil. Taxa though, getting a turnaround. Noodle's counter engage Sabine. So huge as it comes. It's in the back lane. And they just about get away, but the 2 members dead, and Astralis can move back to the Baron.
Kevin could not get a reset to save his life. One would be all he would need, but Astralis are relatively safe right here. They still got 5 members, and Carlson is holding the gates, not allowing Vanir to get back in. Kevin wanted to take the plant to be full HP, and Vanir might still want to try this.
That is another hook shot into those choppers. Might buy a bit of time, but Sahira's been shut down. That's Carlson that picked up. The Mistral Bolt goes wide, and I think this has to be Baron to Astralis, and the Ocean Soul, the one that seems so beautiful for Vanir, is looking more and more like it might have cost them so much more. It's a bounty as well.
Okay, Astralis back on the driving seat. 2,000 gold in the lead. Baron in their hands, and that Camille is coming in clutch. The rookie that was put on the carry hits his mark over and over and over again. Carlson, 4-1 and 2 is putting in the work for Astralis. He's making that sloppy mid-game work, because I think this time there hasn't been no sloppiness at all. It's been Astralis replying straight up to Vanir's aggression in the mid-game, and now heading towards that late game. The fights are gonna get much more bloody and much more decisive. They could mean end of game.
Vanir, in this situation, you've got the Soul, you've got the permanent buff. If you can hold on to this Baron push, if you don't lose too much, if you don't let the gold lead get to an unsurmountable point, you've still got options.
Very importantly, there is nothing that Vanir needs to fight right now.
No.
So we need to take into account that there's 2 stopwatches, 1 on Nilla, 1 on Noodle. It's gonna keep them alive for much longer. Very crucially, there's none on Sahira. He went for the Shadow Flame instead of the Hourglass. Doesn't have enough money to buy it yet. Once he does, we saw how easily he was able to dodge Cress's ult, and it's going to be really important for him to do that. So far, he only has to rely on his flash. Astralis with full Baron force, 2 cannon minions fully burned up on the bot side. They're beginning the siege.
Keep your eyes as well. It's 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon. What items can they get done? Jinx has got an Infinity Edge. That is a big deal. Still waiting on that third item to be for Chrisberg, who's got some other points. As the fear from the Doom and Gloom passive of Vex continues to be incredibly obnoxious this game.
This is a Kevo versus Chrisberg moment. Both ADCs scale incredibly well into the late game. They both have equal items. Who is able to stay alive? Who is able to output the most damage for their teams?
The long-range fears, and Noodle thinks this is an option.
Noodle?
There's a Shirelias. They're just chasing them back. Nexus, sorry, Inhibitor Towers stand. I know, I was there as well. Like, is this it? Is this the moment?
Okay, I think they perfectly nullified that Baron.
They do.
No Inhibitor Towers went down, no Inhibitors went down, and Vanir can actually walk back into their jungle, which is very important, because you mentioned very rightfully, in 1 minute, Elder Dragon's coming back. You need to take control of the bot side jungle of Noodles, and then you need to put a lot more vision behind that Baron pit, that Dragon's pit, sorry. You need to know where the Astralis members are hiding behind. Very crucially, Sahira has the Hourglass. It's going to be huge. We have 4 stopwatches, including the Hourglass, on Sahira for the side of Vanir. The only one with that immunity is going to be Cress for the side of Astralis.
30 seconds until the Elder Dragon, and that Baron buff only earned Astralis a net total of a 2,000 gold lead. I don't think that's enough by itself. This Elder Dragon is anyone's game. But with those stopwatches, with that Ocean Soul, I feel Vanir, if they can get a straight-up fight and don't have to walk too blind into the river, they should have the advantage. Should have the advantage.
They know where Nilla is, and he's wrapping around from the side. Astralis do not have much vision themselves, because the mid lane wave is being pushed over and over again by Vanir, which means they can enter from whichever side they wish for. Vanir, again, are going to push in the wave, which will give them entrance through that river.
Everybody but Kevo and Chrisberg has flash available that has taken the summoner. Taxa goes in, and the Thunderdomes overlap. Crescent Guard versatile admits, but it's done.
He used the ultimate.
It's done. That's a hook onto Carlson, but he's not going to be chased up. Whimsy did come through to shield there. Alongside that, help picks.
All eyes on the ghost. When is Noodle gonna pop the ghost?
Keep your eyes on it. That's the far side Oracle. Look at Carlson, he's in the pit. Look at the Elder Dragon down to half HP. He's resetting slightly. Chrisberg, not got flash quite yet. There it is, the engage is huge! But Taxa taking so low, he's out! Sierra's unleashed the power! Now at the back end of this quickness, still alive, Crest, got golden, but the stopwatches for Vanir, they're just everywhere! Chrisberg gets Noodle, and the damage back is decent, but Chrisberg, with all of those chakrams, maybe he can trade, has to flash out Nova! Not enough damage to finish him off. Kevo taken so low, and somehow, some way, jungler for jungler trade, and no one gets the Elder.
Very crucially, Ocean Soul is keeping Vanir healthier. The regeneration is coming through. Sahira had time to back and TP back into the fray. The HP bars are so low for Astralis. They can't walk in. Chrisberg goes on 5% HP, and he's the one that has to carry, but Nilla has been gone on the side.
He's in a 1v4. Sahira! The scan of the week to take out the Aphelios, and this might be it! They've got Wendell down to nothing in terms of HP. Flash! Hook goes wide. Another scan of the week just goes out of it. And who says your champion pool is too small when you can land a stun like that?
Woo! Sahira might have saved Vanir the game right here. What a scatter the week to snipe Chrisberg out of the map. And as you can see, Noodle is back up and is running towards the Elder Dragon. It hasn't ended yet though, because Taxa is around.
He's a quickset. He's been spotted out. That means he's going to try and find his way out of it. Can he get a poke across the wall? He might be in trouble here. Wendell's down in support for support. Crest taken so low as well. He gets down the Doom and Gloom. Sahira taken low, but gets the ult off again. It's back off cooldown. Taxa over the back of the wall. It now has to be a steal from Astralis. And how does it come down to late game fights around Elders and Barons for Astralis? How is it always here, Trouble?
It's always the setup, baby. They don't have the vision and they don't know how to set up around them. And Vanir are so decisive. We mentioned it over and over again at playing these teamfights to perfection. And right now, since you have the Elder, no one is going to step anywhere near you to contest the Baron. So this is going to be Ocean Soul Baron, and Elder Dragon, all 3 buffs for the side of Vanir. Can they end the game like this?
This game has been neck and neck for so long.
Kevo has not died!
I don't know how he's done it. Baron buff comes through. It was Ocean Soul, traded back by Astralis getting the Baron. It has been tower for tower trades. It has been so close, but now with the Ocean Soul, now with the Elder Dragon, now with the Baron buff, Vanir are inches away from proving those pre-split narratives null and void. A team that people had such limited expectations for in some ways. Look at this game. Look at this team. The teams, it's not a question about are they middle of the pack. It's a question of whether they can challenge those hallowed heights of JDXL, of Bifrost, of the teams they're a game behind from.
They're 1 step away from proving why they're better than Astralis that we've been putting in our top 3. Noodle leading the charts again. He's threatening with his ultimate. He's creating space for his team. He's been such a pivotal factor in why Vanir in the space they are right now. First inhibitor going down. They don't have another wave, which means they're going to have to push through the mid lane. This is very dangerous.
Astralis are backs against the line. They are staring down the barrel of a 0 and 4. Noodle is resurrecting. He's got the GA. Wendell taken so low. Where is the Elder Burn? That rocket goes wide. The Nexus towers are down. And Vanir, I think they've just about done it. Astralis, you're 0 and 4. Vanir, welcome to 4 and 2. I am so sorry we doubted you. Whew.
Oh, baby. Oh, that was a good game to end the day with.
Holy sh...
Well done. No money in the swear jar quite yet. What a game. That game was so close. We hyped it up as a game of the day, game of the week. It delivered.
Kevo did not die. Yeah. This entire series, he did not die. There were Camille's, there were Vexes driving in, they were flashing by, they were flying the backline. Kevo, holy, you're such a beast. Congratulations to the entire Vanir lineup because they played their hearts out, honestly. I don't have a single player where I'm like, oh, this guy played better than anyone else. I think them as a collective whole, they played amazing. And honestly, Astralis showed up in the mid-game, but Vanir were just better.
It's a devastating loss for Astralis, 0 and 4, but it is a glorious win for Vanir, who moved to 4 and 2. Are you not entertained?
Oh, I'm very
entertained. I certainly am. Stick around, you can be entertained even more, because we'll cut to a break and we'll have a post-show just afterwards.
What was that?
A game that was. What a way to finish week 3, Astralis versus Vanir. We told you guys this was going to be match of the week, but we were not expecting this. Were we?
Not quite to that extent.
Nope.
I think I was kind of wondering if it'd be another kind of like Bifrost versus Astralis kind of game where we're like, all right, it's going to get to late game, but actually it's going to be getting to late game because neither team's pulling the trigger. I mean, credit to them, both teams were pulling the trigger, maybe not landing all the shots they needed to, but like the plays were definitely made.
Yeah, and like considering we have criticized the mid game of both teams, I actually feel there was some pretty okay, pretty solid, pretty well thought through moves from both teams. I think that interesting series of plays around the Ocean Cell going to Vanir, but then Astralis making the pretty smart call around the Baron, and those Baron resets was actually pretty good back and forth decision making and consequence and reward for both teams. So while I'm sure Astralis are going to be devastated by that result, it was an improvement in mid game, even if it didn't work out.
And we need to talk with Astralis to begin with. I do believe we have Wendell with us at this point. There he is. How are you doing, my man? Oh, this was such a good game. I know, like, losing these games, it is terrible, but Astralis came up. Like, you guys played a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, I would say play a decent game. It's definitely getting better, but, you know, in the end, like, you either need to win or you lose, so... Like, playing better is not always enough, and today it wasn't enough, but at least we have something to look forward to.
One of the things that I enjoyed more was like getting the Camille to the top side, like getting that engage as well, another button to go in. I do believe in the mid game, you guys were not really confident in executing the initiation when you have a Vex, when you have a Camille. Like, do you still feel that there's not a voice or confidence on the team to just get into those team fights or preparing the team fights as well?
I mean, I would not say we don't have a voice. I think we have too many voices, maybe.
Right.
So
that's an answer. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the problem. I'm not really sure. Like, we will have to look into the games, of course, and see what went wrong, because now we are 0-4. So it's starting to look a bit rough, but... I hope the ship will turn around at some point.
It has to, because let's be honest, you guys are pulling the strings, you guys are improving every single game, and this one was an example of that. Even though at the later stages of the game, it was way too rough, you guys are doing it. I do believe you guys want to talk with him as well,
I wanted to have a quick question, because just sort of had that conversation before you started chatting to us about that moment in the mid game when it kind of all got very crazy. The Ocean Cell goes to Vanir. They start up the Baron. You guys teleport in. A lot of back and forth, and you eventually get the Baron. I wanted to know what comms were like around that, because for a while it looked like maybe you got an edge there despite the Ocean Soul going over.
I mean, obviously the Ocean fight didn't go as planned. They got the soul, but I mean, the only thing you can say is just get the heal reduction and move on. Like, then we saw what they tried to do around Nash, and we know we could do something about it, and that's what we did.
Okay, so if I could jump in here, actually, because just want to take a trip down memory lane for myself, because the first time I cast you would have been NLC Fall Open. I caught some of your games there. That was, a little while ago at this point, and you were absolutely support diffing a lot of that tournament, if I say so myself. So coming into this split of NLC, we've had a lot of good supports. We've kind of got some idea for where maybe Astralis is placing amongst the teams right now in the NLC, but actually amongst the support pool, I'd really like to get your opinion on where do you place amongst them and how strong are the supports in our region right now?
I mean, if the opinion comes from me, I'm obviously going to say I'm the best. Like, if you don't think like that, you should not play. I think competitive. So, but to be honest, I think Kasing is really good. And yeah, that's it pretty much. I think the rest are not that good. So
kick us in shambles.
I like that.
I should be better than everyone else. That's how I feel. And yeah, let's see.
I mean, that's the mentality you have to have if you want to play in a competitive scene. Then you reach to a point where every single team fight could be the difference between death and victory. Like you reach the state of the game that if you kill like 3, you can end the game anywhere. How, as a player, can you deal with that pressure? Can you deal with the vision in game? Because vision starts to become something so important as well. We saw that pick from Syndra versus the Aphelios almost dictated the end of the game. And it's like 40 to 50 minutes. How can you deal with this? How do you prepare to something like this?
I mean, I think if you're a new player, it's maybe a little bit hard to deal with, but I've been in the scene for a while now and been in a lot of pressured situations, so I feel like it depends from person to person how you deal with it, but I feel like the way I deal with it is just like try to relax, take a breath, and like see what's the next play, and then you just move on.
Yeah, so I mean, you're talking about like some new players, some old players too. So obviously this, I mean, I believe Carlsen's fairly new to the team as well coming into this. What's it been like kind of being someone with a bit more of that experience in some of these situations, maybe trying to communicate to some people that haven't played so long? What's it been like trying to teach them that experience?
I mean, to be honest, when you talk about Carl, he is learning really, really fast. He's a really young player. He's just 16, so like if you give him some time, he's definitely going to improve and learn all this stuff.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, he's really young for what he's
down to 17, so I'm a year off.
Wendell, thank you so much for this interview, man. I know the boat will turn around. I know it. You guys just show us today that Astralis have a lot to play with. You guys were facing Vanir, which is a team that is rising.
Is it the minute? Absolutely.
And it was a menacing game. It was beautiful to see, and I'll be looking forward for the week 4, man. Thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have fun.
It is a hard one to take in. It is. It is really long, like an intensive game. You lose all the dragons, like you get the Ocean Soul, but you're still fighting it off.
It's not even like they played poorly. Like, again, the dragon stacking was a problem. Again, they couldn't quite make it stick after that Baron didn't get as much from it as they would have liked, but there was some solid decision-making, but I think it was quite telling to hear they said probably too many voices in the mid-game, and the fact people not being quite on the same page about how they want to set up for objectives and stuff proved a bit problematic.
What I will say is that much in the same way that many veteran coaches and players in the scene say it's actually easier to have someone overdo their aggressiveness or maybe on the shot calling front this can be put to and then dial that back rather than trying to instill that into someone. For me, at least, that's still the better side of things to be on rather than trying to say like, okay, someone's got to talk. Where's the information coming from? Cutting stuff back, maybe just cutting out some of the faffs in the communications, just get down to distilling it into what you want to happen into the next minute. That sounds achievable for Astralis if they want to get back on the winning road again.
And in like 3 to 4 days, you can get that information. You can test people like making the shot calls. Okay, you try it today. Let's see what happens on the scrims. You try the next one. So this could be a tryout for Astralis. And on week 4, we might see some results from this team. But results are being applied and showed from the Vanir roster.
Yes.
And I have together with us Quicksilf.
Ooh.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, there's that smile. Okay, how you feeling?
Yeah. I'm really happy. I mean, we beat a really good team, and I got to play Thresh. So for me, it's a perfect Wednesday.
Is that the champion that every support wants to play nowadays, the Thresh?
I mean, maybe not everyone, but at least for me, it's my bread and butter. It's my main champ for many years now, and it's a champ that I absolutely love.
One thing that I want to talk about is the SOS factor that you brought into the game, because you had 2 members of your team that were supposed to just go deep into the enemy team, and you were left alone like, okay, now I gotta save you. And nobody gives the props to the supports that do that. Like, your Lantern was on point. At that time, how do you like figure out who should you save, who should you sacrifice?
Yeah, well, who's the choice?
It is a tough one, isn't it?
I love every one of my teammates. So yeah. I mean, I love every one of my teammates. It kind of depends on the situation, right? I mean, if I see someone is for sure dead, they're not getting a lantern. But other than that, everyone is up for the task. I want to save my whole team. It's I feel like it's in my bloodline to make sure my team is happy and alive. And I try to do everything I can to keep them safe.
Which teammate bribed you the most to throw you more lanterns to? That's the question I need to know.
I mean, probably Kevo.
That's fair.
He didn't die.
In that select, if he doesn't get the lanterns, he will just run it down because he doesn't really care. So yeah, it was probably him.
Cool. And I do just want to quickly shout out, I know there was a flash predict hook in mid lane. It didn't lead to a kill, but I saw that and I thought it was great. Just want to shout that out.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Nobody gives the props to the supports.
Wait,
we need to point it out.
It was a really good skill shot.
So, looking into the dragons, you guys took a lot of control. It's about vision. It's about controlling the enemy vision as well. You were one of the key aspects of those plays. Did you have anyone to fall back into like, okay, I need to go deep. We need to prepare this vision. How did you feel setting up the vision for all those dragons?
Yeah, so one of the things after our defeat against XL on Monday was that we felt we were too indecisive or we played too scared. And we really talked about that and had a meeting. And this game, I went into the mindset that we were going to contest the objectives more. We're going to, step up and use our spells and take the fights when we are strong. And I think we did that, and it paid off in terms of getting neutral objectives.
Okay, so obviously we saw your game on Monday as well. That was a very difficult game for you guys, and a couple of picks back to back kind of spiraled the game out of control. In your post-game interview, then actually you were talking about actually, damn, these teams are really good at punishing mistakes. So I think we've seen that actually across the league as a whole. But you really turned that around today, if I say so myself. Now, there was that one play at the end where like, I'm going to go in the tri-brush and maybe we can flank them. And then things got a bit crazy after the point. It all worked out. But how do you go about kind of very quickly adjusting the way that you play? Because I know because indecisiveness kind of can lead to those mistakes, but being decisive in the wrong way can also lead to that. How do you build on this whole like we can't be making mistakes like this because they're going to be punished so hard? What's the mindset?
I mean, it's all about confidence in every player, and it's also a lot about trust between the teammates. You need to know that if you fuck up, then your teammate is gonna still have your back, and they are gonna not give up on you even if you make mistakes. We are all human, right? Like, we all make mistakes, so it's important that when people have the confidence and the backing of their teammates, these players just create themselves, because the players here are really talented, and the players are in them. It's just about bringing them onto the game, onto the Rift.
I do agree with that. And at this day, I think like you guys just put it off Vanir quality, and you guys are looking into the top of the standings. Good job on that one. Quickstep, thank you so much for the interview as well. And good luck on week 4.
Thank you very much.
See you,
See you next week, guys.
I love when the supports talk as well. It's not all about the carries, man.
See, as a mid laner, I mean, I take that with a pinch of salt, and I'm like, they talk when I allow them to talk.
Ego immediately start. Look, this is the guy who plays Quinn mid, by the way, guys. He is a
and he complains about Teemo top. I mean, how can you? You dirty So we should look into the recap of today.
Yeah, look, I'm just saying, I'm replacing you with Trouble as my co-caster generally. I can't deal with this anymore.
What is the takeaway of today's?
Oh gosh, over the whole day? That's kind of difficult.
No, we could start like,
let's look at this
game by game.
I mean, Eminem actually played this game incredibly cleanly. Eminem have been improving match by match, and a lot of it has been quite aggressive plays. This was just clean. It was really calculated snowballing with little recourse for Nuriki to come back, and I'm really happy to see that development.
And for me, after the champs, I was like, ooh, Nuriki, I feel like they got an angle here. If they survive the laning phase, this could be... No, they never actually got a chance.
There was no survival.
Okay, real problem when everything kind of falls to dark like this. Maybe on to the next one, though.
This was Singularity going for the ambush at level 1, and Zamulek actually making the call of, we wait, we got this.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like we kind of said this in the pre and post game, it's gotta suck for Singularity to kind of like get hammered over and over, but I'm really glad they're bold enough to go for level 1. The level 1 was the right decision, it just wasn't played out correctly. It's gotta be rough.
And obviously you saw like M&S spotted it, and then they played that well. And I've just got to really credit Dan's decision making, because after this, honestly, I think Port makes a fairly decent call to say, look, I'm behind, I'm going to hyper gang top, pick up a red buff and go top. And Dan counted so well by moving into the Krugs. It was great stuff. The next game, though, this one was another one of those interesting ones where Bifrost somehow stalled until late game and then win from that point by scaling through again.
Yeah, so, I mean, this was one of those cases where we really saw like the crown of Shikari shining brightly in the light, and because for some time, he had to walk so the Jinx could run at that point, because the Jinx ended up doing so much damage and made some great plays by themselves. But that was all set up by the Gwen in my eyes. This was a tight contest. I think that Riddle once again kind of showing on their side of things that they have these strong individual performances, but they're not quite all at the same time. This game, the bot lane did really well, but maybe actually they could have had a bit more of a coherent effort in that. So Riddle, I'm really looking for them to get all the cylinders firing at once for a game.
I'd love to comment on this game, but it really felt like Kasing Zonya's stopwatch build, where he just sort of decides, I will be the carry now. Like he goes to Nat and says,
let me see
my young child, stand aside. I am the true shining light of this team. And Haru like occasionally finds some good engages. It was a bit dumb by the point.
Took issue with me giving Nata the take about there. It's like, do I have time for this appointment? Just get golden. Obviously, on to the last game of the day, we just came off of this. Like, I really enjoy the fact that Astralis give us those longer games, which gets the hyper team fights. But honestly, it feels like a lot of the games are playing out the same way. We've over talked about that to a lot of extent this time. But really, Vanir. Look, we do have to apologize at some point to be like, oh, weak strength of schedule. They're 3-1. Who cares, really? Whatever. They're not one of our elite four. Well, okay, at this point.
Yeah.
Well, they're literally number 4. So
they're top 4, as we can see into the standings. X7 still isolated on top. Bifrost just delaying as much as they can to reach the late game. JDXL are massive as well. Vanir kicking it off. And Eminem are looking into the gates like, this is a stairway to heaven. This could be a segment on the next week.
Yeah, I feel like the next actual, like, if you're looking for the prime candidates for that 4th spot in our hypothetical Elite Four, it's Vanir and Eminem Gaming in my mind. They're the 2 teams that have most impressed me outside of those clear top 3.
Now, at what point do we just go into a whole gym system?
Yeah, exactly. Do we have gym badges? You have to beat the rest of the teams? Is that how it is?
Let's take a peek on what's going to happen on week 5. No, week 4.
Week 4.
Oh, I'm getting really excited with this. Okay, Nuriki versus Dusty could be a really good one. Singularity versus Eminem gaming. Like, Singularity need to get a victory, but versus Eminem is going to be really hard. Then we have the X7 versus Bifrost.
It's juicy.
Ooh. JDXL versus Astralis Talents. It's going to be a rough one on Astralis. Let's see if they have that voice, cohesive voice on Monday. And then to finish it off, Ridley Sports versus Vanir.
I feel like, obviously, the X7 Bifrost one, now we've seen it. It's got everyone running their hands together. Pre-split, the 2 Academy teams going at it, JDXL versus Astralis, on paper, seems brilliant. Astralis have got a week now to try and make something happen and improve. I'm hoping that game proves to be a bit more exciting, because I'm worried it could be a little bit underwhelming.
If I can get wax a bit poetic here, like, if you
stop, that's it, it's done.
Shut it, you. If you think back to some of the biggest rivalries in esports history, so you've got like your Fnatic. It used to be Fnatic versus SK, then it became like Fnatic versus G2, T1 Damwon, T1 KT. Even when those teams have struggled, you'll have big game players. You'll have teams who just like put aside whatever squabbles they're having and pull out just one corker of a match. And that can be one of those turning points for these teams. Like, even if Astralis go down swinging in that match, if they go down swinging hard enough, we're not even halfway through the split yet. This could be like redemption arc. Let's go.
They need to learn how to win again, like get that feeling of winning. It's really important at this point. But talking about the Bifrost match, we do have someone from Bifrost with us. Duel, hello.
How you doing?
Hello, thanks for having me.
No, it's our pleasure. We were supposed to have you on Monday, and now we have you today, so this is a blessing. We got you. So Trouble is missing out on this segment, and we need to talk with you, like, next week, Bifrost versus X7. Tell me about that matchup. Spice it up for me.
I think if Kasim goes Sonias again, but this time versus me, I think he's not going to have a good time. So I double dare him to go for that. But I don't know, it hasn't been the best week for us.
What if you both build Zhonya's? Just both of you build Zhonya's. You can have a Zhonya's off. Can we have that? Is that something I can like arrange?
I mean, it's just a really expensive item, you know. So competitively, I would do that if I wanted to VM enemies.
Okay.
Like,
so you're saying you're doing it?
You're saying you're doing it. That's cool. I see that.
I mean, for me, it's a little BM. Maybe there's some magic behind the scenes on like that item, but I don't see a way it's better than like support items, which are cheaper. But I don't know. Maybe he has some magic. It's Kasing, so he has tricks.
I do believe like the bot lane will be one of the lanes to watch on this matchup, Bifrost versus X7. Do you believe that?
I do believe that, but we need to get our shit together. Sorry for the words. Because like this week has been really rough for us. We didn't get along in the drafts. It's been like you saw us struggling and like trying to survive for the late game, and then just try to, you know, band-aid the game until we can finally match them. So yeah, I think we need to step up our game a bit, but it's a new patch and it actually changes a bit the game. Well, let's not spoil anything, but like we have to try new stuff, and I think it opens so many possibilities in bot lane because, you know, there's the Tankage buffs, Senna buffs, so that means there are Senna counters, maybe there's Senna priority, and there are some champions.
You'll have enough money for Zhonya's.
That's it. That's brilliant. AP said it. It's time.
I'll be the one farming, and maybe I play some set again. I don't know. Like, crazy things will happen next patch, so I'm down to see what happens.
Brilliant.
Duel. tell me, do you have the cards?
I do. I mean, I don't know if you see them.
Any card.
Let me see.
Oh,
we
it's a
can.
pick. I like it, yeah. Yeah, he's color-coded him.
The ban is noticeable, and the dodge. Oh, it does. Yeah, it's noticeable.
What you're saying is just don't pull a blue card. Have you got a gold card in there for a dodge chance?
I don't. I mean, I have my phone.
I'm going to give you a red card at this rate.
Okay, so this is going to be quite easy for those of you who are not aware of what we're going to do right now, the big Ben dodge. We're going to show up a lot of plays, and we have to pick if we pick them. Like, it's a good play. We'd like to see that more often. If we want to dodge it, like, we can live with that, but probably just remove it. Like, do better next time.
See me in 5 minutes when the cooldown's
Or
gone,
just ban it. Like, straight away, just remove the player from the team. Never see him again. I like the ban.
God, that's so toxic.
Duel, ready to play?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to look too toxic if I choose Van. Will I?
Well, as soon as we see the play, you will pick.
Have to see.
Yeah, exactly. Play. We don't know what the plays are as well. It's always a surprise for us. Let's go. This is the first one.
All right. Okay.
Ooh. It's fancy.
Oh, this was the big old engage. Yeah.
Duel.
Okay, let me choose.
We'll choose wisely. Chat, by the way, you guys can play as well. Spam the chat.
Time to duel.
Unite.
Dodge.
Oh, you would dodge that. Why?
Depends which side of it you're on.
It depends on the side, yeah.
Exactly.
But tell me, why would you dodge that?
I mean, it's not like that impressive. I think it's pretty average. So I would just dodge it. I mean, you told me to pick like the things that really stand out, no? And to ban out the the things we don't want to see, right? So I think it's something that I would dodge. It's not something like super great, but it's not something awful.
Okay, I see.
But let me just answer with this. I've had a very hard time in my placements. I just need someone who can do the job. I just need the exceptional. It's just got to be there.
Anyone can do it, like, as long as they do the job.
Apparently my teammates can't.
Look, it was clean, it got the job done. I'll take a pick, it's just not an exciting
It's just
one.
a difference in standards.
But
I appreciate the high standards, mate. I appreciate the fact you went, look, it needs to be even better for me to really want it on my team. But there you go.
He wants the gourmet. Like, he's a
That's it,
fancy guy. I dig that. Okay, let's go take the way to the second play. We are looking for good ones. There we go. Oh,
yes. Yep.
What can I say here? You know?
Oh, yeah. Oh. Wait, which side are we on?
Are we on Otis? Or are we on the Blanks?
You pick. Which side are you on?
Oof. I mean, if I pick Odie, it's obviously pick. But if I pick LeBlanc, like, I don't know, did she have flash? That's so reportable. Like,
I don't know, you have to pick the card. You have to pick the card. Pick one of them.
Okay, we're gonna go with LeBlanc and we're gonna ban that. We're gonna hammer our opponents so we win the mental war in the way back.
I mean, if we're going as LeBlanc, I'm going to.
But to say, as an assassin player myself, like, you either dodge that rocket or you dodge the actual play. So
look, Slow Q was trying to find the flank. He gets spotted. He also then gets run down, and that is really bad. It potentially loses them the game, but at the same time, I appreciate looking for the flank.
We were talking about this in the green room. I was like, wait, if he's got ult up, could he one-shot the Jinx if he flashes over the traps? It was a really close timing, but he chooses not to go for the fight. I'm just like, the bravery of the Jinx to run over the traps is really cool, but like...
It was slow. You gotta give it to it. Okay, let's go to the third one. Come on, Duel.
We were really tracking the LeBlanc in that game, so I think she had a rough time, especially in Tululu.
Ooh.
If she's in vision of us, I think it's really rough.
Are you seeing this, Duel, though? Did you see the play?
Yeah. More or less, it's a bit pixelated, you know, in Discord, so if you want to run it back, so I can check it again, it will be really nice.
Can we put it again? Just for Duel, come on. And for us as well.
Sing doesn't even need Zhonya's for this. Like, it's the Zenith Blade Taxi. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep. King of my heart. Beautiful.
What can I say, man?
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't play like this versus me.
I mean, if I could, I would like adopt me because that was way too good.
That was louder than I
there we go.
anticipated.
This is a pick. Oh, we even got trouble picking
We've got the whole crew here.
Meow. It was such an awesome play, like getting the Zenith Blade just to get enough range to get the solar.
Really creative, coming from an old man, so...
Are you going to ban Leona versus Kaseng?
No, of course not.
That's what I like to hear.
I like it. What would you pick versus Leona?
I'm not sure we could spoil draft on the post show.
I want this spicy.
Look, stop rude. Get it off air. Like, not on air.
Okay. We should go to the fourth one. Okay. Let's show it to Duel. What do we have?
Oh. Whose side are we on?
But she survived, though.
I mean, okay. All right, so if it's on the side of the Syndra, because I am a mid laner myself, like, I actually think Sahira had a really good game in general, but like that's some pretty slick calculations and knowing not, actually to use everything there, gets the multi-man like ball out on the ground. It's pretty good stuff, good survival play.
I mean, I'm against Assassin, so I'll ban you. Like, it's not the play, I'll ban you. Like,
I'll make it 3 of a kind or 3 of different ones.
It is big.
I've gone for that. Look, I'm just saying, if I was a jungler there, I would be real tilted.
Yeah.
Like, that was like that close to being the kill. The scout of the week pushing you out of the order range. Not happy.
Tell me, Duel.
That Syndra, I would know I have a lucky charm, so I would take it.
It's like, you'll remember the day you almost caught Captain Jack
Sahira.
Okay, I think this is the last one. Oh, I wanted more, but let's get the last one.
It's going to be a really bad one so we can ban it.
No.
Oh, no! Get that out of here!
Wait,
not allowed!
I missed such a banger game, no?
Which one do you want?
I was having dinner while this game was on.
You're not even on the post show. Leave.
Trouble is with me.
Get these support.
Man, why would you ban? You're the support man.
Damage out
That is not allowed.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, so the POV is Vensus or the support?
You choose.
You decide. Yeah, it's you decide.
I mean, if it's Vensus, I would obviously ban. Like, what is that? That's so illegal.
I'm just tired of Leona landing her
watching
base
Venzev go, oh no, the screen's turning 90 degrees. What's happening?
It is a 3v1 as a Leona and you get a kill, man.
It's not okay.
That is a strongly worded email to Riot Games. That's what that is. That is. Happy.
So I loved your work on the Chemtech, Drake. Could I ask you about something else?
I mean, to me, that is full plot anime when you get the armor, like looking back into the childhood. I can do this 1v3. It was amazing, man. I love it.
Mistake was in thinking the AD carry was the real carry.
It's the Zonius.
So, Duel, last words before we send you away. It was a pleasure, by the way, but before we send you away, X7 versus you, tell me. Last words. I just want a sneak peek.
How you feeling?
Yeah.
I just hope Gassing really tries to pick those melee supports into me and doesn't go for the Yumi or the Lulu. Because he's a bit man with rookies like FGG, but let's see if he picks those stuff versus me as well, I wanna pick Set into him and just fist him a bit.
Okay, I think it's going to be a spicy one, so I'm really excited to see this guy.
For sure. I just hope we play the game, instead of just doing nothing and pray they mess up and we get to late game.
Remember, sidelines. That's the last thing that I'll say to you. Duel, thank you so much for being with us on the post show. You were amazing, man. It was a pleasure to have you here, and good luck.
Thanks for having me.
Always, man. And there we go. This is a wrap up on week 3.
I know.
How are you guys feeling like first week for you on the studio?
First half an hour was like, okay, that's very loud game sound. How do I cast like? It's just like getting used to everything. Because, I mean, so for us, we started casting over lockdown. We started doing everything from like a small bedroom out of Hammersmith. 99% of my games have been at the same PC, in the same room, sitting in the same chair.
With the same RE shrine to your left.
The same RE shrine to my left. So I was like, it's been a learning curve, but it's one which I'm absolutely loving because I get to spend it with very talented people like you.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm definitely replacing you. I've had the taste of casting with Trouble. Mate, you got some work to do. Come on, man. Step it up.
This is the thing. You guys grew up so much and got to the NLC, to a big studio, but you still have to deal with the brother.
Yep. No escape.
Yep.
He's never.
Never one without the other, so they say.
The kindred of casting parries. This is the wrong side of it.
Like, to wrap it up, it was an amazing week. It was a pleasure to meet you guys, to see you on the team, to see you live as well, which is amazing. I know we're going to have more casts eventually getting onto the studio. Also, working with Trouble is always a pleasure. And working with you and seeing you on that side, like you enjoying this show that we love so much, it is a blessing. Remember, go to the media, tell us what you want to see more on the NLC.
I'd pick
because
chat.
Yeah.
Pick the chat, yeah.
I'm a mod, so I'm in fact going to go for the ban.
This is the perfect time to wrap it up. This is it for week 3. I'll see you on Monday. Never forget, the NLC will always be back. See you guys.
Yeah!